I will say good morning and good morning, and let us begin the year like all of our sponsors for this one should think. Our Kamadon sponsor for Top Street Highway, E5785 in the Swiss, of wishing a mazel tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to Amit Cohen. Mazel tov, may the result of your Hashem. So we should just know that Yoshua Mordechai is a brave Chayal, a brave soldier. Hashem gave much to Am Yisrael, Teretz Yisrael, and it's so beautiful that he is going to be celebrating the building of his new home, which should occur in Eretz Hashem, the Shal Tov and Tzachos, and should Eretz Hashem be benched with generations of beautiful Simcha, Mazel, and Bracha. Well, so with that, let us begin. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning and discussing all of our precious passages and Shkol from Eretz Hashem, bring them home. The Shalom and the Karav, by all of our soldiers will be successful. L'chol Ma'aseh Yideihem. Well, so today's daf. It doesn't matter what today's daf is. Let's not get caught up in details. Let's not lose the truth in the forest. We're going to be learning some Hedron today in Eretz Hashem. We're going to be starting on Daf Ayin Aleph 71, and we're going to see in Eretz Hashem where the journey takes us. So we have to snap in Eretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph 71a. We're picking up about 12 lines up in about Bais and Yudah. So you must just come out as well as this His opinion is reflected in the following statement. Bais and Yudah will hire the awesome videos. So when the border such thing as a Bais and Yudah means ultimately again at home, but with afflicted by Tzara'as. So such a thing never happened, such a thing never will happen. Whose opinion is this? So the Gemara says, why is it written? If it's never going to happen, why is it written? It's Rosh Hashanah, ultimately in order to learn it and receive the reward. Imam has lost, he was just reading the time. And we're also very shame. Like a very good shame. That's not what the sign is not a very good shame. We're in the shame says, the only thing about it is coming. Actually, it's the use of a honor, which takes solid. The parents of it, so again, in order to have Salas and Rabbi, remember again, the whole topic is Salas and the parents. Rashi, as we points out, that Havok and Rashi, Salas and the parents was not a punishment as much as it was a bracha. This actually points out that when the Jews came there to serve the indigenous nations, their hidden treasures in the walls of their home, and if you could be only reading more of those treasures were present with Salas, and that would require the individual's things, then one would see the treasure really again that is buried behind. So again, one shows that in order to have Salas and the one, we need to satisfy so many different criteria. It has to be like two pieces, a piece is a measurement. Actually, I have one of our two different stones, which take some or two different walls, we carry it in surface. So essentially, we have to be in a corner. Our focus is not piece, but our focus is we have to have a length of two pieces, a width of one piece. So my time is right now. So most of our resolution is logic. Why is this here? It's sit here, sit kilos. Because the pasuk says, talking about Johnson, and when it says it appears on the wall, is that it appears on the wall. Close. So you must actually hear shoot the kilos. What ultimately again is a home? What are one of the walls that is like to walls? How many walls are there? This is the first one to appear into a corner. So time number was other. So I say so. The Rothschild says, "Makom hayotchum azar, but hayukor also churbusa segirta." So the Gemara says, "But the interpretation of azar, and they call this place in azar churbusa segirta." So again, interestingly enough, actually points out that the word churba is mitzora. Churba is called mitzora. So essentially, what the original study is saying for is that there was an ancient home that was known to have Tzaras, and of Shem ish kfar Yaakov nama kach halachti b'gav b'gaviyot, but I see Yaakov Shem Tzayim also Abanim when he goes, he will be shown. So when the Shemini Shpa'at says, one time goes to the Galil, and in fact, I found the place where they had storing stones that they say we would need from a home afflicted with Salas. So listen, so once again, we see this tension on one hand. First thing we say, there's never a home with Salas. Never happened to much specificity. The other thing we say, but I love the say, no, we actually saw a home with Salas. Beautiful. Much to say on this, but we'll cover a little bit of ground before we get into some life lessons. Says the Mishnah. Hayachman Gidin, or Iger, or Irin, or Suma, or Hirish. So this is when we saw the last sugya that in order for a child to become a solar moya, as much as the Gemara was, the parents have to be shut. Parents have to be quote unquote equal, right, or similar. And the reason I was talking about there was that parents have to be shut. The call, the mara, or the kova. They have to be shut, they have to be similar in literally again their voice, their height, and even their appearance. Now the Mishnah goes on to more technicalities. If one of the parents, what the Gidin, what she points out for me is Gidin is the missing the hair, they have no teeth. Okiga, or the people who are not and therefore can't walk. Okile, or mute, Osumo, or blind, Okirish, or carriage showing means deaf mute. Eno not seven solar. The child can't become Ben Solar. This is a technicality. Now why is that Shema? Because listen to this. The tough subo of the evil, the Pasuk says his parents will grab him. They grab him for no giving. Obviously, they grab him when he hands. So if they're missing the head, then I walk over and say, kid can't become a Ben Solar. Well, see also, they were taken out, so therefore when they lack a leg, lack an ability to go over moving, they can't take it. Using as a value, they will say, the parents will say, below Ilbert, not if they use. The name will be said that they to identify this son below Sulu, and not parents who are blind. In any show we have the colors, they say they have to say the son doesn't listen to our verses, so no hardship, and not a root. Not a root. Right, you must sing up with your Shosha, the marking also. There's one little story more, and so then there's Hasra. The one question of practice free, and then open to your use for Malchus afterwards. Chazer B'Kilgal, so you'll also say it's interesting to see it introduced to something new. Apparently, it is like a Hasra. They warn the kid about his behavior in front of food. And so again, apparently this is a way it works is like this. The child or the young man steals the money, purchases the meat of the money, conforms to all the criteria we established in the last couple of decades. His parents warn him a couple of days in the food, and then again they flog him. So you know this. If he repeats the behavior again, that's when he becomes a Ben Solar. Chazer B'Kilgal, that's when Shosha. If he goes ahead and repeats this errant behavior, then he is judged by these next 23, which makes sense because now this is a capital case. There is go, actually Shosha is showing. But again, he's only executing part of the original 23 consists of part of the original three were essentially judged in for nonsense, have to be part of the essential basis of 23. So they are not, the name is Zay Shalom Absent. You have to say, parents and believers of this son means that was warned and flogged in front of you, the first three is not going to be executed for becoming Ben Solar. It's like a schmuck comes with it, you know, it's a lynching here. But you know, crap. You can see it. But let's say what you see here is very interesting. Is that halacha myself, when the pasuk is written a certain way, that's the concept that has to be followed. In other words, what does this mean? So you have thought like this. If you look at this pasuk of Ben Solar, right, so the pasuk says, the top super of the video, the trying to take hold of him, but see also al zikne iro. What could have also been said, the pasuk is more figurative. I don't want to have to understand the pasuk in such a literal sense, but clearly, you know, the mission is in the literal sense. You know, what is he from the Shabbos, you know, but you know, crowd, kibitzim. You have to follow also the way that it's written. You know, to show you this is different. Shiny Rafa, why on the base? See, you're making progress. Shiny Rafa. 71B, the cool crowd is saved. So as I said, this is different because here, the pasuk itself is written in such an elongated form. Look at Rashi, cool crowd is saved. The Nazi lift up, but see some also, Shara here, where you smell them. You want to be giving out this whole thing, cancel Rabbi, and just say, if they get to the basement, gone. The fact that the pasuk is really such a word here indicates to us that there is a halacha. It's always telling us that again, the parents have to be able to engage in all of these processes, and their ability to do so prevents the kid from coming and saying, okay, it must be a fish like that. And we warn him in front of three. So you mentioned Lamely, why do you need three? The trick cycle. Why do you not start for three? You just need to start for two, as it says, Rabbi had to come and master of the three Shnayim, the monkey also with the Shlosha. You know what it means is like this. You're right, you warn him in front of two. This is, and you would not this in front of three, because three has to go to David. And that's his whoa. Malchus and Solomon is the Exiba. Where do you ever see Malchus by Ben Solomon? Like, the only thing you ever see by Ben Solomon is what? His execution, his Nisa. Where are you getting Malchus from Ben Solomon, right? Because you have a but man, you Yisru, so it's like you make it zero Shabbat. And the Yisru, so it says the Yisru also, the Yisru Ben Solomon, and then it says the Yisru by Malchus, and then again the Yisru then, Vayam bin HaKozar. So essentially there's a zero Shabbat between Malchus and between Ben Solomon. They have to teach us that first time offender, right? First offender Ben Solomon gets Malchus. Okay, you know, it's because of the Kirka, you can fuck you. So again, Ben Solomon once again repeats his negative behavior again. We judge this time we go business 22 because now it is effectively calculators. So you know, it says highly violent exact. So my actions, the name is that. That's a word actually. That's a definition. Just 1 second. Highly violent is get no sooner. Now remember again, we already use that zat. That zat was already actually to just what? That a lot of nice the parents have to have sight in order for the kid to become a solar. So how are you now using that same zat for a different Joshua? We can lift over the middle key. My name is Zach. The possible just written the name of me. But instead of the name is Zach, Shmoni Party. So they will say Zach teaches me two things. One thing is he teaches me number one. Number one, it teaches me parents have to have sight in order for the son to become a solar. That's one. And number two, that the original three who served as the basis from Malchus have to be part of the basis 23 for execution. We got to go Ishma, or actually, the Africa, Hekek, Zephyr, those pockets. I guess what you know is then things in the beginning of the story in the Sijra. But there's someone that's interesting. There's like a window. What's the window? It has to be like a couple of somewhat release, which essentially is you can only become a sort of moral immediately upon reaching adulthood. And the metric for that, the Gemara says, essentially was what the Gemara calls like a beer of pubic hair, a ring of pubic hair. So the Mishnah rules a very interesting point over here. Let's say today he's a being in Solomon, right? And when he is, and when he's brought to baby, he's of the age where it's appropriate. In other words, where he could be used to be done, he could be a judge of the Solomon. And then what happens? He ran away from these things. He ran away, he went back to G, skipped from days. Then actually, you might know, before the verdict was passed, the Apricot, and then what happened? They find him again. They won't bring him back to Bezdin. But by the time they bring him back to Bezdin, he has further physically mature. What's called a Potter. Potter means he's aged out of Ben Solomon or Mola. And therefore, again, so the interesting part, remember again, this is because he escaped before his verdict. So if he escaped before his verdict, by the time he gets back to Bezdin, he's already too physically mature. Like, what we call this kind of pathway. As a reform, he's free of technicality. He was able, well, like, that like the technological side. On the other hand, let's say the kid came to Bezdin, was judged, verdict was passed, but he escaped before execution. And then we find him afterwards, even though now he possesses more signs of physical maturation, we can still execute him. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Ben Roth should be a session. Interesting things over here. So let's say that Ben Roth, Hanantu, who cursed that Kodesh Baruch Hu, Chas v'Shalom. And then what happens? The Apricot to Iskaya. Then he's converted. What's Talabah? Potter. Then he converted Potter. Why? What's the last? Go into the logic. Hold the Ishtan Misasa. So the ones that have halacha on the side, his whole legal framework changed. Remember again, the Rashi points out something very interesting. So we're going to translate since his legal ramifications of his legal framework changed, therefore his verdict changed as well. Take a look at Rashi. However, the Stein of the Stein Sasso, even the current number 8 effort, the dying effort below Asra, the Rabbi Anshtab and Asra, the Sanhedrin Shafar Gimel, as a Ben Noah is judged with one witness, one judge, right? One judge, and no Asra. A Jew is judged with a basis of 23, Asra and everything else. So therefore, again, since now he converted, since his legal framework changed, therefore what? His din is his halacha changed as well. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "Leah Messiah, right? Leah Messiah, right? Baruch actually didn't agree. So I said, I'm just going to see this supposed to be my idea. If the Ben Sorry Mora, if he escapes before the verdict was delivered, Lakakak, he can set the Makak from Kata. And before it goes, and when they found him, he already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. His Kata might have a what's the reason? Latin Shundani or Ishtani, because he changed. Since he physically changed, therefore what? His din changed as well. Krishna says, no, shiny papa, the other hashtag out back is already. No, it's different. Why? Because now he's in a state where he had committed that very same crime. Like, as a child, as a young man, with enhanced signs of physical maturation, he was to steal that same money. And by using it, by once, he would not be behind it at this stage. That's why he was sitting before the verdict. He finds him later on. He's going to see Papa. So touch now. And she is not, Baruch, the Akakaki, the Chakakakton, Chayiv. So ultimately, again, it's the better of if they go to the verdict, and he ran away from days before he was executed, and then they find him, and by the time that they find him, he was already exhibiting signs of further physical maturation. What's that? Chayiv. He's Chayiv. Now, why is that? Because again, our local answer is very suspenseful. And he's already, his verdict is passed, so our local answer, of course, he's going to be Chayiv. So what is it looks like, what a tremendous Mr. Haskell is. Tremendous Mr. Haskell. So the Ben Noah curses that for his father, and then he converts. What's that before? He's not subject to death penalty. Why? Because he gets the Russian of the Gemara, how will the Shtanet Dino, the Shtanet Misasa, he didn't change, and therefore his death penalty changed. What do you see from here? You see from here, this is the halakha also. Even if there is a certain din hanging over a person, there's a certain verdict hanging over a person. If you change who and what you are, ultimately, again, that din changes as well. Listen, this is very important to Marcus technically, because in general, there's a fundamental question when it comes to tshuva. Also, again, I'm a person, I commit the avera. As a person who committed an avera, I want a particular punishment. So now there's this concept of tshuva, and tshuva says that I can go ahead and change my deal. So how does that work? Judge Walton doesn't change his mind. The Rebbe doesn't change. The Rebbe is perfect. So what does it mean? If I'm highly from the death penalty, I'm highly whatever the particular omission may be, how does it work? So what's interesting the way it looks aesthetically is the din doesn't change. The din is always the same. What changes? Me. I'll give you a simple muscle. A person goes ahead and makes $100,000 a year. So $100,000 a year, you're in a particular tax bracket. Let's say the next year you make $200,000. So they will say in a different tax bracket. Has the tax law changed? No. The tax law is exactly the same. What's changed? Music. That's the whole dynamic of tshuva. The din is the din. If I remain the same person, then is the din. This is where it is. But the beautiful opportunity we have in life is that I don't have to remain the same person. I could change myself. And when I change myself, suddenly again, the deep judgment that was over here, it's still there. If I used to become that same person again, it's going to wait for me over there. But I just think there's someone different, which is the whole new set of laws, and a whole new set of realities, and a whole new set of ramifications for the regular side. That's the greatness of change, the greatness of tshuva. I can take myself from one framework to another framework. The framework is still there. The framework didn't change. I changed. So the Ben Noah who curses up comes back to fast and show. If he becomes a yid, he becomes a Yid. So at the end of the day, again, he's not holding Ishtani. He's a different person, and therefore a separate set of demons. When we become Balu Tshuva, when we change, when we uplift ourselves, we just take ourselves from one framework to another framework. What's the incredible thing in the world? Let's go right there. So, Tom Kashma, Ben Rothschild, because Havelo, or Ishtavel, this guy, Papa, see to this. Ben Roth, Andrew, he goes there and hits his fellow Andrew. What can he do about you? With the wife of his fellow Andrew. And then what happens? So, obviously, getting himself into a whole boatload of trouble over here. And once then he decides to convert. Now, what case is taking this guy? I'm not exactly sure, right? But the nice, again, he goes ahead and he converts. What's the Allah? Potter. He's Potter, right? She's Potter from all of these things. Why? And also, what's the logic over here? The logic over here is that halacha, remember, if he converts as a Jew who goes ahead and hits the Ben Yah, or a Jew who commits adultery with the wife of the Ben Yah, is not subject to a death penalty. So therefore, halacha says that Ben Yah is subject to a death penalty. Now, halacha is not subject to these halachas. So death penalties also can be, certainly this guy if a Ben Yah hit a Jew, or a Ben Yah committed adultery with the wife of a Jew, and then he breaks, he still goes to be liable. So we're liable. Why? Because again, these are actions of how he committed as a Jew, he also be liable. Says he's liable as a Jew, he's liable. Why? Name of all the Ishtani. Why would you go ahead and say they changed? They changed. They rendered Dino Unisasa, Dino Unisasa. So in order to apply this metrical change, it has to be that both the din and the death penalty changes. The high Dino Ishtani, Unisasa Ishtani. Here, the particular process of this judgment, they changed, but the death penalty still remains the same. Quite fascinating. So Krishna was happening, Parasai, Bhakta, Sai, is in the death penalty itself. Right, when you kill someone, says Ben Yah to the Sai, and now he has to be Chai Sai. Remember, Ben Yah is what told us a little while ago. Ben Yah was always executed with Sai. So as a Gentile with Sai, and as a Jewish Sai, or Asia's Jewish, or the adultery as a Ben Yah, it's Sai. The hashtag, it has to be strangulation. So it's different between what I said right now in the white lines. They are on the Ulasa. So what's I talking about here when you can really go to the Nara and the Ulasa? The EB is skilled. The EB is skilled. Both of the Nara as well as the Jew have the concept of skill for Nara and the Ulasa. The also can be to the HS Kabbalah. But it says it's really this same act with the Islam comparable to HS Kabbalah. Allah, Kala the Hamula Nation Shaykha. So it's a Rabbi, we say again, interestingly enough, a more lenient penalty is automatically dragged from all or included with a more severe one. How do you call that? I'm going to say Kama. That's why I want to say that Sayyid is more common than Kama. And what we should have been with Kama might be right? We had all this before. Because it really says that Kama, strangulation is more common than Sayyid. What do you say? We should have said that Kama is international. Amar, Polisa, Murphy, New York, Ela, Ela, Khala. What's your name? So not the criminals come in the national all the New York, always put together. So which one is each and you call it like the hashtag? Some of the case when Ben Roth committed adultery with the wife of Israel, and then he converted because when he was a Ben Roth or he's a Jew, control that Kanak. So it's Elu Atzeach and you call it Kanak Vashta Sayyid. Well, exactly. But according to this, as a Ben Roth, the murder, he would be hiding Kanak, and now as a Jew, he would be hiding Sayyid. So which means it's not a problem. Kala the Kamura Mishak Shaykha. Again, we assume that Sayyid is a more unique form of death penalty than Kanak. And therefore, being a more unique one is agreeing with the more common one. Let me say, like, Sarfa, Yakakat Badla. And the says, it's Tidon the Kanak. So the Gemara says, Tidon the Kanak. The Skila not Kamala. So she would reject the Kanak and not with Skila. Why not with Skila? Lam should have the Ishtani. It must be because of myself to my Nara Rasa side. Nara Rasa, what was the committee of adultery that she was involved in? So what that about? She's judged with Kanak. Right? The Gemara says, why not Skila? Lam should have the Ishtani. Because she changed from Nara to a Bulgaris. So coach came up the Ishtani the Gana. And the more so in this case, where the change was quickly. How may we open on Tani Tidon the Skila. So ultimately, again, so the said the Tana, you write instead, write subject to Skila. Incredible. Also, what's the takeaway? The takeaway side, when we quickly over there, what's the takeaway? Takeaway is like this. God, what Mason can get a piece of that sort of moral, and then he escapes. and you find him later on, what do you do with it? So the answer is it depends. If his verdict is passed, right, and you escape before execution, when you find him, you execute him. If you escape before the verdict is passed, then what do you do? It depends. If you find him before you develop before the time of physical maturation, you pass the verdict and you kill him. But if you escape before the verdict is passed, and now he developed further signs of physical maturation, since he has changed, right? Things have changed, you can no longer judge him as it is so anymore. And there's other cases that, and there's other cases like that. And the Benoach crosses up the Mishparim and then converts. The Benoach goes ahead and hits his friend, right? Or commits adultery and converts. Similar types of cases. Beautiful. Let's go. Let's start Mora. This is interesting. This Mishnah feels like it should have been at the beginning of this entire class, but I think we're going to do it. Let's start Mora. We do not change cell phone. And then Mora is executed not as much because of what he has done, but because of what he has done.
Yo, what up? Flex, how you living, pimp? Absolutely, you teaching clavicular how to look maps on kick? Baby, I'm the top of the pyramid, and how do you look better than this? Dog, I wake up and shit excellence. I don't need to break bones in my face. I'm already as good looking as you can get. Everything else is downhill. Slanging dick like it's going out of style. Dog, Flax, I'm going viral. And I know I always tell you that, but you're like, okay, Rabbi, how are you going to do it this time? So, probably, I'm not sure. Can you hear me? All right. So I've been doing a lot of promotion on Twitter Spaces. If you know what that is, it's the audio function of Twitter. And what I figured I should start doing, which I think is pretty smart, is going to people who have podcasts who say, hey, want to be on my podcast? They'll like tweet it out. And then just connecting with them. So I potentially have 2 podcasts lined up now. And I'm just going to keep doing that and doing the podcast rounds. And just, eventually somebody's going to hear me on one of these audiences and be like, wait, you've been live for almost 5 years on 20 different streams. And it's like, yep. You mean I can watch your life what it was like during the pandemic? Yeah. You mean I can watch your life what it was like when the Queen died? Yep. You mean I can see what your life was like when the war started? Absolutely. And not only can you see what my life is like, but I keep a radio background 24/7, so you literally have watermarks for every important historical event for the last 5 years. And they're going to say, okay, well, what else do you have? And I'm going to say, I have more data than anybody else as well, and more social media. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. You cannot type the term Rabbi Rothschild in Kick without it getting immediately deleted by a moderator. They don't have that for Hitler. They don't have that for the N-word, but they have it for me, and I'm quite proud of that. $100%. And I don't even know what I've done is all that bad. But they if you really want to know, let me just give you a breakdown of what happened with Kick. People used to tell me you should go on Kick, but when I was looking into it, they didn't archive your footage, so it wasn't that big of a deal to me. Well, later on, I figured, okay, I'll start doing this. But I don't just stream on one stream because I have so many devices, and I like to give people like 360-degree views of my life. I stream on multiple accounts. So I did that, which was not at the time against the terms and conditions of Kick. You could have alternate accounts. This was back in the day. So I stuck. Go ahead, Vic. 100%. I want world peace.
There's a lack of presence. Right? He was
100%. I want world peace in Israel. I want world peace in Ukraine. I want world peace in Venezuela. I want world peace in Cuba. I want world peace everywhere. I don't want anybody to die anywhere. And that may seem like a pipe dream, but it's an easily defensible take, and it's something that I truly believe. If I could make it with the snap of my fingers, I would create a world where no one would die if they didn't want to. I wish I could prevent all suffering for all humans in the world. I'm just one individual. And this is the platform that I use to be able to promote peace everywhere. And so that's kind of my stance. And if you think about it, it's the only stance that you can really have. That like you can that you can close your eyes and feel good about. Oh, 100%. Yeah, it happened September 10th, 2025. I was listening to the radio as it happened, and immediately went on Twitter, saw what occurred, and then did some deep dives for the next few weeks, watching a lot of podcasts regarding it. And that's what I do whenever there's a historical event. I do my best to give my viewers, either now or in the future, the best opportunity to be able to learn as much about the event as they can. And then from there, we do our best to move on.
The Torah says, let him die innocent.
Yeah, absolutely. How are things on Kick? You rake it in huge amounts of money? Excellent. What do you think of clavicular? Word, dog. Word, dog. My man, okay, you and I have been, like, we know Kick really, really well. Really well. Like, and you don't go from 0 followers to 250,000 followers overnight. It just doesn't happen. And nobody knows who this prick is. I hate to say it, but, like, no one. He literally has bought his way into the good graces of Kick. Straight up bought it. And Kick's fine with that, apparently. You and I both know that you don't, like even people who work at it, they have to be streaming for like days and days and days to build up to 250,000 followers. Dog, flex. You and I both know everybody who is in the top 10 on Kick is botting. It is a bot competition. Everybody. If you look, it is. It is, and it is with YouTube as well. It's with all of them, but it's basically a competition of who can bot themselves the most. He has a lot of money, and he has a lot of influence because of that money. So he can go to different news outlets and have them do interviews about him, and he can get promoted. But nevertheless, his stuff isn't that interesting. How much are you going to talk about microdermabrasion on your face that is all that interesting? I mean, at a certain point, you're just sitting there in front of a camera reading a chat, just like anybody else. And if you ever look at his chat, it's very easy to see people who bought their own chat. You're going to see tons of emojis and repetitive statements, and that's what you see in his stuff. He's bought his popularity. Look, Flex, if I give you $10 million and said, all you have to do is get popular, it'd be very easy for you to do that. You would go to the NBA and say, hey, here's $100,000. Just give me a mention. You would go to Channel 5 and say, hey, here's $100,000. Just give me a mention. You would go to Kick and you'd say, look, I'm not going to build up my account. Just give me 250,000 followers and I'll do a 30-day live stream. I'm all over and I'll help bring attention to your platform. And Eddie is going to get on his hands and knees and appreciate you because there's nothing going on Kick. It's the same old people. It's the same old garbage. And I love Kick. It's my favorite of all platforms. But I'm just telling you, I see this all day long. It's the same stuff. Nobody's doing anything that interesting. So, of course, Kick is going to be appreciative if you bring in somebody else who's new. And on top of that, they're not doing the whole Twitch thing. They're doing just Kick. That's incredibly valuable to Eddie and the team. So I get that. But at the end of the day, he's just buying influence. It's as simple as that. Look, you've got somebody, I'll just put it this way, Amaranth, who was an icon on Twitch, who is on, who bots herself, and I can tell you how badly she bots herself, but I'm going to at least say this. She's been live streaming on Kick for years, and she has 250,000 followers. How is it that this is a woman who has done all kinds of stuff, raised dogs, done bikini shoots, all kinds of stuff, and she has 250,000 followers, and then this kid from Miami who nobody knows about, who hammers his face every morning, comes in and has the exact same amount? It doesn't happen that way. You and I both know that. And so Kick itself makes rules for thee, not for me. Here's what they do. They say to somebody who's like a nobody who comes in and bots themselves, boom, you get stopped for botting and you get a ban or whatever. But for people who perhaps may make the platform more enhanced or have a spotlight or whatever it is and get in other media, they're going to bend over backwards. Here's another one, which is absolutely ridiculous. Jack Doherty, or that prick, he literally was in a car accident looking at his phone against terms and conditions about doing violent or dangerous acts. I was in Eddie's live stream at the time when it happened. Immediately they banned Jack Doherty for what they said was life. It was a permanent ban. And then they release it 3 days later. And then he gets into some kind of fight, and they put it up again and say it's permanent, and now he's back on. It's kind of a joke that if you have enough money and you have enough influence, they will drop those bans against you faster than you can shake a stick at. When if you're a small-time creator, you're done, and if you ever try to come back, they are going to ensure that you continue to ban. And then that's just, in my opinion, it's ridiculous. For somebody out there who shows a football game, a Super Bowl, or some kind of college basketball game or whatever, and they say that's copyright infringement, or you listen to a song or whatever, and then you lose your account because of that. And just because you don't have the same financial backing as some of these big guys, they get to play by different rules. Am I envious of it? I'll just say this. It's just not fair. I don't really care, but it's just, I'm going to call a spade a spade. That's how it works. What is that? Not to my knowledge.
And once the buddy steals someone's stuff, like the whole world is going to so therefore the thief says, I'm a so therefore every thief knows that the homeowner is going to...
Well, it hurts people like you. Go ahead. Yeah, you love this television tropes. They all have been. There's only a limited amount. There's only a limited amount of stories that you can tell that haven't had, a good guy versus a bad guy, or a bad guy versus a good guy, a love story involved. You can mix and match them, but at the end of the day, they're all the same. It's like Legos. There are only a finite amount of Legos, and you can mix and match them to make your Lego creation, but at the end of the day, they all are blocks. And this is well, I mean, some people are just living their life and they just live in here with me. Other people are here on their lunch hour. Other people just leave their cameras on. But yeah, I mean, we are growing. Certainly, we're approaching 3,000 people in Discord. And you know what? Frankly, that's a pretty big Discord for one individual. So I'm quite proud of that. Do I think you buy? If you do, you don't do it enough, so you're not really the target of my feelings. And frankly, the situation hurts someone like you, who is perhaps doing the streaming in the correct way, but no one is going to find out about you on the top 20 streamers on Kick because somebody's got deeper pockets than you do, and they're going to ensure that they are promoted higher. It hurts you directly. Baby, when you're at the pinnacle of the pyramid, what do I need that for? But no, I'm open to it. But like, as you understand, I'm sure with peptides, like the ones that are currently out now, they've made some development, but like you lose a lot of muscle mass. I'm like waiting for people to work these things out. Then I'll take the peptides and I'll be rail thin with huge muscles. But you, excellent question. You know Kill Tony? Yeah, it's amazing. It is the largest live podcast in the world. It takes place every Monday from the Joe Rogan mothership in Austin, Texas, and it's like Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, of course, and it's just interesting to see these big-time comedians alongside people who are just starting out. Some of the people have been doing it for years, but sometimes it's their first time ever, and they're in Madison Square Garden. Sometimes Kill Tony takes place in arena shows, and they're in like the biggest place that you could be, and it's the first time that they've ever performed stand-up comedy, and it's just really interesting to see. So I've been watching a lot of that, and then I've been teaching a lot of classes, 87 straight days on Kabbalah, which is Jewish mysticism, and so that's been taking up a lot of my time. I also watch Jewish lectures constantly. I keep them on 24/7, so that's what I've got going on those devices. I like other podcasts. I like some MMA podcasts. Did you watch the fight night on Saturday? Basically, it's the study of Jewish mysticism, Kabbalah, which is a series of books and teachings going back about 800 years to the 13th century, but even before that as well. And it's really some of the more ornate ways of Jewish understanding. and interpretation of Torah and Talmud. Do I think you could get into the Kugel Bakovich? If you want to. What do you mean? Baby, I see everybody as subhuman in comparison to me. Absolutely, my friend. You take care, Flack. Love you too. Shout out to your stream and shout out to your chat. Shout out to Flack.
Because there's no simultaneity. Why is no simultaneity? When does the theft occur? When does the theft occur? When he picks it up. When does the Kol Shabbos occur? Only when he takes it out of Nigel. So because there's no simultaneity, there's no killing his out of and therefore Allah is higher for both. See what it says? Hayim and Gara of the Yotze Potter. But if you drag the money bag out, right? If you drag it out, so that remember, you're only chayiv before you neighbor when you lift
what up, Miss Aquarius?
or move it into a different domain. In this case, there will be simultaneity because he's dragging it. Therefore, the moment that it crosses my threshold into which
Miss Aquarius.
Theft and Chilul Shabbos occur together.
You're good. How's your day going? Excellent. So far, so good. I just about. So I started up my streams. Yeah, so that happens. My browser will crash, and for whatever reason, yeah, just it happens. Especially when I'm doing a lot on this device. I'm streaming on 2 different YouTubes while simultaneously in this Discord call. And if I don't restart my computer regularly, or it will crash on me. But additionally, it's very interesting when I have to do an update on the device. Immediately, the device doesn't work as well. Like when they're like Google will put out an update, and immediately I'll know that there's an update because there's a delay in my speech on the stream. So yeah, that's just what I've been doing, and I'm trying to connect with these guys for these podcasts, and hopefully I'll be able to at least do one of them today. And the guy who just came in, he's a kick streamer. That wasn't a podcast, but he comes in here every once in a while and asks me questions, and we just check up on each other. And so, yeah, just keep. Yeah, he has. Two years. Yeah, we started this. Let's see here in 2024. In June of, it was like July of 2024. And so I've been streaming a lot longer than that, but it's really hard in this Aquarius to get people in your Discord if it's small. It's like, it's an uphill battle. And one of the reasons why is because people want to be in a place that's lively, that has action. And if you only have 10 people in there, nobody's going to want to do that. So, and then how do you get new people to join? You know, like especially online, people just don't want to click a random link and they don't know where it's going or whatever. So basically I started promoting my Discord on different social media and getting new people in here in less than you're good. In about a year and a half or a year and 3/4, we're approaching 3,000 people, which is really great. It's bigger than I would have thought that it would have been at one point. So that's good, and it just continues to grow. So that's great.
I'll tell you, don't kill him. Listen, I watch that twice a one. Right?
Yes, well, thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Rather than saying nothing, it says like this. If it is as clear as the
No.
sun that the guy loves you, he's not going to kill you, then don't kill him. But if it's not as clear as the sun, how gay kill him.
What's going on? Tell him to back off.
It is as clear as the sun. But if it is not as clear as the sun, they're going to kill you. You can't kill them. According to the second Brisa, if there's any suffering, you can kill him first. I will say, those are two pretty dramatically different Brisas. So what do you do with this? Look at on the base. I'll say, look at this. On the base. Great. On the base, 10 minutes to go. On the
Chase, he's back.
Everything depends on what the is. Right? We're talking about a father stealing from the son. And yes, when the father steals from the son, it's absolutely certain the father will never kill the son. So
You might be done. Right? But
the father is never going to kill his son. So if the son
Just
steals
step away.
and his father's in his house, totally means
Yeah, the son is not leaving. That's where
because
it's
the
due.
son knows that a father will never take the life of his son. May steal from his son. So you see what you see when you're parents sometimes do mistreat their children.
Yes, ma'am.
It does happen. So sometimes parents knowingly or unknowingly will mistreat their children. But one thing you can count on is that when it's a father towards his child, a father will never kill his child. On the other hand, if the son breaks into his father's house, that's a bullshit. Sometimes a son can kill a father. So it's such a heavy Gemara. And so therefore again, if there's a father, the son knows with absolute certainty his father is not going to kill him, and therefore again the son has no license to kill the father. On the other hand, the halacha when says the son breaking into the father's home, we don't know. We don't necessarily know what the son may be prepared to do. Incredible. Called the Asiyali Mala Naftara, had little name the Barnera, Khalil Bashima. So that says, anyone who breaks into my house, I'm going to kill. Except if it's that Khalil Bashima. Okay, such an interesting compliment, right? Anyone else who breaks into my house, I'm going to take him now. Except if the thief is a Khalil Bashima. What's my time? What's the reason? Even if we should be tzaddik, maybe because of Khalil Bashima is a tzaddik, but obviously he wouldn't be such a tzaddik. So that's when he breaks into someone else's house. Ella, we should be king of the Rabbi. I like to Rabbi. This is such a touching Gemara. That says because I know that the Khalil Bashima loves me like a father. I just want to say, it's so beautiful like this. I know that Khalil Bashima loves me like a father, so I know that even if he were to break into my home, I know that halacha l'maisa, he would not go ahead and take my life. So that's what you also see from here is, apparently there could be other relationships outside of an actual father-child relationship where someone can love you like a father. So it does exist. There's nothing like a father's love. Right? So the father's love is unique, the parent's love is unique. But apparently you're right, there are other people who could love me with that unconditional, non-judgmental love, like a father loves his son. Incredible. I'm saying incredible. So much to say about this, but I'm going to lose my job if I don't go. So Damim Lo, made Mekol Bein B'Shabbos, Ein L'Dam Bein Mekol Bein B'Shabbos. So once again, it says all of these halachas. So essentially, once again, what we have over here is as follows. The metric we adopt is like this. So someone breaks into your home surreptitiously. Your understanding is that the person is going to stand up and defend their property, which means that anyone who's breaking into my home secretly is ready to kill me. Because they're ready to kill me, therefore, what I have the halakha obligation to kill them first. But when are you allowed to take life of the thief? Only when you are not 100% sure that they come in peace. If I'm 100% sure that they come in peace, then I can't kill them. The only real example of that is like a father or someone who loves you like a father. Otherwise, if you're not sure, defend your life at all costs. Now the Gemara says these halachas apply both by Shabbos and by weekday. So the Gemara says Bishlam B'Shabbos it's there. So it says open up the ayahs and then allowed to take the life of the thief, whether it's Shabbos or weekday. That makes sense. Why don't we get qualification? It's true. It's not like time, we need to have everyday basing. Because you want to say this is kind of like execution by basing. Just like basing is wanting to execute someone, so too if the thief is coming in, and I don't know 100% that he comes in peace, I'm allowed to kill him. So this is like I become like the Din. I'm going like the Din. So I'm gonna thought the Shabbos look up Dinon. So I'm gonna thought that Din doesn't execute on Shabbos. Maybe I can't kill this thief on Shabbos. Come on, Shlomo, what's the first white line? He got Dinon that I can. Ella Donim Mo Din B'Cholin B'Shabbos. So also, but again, the case I'm not allowed to kill the thief, and it was liability for killing the thief. So now the halakha applies on Shabbos and very easy. You might say, I understand what's the Kiddush. Hashta B'Cholok Hakli B'Shabbos B'Bay. If I can't kill him during the week, I certainly can't kill him on Shabbos. It means it's like this. So let's say somebody breaks into my home on Shabbos and then the wall collapses on him. So it's clear that he was going to kill me. I can't remove the rubble from him. Now, luckily, because he is liable to a death penalty. But if I'm not sure if he came to kill me, or sure that he didn't come to kill me, again, I can remove the rubble in order to save his life even on Shabbos. Ten Rabbanon. Veruka b'chol adam. Umeis b'chol misar. Shati yachol ami. So once again, this is incredible. Ruben breaks into my home. Now what happens? Shimon, my neighbor, sees Ruben breaking into my home. So what's the halacha? Shimon, my neighbor, has the right to kill Ruben. It's not just me, the homeowner, who has the right to kill Ruben. Even someone else has the right to kill Ruben. Not only that, but he's allowed to kill Ruben. I don't know about to I kill Ruben with any way we need to. So the Mishnah so that I understand why the Torah needs to teach me that anyone is allowed to execute Ruben. After all, it's not that kind of thing. I might have thought the license to kill the thief is only for the Balabas. Only for me, the Balabas. But other people don't have a right. Kamash Mono they do. Which by the way makes sense. Why Kamash on the road they prove that will remember, once Ruben is breaking into my home, he has the status of what? Of a road dave. Once he's a road dave, then anyone has the right to go ahead and execute him, even my neighbor. So, let's say again, why do I need a special leader that teaches me to kill him? Anyway, you need to kill him. So, I can learn this from a murder. Let's talk about murder. Let's say this is someone in general. So, we don't kill children. Now, we need to be executed by basing. There's a particular type of misa, right? Let's say, whatever the type of whatever the regular crime. Let's say we're going to hire to cite decapitation. But let's say, for whatever the reason, basing doesn't have a sword. So what do they do? You execute him, and you can execute him. So they must decide your motion, I don't know if you can execute someone with a prescribed death penalty. How do I know that if I can't execute Ruben with the prescribed penalty, that I can go ahead and execute him however you can execute him? Most you must come up. Pasuk says, execute him however you need to execute him. To which the Gemara says, no. So therefore, we'll say, same thing over here, by the thief, kill him however you need to kill him. So she says, no, shiny Hassan, then when most you must. It's different. Because the execution of Torah uses the Rothschild most you must. And what is most you must? That double option teaches me that even if you can't give the proper death penalty, it isn't the right to execute him however you can execute him. So once we learn from this, learn from Rothschild that when someone is liable to a death penalty, just kill them however you can kill them. Because you will say there's also God Adam. Remember again, right? Ruben kills Shimon accidentally. The relatives of Shimon have the right to seek revenge from Ruben. And by Gol Adam also, they have the ability to kill Ruben however they want to do it. Say, what do you have over here? You have two psukim that teach you the same concept. And Gol Adam, what do they teach you? That whenever someone is liable to a death penalty, if you can't give them the prescribed death penalty, then what? You can kill them wherever you want. So we'll say, what is this called? This is called Shnei Ksuvin Abon Ke'achot. I have two mitzvahs, or two halachos that teach you the same thing. So the Gemara says, now what's the halachot? The whole Shnei Ksuvin Abon Ke'achot ain't melamdin. And what's in general, whenever you have two psukim that teach you the same concept, you can actually eat the principle from them. Machteres ain't and machteres. God will cut it. Got people in you. So they will say again, but Allah says, therefore, we will say again, we're going to carry for Allah here. Number one, not only is the homeowner permitted to kill the thief, but who else is? Anyone else. Why? Because the thief has the status of a relative. That's halakha number one. Halakha number two, how do you kill the thief? How do you kill him? However you need to. however you need to. Two part of the lock. So another part of the lock. Another part of the Machteres. In the Machteres. And also, I don't even know if the thief is tunneling in. When the says, Gadol, Chatzero, Chatifo Minai, how do I know that it is coming through my roof, my chatzor, my carpet? How do I know? Even if he's not tunneling, it's coming through a window that I can also kill him. Talmud Himatzi Hagonav Mikamakom. The pasuk says Himatzi. However you find the thief, wherever the thief is found, you'll have to execute him. MK Matamor Machteres. If that's the case, then why does the pasuk say Machteres? If they shall know Ganovim, you see Machteres. You know the majority of thieves tunnel. Torah just spoke about the normal way that it's done. Tanya Idak Machteres, any Machteres. God will cut you the Kafit Minayim. I only know that if he tunnels in. Hello, if you come through the window, if you look out through the roof, Talmud he must have done of Mikomokum. I in came Matamor Machteres. So ultimately, again, if that's the case, then why does it say Machteres? Because Machtereso Zohi Hasra also. Oh. Because remember, if you're tunneling, just know that's your hasra. If you're tunneling, the Torah itself has already said that halakha l'maisa, you are warned. I was like, we have to stop over here for today. But l'maisa, this is not going to end. This is going to lead into the next subject, which is, does the thief require hasra? Is your hasra necessary in this case? And what I suggest, tunneling in, by definition, is your hasra. No further hasra. That's what we'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach. Okay, great run. All right, Kevin, I'm going to distract all of you. I'm trying to Mazel Tov on your grandmother's wedding. Mazel Tov. Kevin, trying to ask him to his grandmother today. London? Oh, okay. Next, got it. Baruch Hashem, good. Advance Mazel Tov. Shlach everyone. Sorry? Baruch Hashem.
I'm not upset. I'll see you later, okay?
This is interesting. Seems like it could be fixed. One more time for Marcus Solent, everybody. What's going on? Just getting right outside before the show. Like smoking weed, doing stuff, fun stuff. Hell yeah. I got like 8 times for a drive for Uber. Makes that more fun. Not a good Uber driver, I'm pretty bad. I got a 2-star rating. Picking people up late, dropping them off on location. They're always mad, like, this is not what I put in my phone. I'm looking at my phone, like, shit, my phone's on airplane mode. Are you saying that again? Sure, you're not going to the airport. My favorite thing to do, I like behind masturbating. That's my favorite thing to do. Okay, we'll talk strategy after this is up. You don't know, it feels really good to get high before you masturbate. It's amazing. I call it weed wagging. It's great. I noticed something about drugs. Like every time a drug gets a street name, and that street name's a person's name, it's always female. You ever notice that? Like Molly, or Lucy, or Mary Jane. Like I've never had anything like it. Everyone smokes some Dave. There he is, Marcus Solent, everyone. Fuck yeah, welcome back, Marcus. Hey, you were just on the show recently, right? A couple weeks ago. Yeah, what did we find out about you? Remind us of what stole the show during your interview. It was something about my sexual life that I understand. Yeah, what happened? Tell these people we all it was about my lack of going down on certain somebody. That's why he refused to eat your wife's pussets. Well, what? We're not married, and it's not a refuse thing. It's more just like a mutual agreement, you know? Is it really mutual? Marcus, I love it when you don't eat my pussy. She said that before, yeah. How did you get in trouble? What did she say about it? She didn't like the things I said during the interviews. What did she say exactly? What was her take on it? She just felt like I was throwing her under the bus, which I wasn't trying to do, but I don't know. I just kept digging myself deeper and deeper holes, and I was like, oh, fuck. I know what hole you're not in. That's true. Keeps that fucking beard nice and clean. It's like chai. It takes culture. Hell yeah. I love it. So, Marcus, welcome back to the show. Are you really an Uber driver? I used to drive Uber, and then the car I was driving got hit, and it was parked, and then my new car doesn't qualify anymore, so it was. Okay. What do you do for work now? Right now, I'm working for a part-time moving company, where, it's kind of like Uber, where if you want to just, hire people to come to your house and move shit, they can do it, no background checks and shit, so yeah, it's kind of, yeah. But you never did Uber Eats, right? You just did Uber Finger. Mutual. You know this fucking guy, Mutual? She doesn't want it. How long have you been with this girl, Marcus? 3 years. 3 years? Yeah. And what did we find out? What ethnicity is she? She's black. Haven't they been through enough already? Now you're out there not eating pussies, Marcus. I know. I felt really bad during February not doing it, but my goodness. How about International Women's Day? Did you do it today? No, but I did let her fuck me in the ass, so I figured that. Is that true? No, it's not. Oh, okay. Alright. That would be at least something we could talk more about. What else about you, Marcus? What did we not find out that you think would be interesting for us to know about you? What did we not find out? I think did we talk about me being from Germany last time? No. Did we? How old were you when you moved over there? I was 5, so I didn't speak English, and all the kids at school called me a Nazi. Do you still speak German? I do, yeah. Okay. Do you do it in the bedroom at all? It's not a sexy language. I don't know, man. I've tried it, and it just makes it worse than it already is. So I was like, I don't know if I want to. Can you give us an example of you talking romantically in the bedroom? How do you say you're almost 69? Yeah, 69. It's wow. Yeah. It's not a sexy language, man. My goodness gracious. Do you feel bad at all about not eating pussy? I mean, this game is so much more trouble than last week. It's honestly, it's a mutual thing. Like, we don't do the, no one's ever going to do it. You mean it's mutual, it's just more simple dick, right? Yeah, they're all okay, let's make a deal. It's a make a deal. It's a make a deal. It's a compromise of sorts. You don't go down on her and she doesn't go down on you. Right? I know, right? Interesting. Yeah, but you don't crave it. Crave eating pussy? Yeah. Mine is everywhere. Sometimes when I'm high, I'm like, maybe I should just go for it, but I don't know. I'm tired. Yeah, it's like, don't you when you're high? That's gross. Yeah, I got that. I got that around bad eyes. And if he doesn't like it and he gets high, he's going to look at it. He's going to freak out. I did it on mushrooms a few years ago. I did it once on mushrooms like a couple years ago, and that was, it was weird. It was fucking, this is for babies that come out. That's how it's not to go. The earth canal. when I got, I went into the hospital for it, according to my surgeon, it was the size of 2 softballs. Whoa, my God, I can't believe you got up here faster than every other comedian today. You had such a strong pace. I thought he had a big rap center. I love it. So what's going on today? Bobby, are you from like a suburb of Austin? No, I came here with a bunch of comedians from Dallas. Okay. I originally started in Houston, but like I said, I'm in Dallas now. It's incredible. You're doing really good, huh? Yes. Was your first month good? Yes, my first month was at an open mic in Houston, and I went up to just like try it out because I had my homies ideas and stuff, and I went to go up and try it, and I did good. You seem like you're in full control up here. Thank you. Really cool. What do you like to do for fun?
What up, legend? What up, legend? How you living? How you living?
Everybody knows I put my mouth towards open.
What's good, son? What's good, son? Okay, I hope all is well. Hope all is well.
Physical like crazy, so I've been looking at walking down like, man, my brother's a 32, depends. I mean, 32. Dude, should they be? They're actually 30. I knew it. I knew it. I just didn't want to say that shit. What kind of dog is the worst? 2 trains. I have 2 Shih Tzus. One was a cross with a train Shih Tzu. Small dogs. And they're not acceptable. They're adorable, but they're not. They're assholes. And they're inbred. They're inbred. You gotta hold on. Yeah, but me, myself, and Irene last night.
You're right, it does look like his mustache could just peel off.
Yeah. I did. I just got married a month ago. Congratulations. That's cool. Gay marriage. You're in Texas. Yeah, it's more of a tax break than anything, but or something? Celebrating anyway? Like a honeymoon or something like that? We're going to Europe as soon as we can, honestly. Okay, yeah. Alright. Yep. Anyway, you gotta get up Berlin and do some Dutch stuff. But you are sexually active with your husband.
Wait, what do you mean sentence? It's so fast. Let's back up and talk about his stuff. Was that like some S&M shit? What do you mean with that kind of stuff?
Describe Dungeons and Dragons. Without the shame of not fucking, there's a lot of negatives. You have to go like the back of the subway, just act like, oh, I'm feel bad about it. Swing good.
Wait, you just go swing naked?
No, you fucked up too. What do you get, like an STD vaccine before going in there or something? Cross your fingers or something. Okay, hell yeah. The old cross your fingers and just spread your cheeks. Yeah. So you go to Europe for to football some swings. Yeah. That's fun. I mean, you can do that in a park. Yeah, you can do that in Martin Springs. Very Colton, fun set, really good jokes. There you go, Colton, howling everybody. On to the next one we go. Moving forward. Right now, somewhere, David Green is getting eyebrows drawn onto his face. I just got confirmation it was done. Wow, it's already done? Yeah. Wow. How exciting. I requested the rock. Oh, well. It's really going to sort of mess it up if you think about it. It's going to look like shit on his face instead of eyebrows. All good. Ladies and gentlemen, Snap-Toe Robbins is next on Tilted.
Officer to you referring all of you this morning to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. It's your thank our annual conference. Children's Rothschild Society and Publishing of Brussels this year is a Swiss for the slowest tables for Israel. And the first office for the month of about the Stephen and Jason parents, Israel Jason, Dina Jason, and Roses Swagger, and many of the Stanley Roses Swagger on the level. All the running sponsors, Dr. Adam K. Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard Site, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Charlotte, then Steve Bush, and Rabbi, Nathan, and many founders, Ben Affleck, Father Baruch Mordecai, Ben Molina. Many sponsors for today: Sherry Applebaum, many of his beloved mother, Rosie Applebaum, Rothschild, Bass, the families in the and with that, let us begin today's incredible job today. We are picking up on Sunday, days 63 to 3. We are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 ones up on the bottom. So we're not going to move up the again, we're not going to move up the copy. Bless every fear of our army device. Here, Ali is sitting with them. He wants to my wife. He asked the following question. He read this is the fascinating what is the halacha if an Achim hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayinis? Right, so if the Achim comes over to the events, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. You need to smash these barrels of yayinis. What is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept the wages from his life? So let's remember again. In yesterday's class, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity or dealing with items that themselves may be survivors. Here, the Achim is asking me to do something with the IMS Act, or he's asking me to destroy the IMS. And the day before, said, am I allowed to count those persons? The Gemara says, no, what's the law of me and the empty with us become us? This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the IMS. Now, why do I want the existence of the IMS? Some people have the barrels which are great on their own. I would lose the opportunity to break them, I lose the IMS. So on one hand, it's just enough. I want the existence of the IMS. So because I want it, therefore, then maybe that makes the person say, well, look at Rashi. We have been on Kiva, 3 lines up from the bottom of Rashi. He says, there are lots of the Kiva Shachar say, Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shalom Yishtab, look on Shalom Leah. I don't know, Ruben doesn't want him to break the house. Actually, Shalom Leah, he was also. So do we say that since the Jew actually was. Well, it's interesting to think about this, right? The Jew actually was the Yain Nesach for remaining in existence. I don't want it to go from this, right? So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yain Nesach, and therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, oh, the amount, holding the addictive flush tackle, this is the restructuring, and yes, structuring level of desire. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, one can also make existence, but again, ultimately, to describe what desire is in the natural process, ultimately, again, should be fascinating. Oh, no. So Nachman says, Yishmar B'Kol I'm not going to say, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell a brother you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to Zara, and that is a good thing. Take the money and go. And that's let me say that. Let's see what I'm Eight urgent let's say again, an active plans to lie. Lying is forbidden. So we had session just 2 days ago. Let's say, for example, we can get the date cards. That's how we might be forbidden next year. So if the forbidden problem is planting, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist in the family. Over things like, oh, you know, you need to assist on the third. They can't do that. How about some of them? 64. About opening of the what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot that I am allowed to do the sheets. About opening, להשליך על ידי באף הגבולות שבקרים שלי אחרי הלין עכשיו. Let's say you hire someone, it's so good. They got a time for that. So let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though you get paid for working with the life, right? And I want the existence of the because if the client's not uprooted, oh, I use that for myself. So the Gemara says. So if from here, this is not. But nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in destruction, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed itself. So Moshe said, you are second one from the top 65. So you are on money, who's the baby? So you can be a farmer and a kind of lying there to raise these people home in general. Not only is there a prohibition to our charity, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate promotion, but you can't really do anything that's sustainable. For example, actually goes out over here. But let's say someone's trying to get a line, right? I'm going to lie. I'm not saying to put up a fence around the the Yeshiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence by definition is part of the scheming after them. Even though putting up a fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it's going to be us. This I really like. And nothing means meaning. The fact that he's covering the seeds with dirt, nothing should be covered. You look at you get all this stuff because it has to look like you're actively and directly participating in the driving of the king of Cuba says active pain. But the keeper says even if you do anything to sustain it. For example, put up the fence around the Kabayan, fence maybe from another Israel. And that's my kind of thing. What is it you do? Well, such other Israel Kabayan. Plus it says, do not plant Kabayan in the field. Even though it's there, and the provision of planting. Mekayim, I don't know that I'm not allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth. So like even like putting up the fence. I'm a little more low killing. So let's say so it's interesting that you learn a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of play on words. So again, you might actually kind of slicing the concept low killing. You can't do anything that ultimately again equals the existence of the life. Even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, which is something that's really versus and it is except for Shah. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even if I can keep up, any bird to keep up, the prohibition ultimately to some extent. As I said, he's going to pay me to uproot people. So the trash person sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. And says, not necessarily, no. doesn't be that in the rather Haman principle exists. Rabbanon, Rabbanon might be the ultimate very shy. No, that's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon has to put offense. Rabbanon only can be a keeper. Rabbanon can only carry signs that planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the trying to set. Some type of like supplying that. Putting the offense that holds is looking. So putting the offense in there would be a pay for that. It's certainly again something that is uprooting. So it's not going to be. Which the Gemara says, "How come asking on these values to the rest of the year? If I have to that ultimately, again, I am agreeing with you for free. Yeah, don't ask me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. That's the question. Ultimately, that is the opinion that Allah allows and you are not allowed to have favorite thing. Like, yeah, I was the meaning of it. Our most of me. So I'm not focused what most of me means. That is me. He says, don't you have this thing to you can't do something for an apple for free. You can get the free favor of destruction of all Sarah. You still can't do it. Which the message of that Buddha, Mishma Rabbi Akiva, what? The fact that you're setting yourself up for Buddha, says it's a point of view. There's nothing committed. No, you got also looking at enough for sin. About the looking tifla shepherd. The message is no, can't be Buddha. And Buddha says it's true. You can't do a faith so you can do a free gift. You can't do a free gift. But to do something to hold up with Zara, that's absolutely clear. That's a truth. That's an objective benefit. I know everybody keeps. But now, Alpha, Rabbi Akiva, our Rabbi Akiva, the kind of line was, yeah? And you take this law, shepherd, you say something like even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expensive, approach. The provision of the line. And not only can you not plant it, not only can you have to plant it yourself, but you can put it as to sustain it. You have to agree to uproot the line, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of impurity, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the acting. Which the Gemara says is so low there is nothing for us to go ahead and discuss it. It's great. This phrase is so immediate. This is like the community equivalent of like a mentor. Pseudo me. That's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So it's very interesting. So therefore, what this means is let's so as we discussed, this whole story by the priest and Apple wants to break his vows of Galileans. He asks me, he wants to hire a new Jew to go and break his will to pay me $50 a barrel. But it doesn't matter, it's not. So remember, on one hand, it's one, because therefore that means only one to continue the existence of the Galileans. And benefiting from the Holy Zone. On the other hand, I'm just trying to hold this up. But Nasman said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of the result of that matter a prohibited item, even though yes, I do want to continue the existence of the INS, I get it. I want to break it. I want to break it. I don't want to try to do it. I don't want to uproot it. And nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do the activities against each of them to keep the persons because the destruction of people, the destruction of the Torah, the destruction of the tradition ultimately is a big thing. It says you get paid and cover Allah. So let's say there is it really is such an interesting idea, like kind of how the Western society and that is important. Members of society, just as zero person integrated society, we should always take the approach of living. Yes, you're right. Not about religion, nor is it nor is it just place to stand in judgment. I think that's the lifestyle choice. This is a live and that's to assume that has to be all those things. On the other hand, so also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to pollute this inner world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be free. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. You know, some of these people has to be seen. Has to be seen. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between certain people ultimately again become incredibly blurry. That's why the Matthew uses this question of, yes, destroy the INS, Hubble, and well, keeping the world isn't wrong. That is real. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's constantly has a challenge as we see this for what you think about such an incredible thing. But you think about what the nation of Israel to speak as Israel is doing. It's really amazing. And some of you would think that like the rules were just lying false. Like just just be doing the world's dirty. And yet again, it's hard. Because ultimately what you can't see what's in Israel next to it. It's right. But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a middle of lid, and sometimes the Matthew says, Yishbar, it's how sometimes you have to go through evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and then if you do it, the process is difficult. The process of the life. But ultimately, when you get to the start of the process, that's when it's good. Gemara goes like that. But Hadi Yasli, so again, the same kind of thing. And they ask about the question, was Hadi Yasli, they come about like, you may have this Hadi Yasli, but this is very easy. What happens if an apple sells his head? So Apple sells the lighter and he has guys for $1,000. Does that money inevitably take on the scene and bring it out to the family? Me professors don't have the identity. Does it take on the identity? Right? Does it take on the identity of the country? Or not? Some of them are. So it's very interesting. Some people be in nothing. You start with the yellow, just come yellow, it's coming. So nothing says it's not as much. I think it's much of that. It's something sells his item. And he has that money. That money does not look in idolatry. It's rather that money is just money being reality. Listen to this. So here's another thing. I know that the us is made a lot of these people who came to Rabbi, another room, Zivil from our district, the seal skies is fascinating. So that means that this. When people came to Rabbi, what happened? I seen Rabbi, and he wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then I wasn't going to watch this much from here. Rashi says over here, look at Rashi. Rashi, look at the Swiss guy. Both of these guys, the Alpha guy, the hospital, and all this stuff, obviously, that's them. Because remember, if we convert, it's not only idolatry. Then it's idolatry and Jews. Idolatry and Jews, number one, can never be negated. As never have this identity. They take it enough. So it tells them instead of what, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. So you have the money, then you can convert to your money somebody. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from there, they walk away. So when he sells his idol, that cash is committed. So you know, it's nice. It's my time, no? You shouldn't have said it, and that's what I'm going to come to the proceeds of sell idolatry on the hands of the ultimately is committed. I had the little shame and say, even the way, God, I want to. Maybe that piece is different. Because since the process of conversion, obviously when you're not, they're negating the theological significance of the idol conversion. So what happened to the Levanta is a result. So maybe that's why the person is tell me the heart. Tell me out. Now the Gemara says, here's the thing. You saw Shai Moshe Rabbeinu from Mama, Umaka, although there's no problem that I went 100,000. So what happened? So what is the went and sold his item? Right? He brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yainess in the same case. I went ahead and I spent $100,000. He sold his Yainess. And then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's the law? Water. Ultimately, again, it's not interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. How did they actually inquire? That's what I'm about. يعني ناس أخذ الضغط عصر الناس اللي يعني سيمبل أنت أفريقيا they tell you being in Romania is going to somewhere else. That is the process. I'm going to somewhere named Nessa and that process. In that case, it's awesome. See here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent $100,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his guy. That's a think what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, moves to case number two, same thing, I lent him $1,000, he says I want to pay you back, give me a couple of hours, I gotta sell my idol, I gotta sell my Vanessa, he comes up with the proceeds are given to me. I expected you to know my donation measures. So that's the decision. I want to let's use these two cases. See from the shul the honey makes the water to the so this is going to say this. So now the seed is what I have for them here to be seed. But here's the second piece where the apple says wait here while I sell my item or while I go ahead and sell my wine. I want to continue the existence of this condition of the one. That is all I'm saying. So because they want it, differentiation of the person. And there's no such. If you look at the unit here, that's what we just said before. I think that's what. Because look, in other words, it looks like when you want to continue existence. But I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue the existence of that idol until the apple sells it. I want the money. I want to continue the existence of the IMS Act because I want the money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these forbidden items. Why should it be us? Rothschild, there is a Rothschild, there are other she Yoshi are being everything. This is very interesting. You have two brothers. One's converted, and what they are both actually brothers. One converted and one's flooded. So brother there, brother out. So what happens? The father's out. The father, the actual father's out. And then the father. So he wants to go to the estate. In the estate is idolatry and kindness. And let's say primitive ways. So there, no cause after this so after Yain, so brother there, it says to brother Atom, so brother Atom, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yain, I take the money and the nails. If you do that, then you should go, and that's good. However, then you should go to somebody else. All of this piece of business there is not yet actually taking possession of the small items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. I thought, well, there is recourse. I don't know the scenes yet. So, it's much more fun. Once that you already owns it, that you can carry it. So as long as brother there has not taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no sense dividing up the estate. However, if brother there took possession of his asset, so what's that? Ultimate problem. What do you see from that? But how about myself? Now, in this case, brother there wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the asset. But he's not doing anything actually to promote his continued existence. And therefore, it's mutter. So that's the problem. Because Rabbi, what's the case of this Mishnah? This Mishnah found out I don't know if it was even sure. It's still valid. So therefore, again, brother there doesn't actually care if it remains in the first group. No, even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Usually, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. Now, how would you explain the case then? The feminist so what's his name? So apparently, he actually points out to the Hygienic person will ultimately absorb. So if you put wine in there, the person will absorb if you could take a shard of that person there, put it in water and reflux the sweet water. In that case, also probably here doesn't compare it to because the value is still which the rest of the ones in the lower things for you which for example even if that's even if what doesn't care about the fact that it's great, right? It does care about it. I think it's still lost, it's still was in the existence. On top of the new chefs here, don't bring a riot. You bring a riot in the case of the inheritance here, your shiny roofs are here, that little brought up. Rabbis will make no buys the Yerusha. In other words, morally, the perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha Lisa, Chazal will make no buys the Yerusha. And as long as the guy has not yet actively taken possession of the assets to the others, he's absolutely committed to work this out. And if you take this, you take your whatever stuff, even though yes, he was taking care of the system. Why? Why would you make it by a day? The Rabbi Zera Shem Yatsu. We are afraid that if the guy has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his religion. That's very much that's the reality of the choose before as well. It's a symbol of shelter. It's all said that it increases my step. Doesn't always have to return that which is stored. Victims should not accept others as one in order to go ahead and facilitate the situation. Everything is difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial money versus action. And as much as we see all the cards, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you pay your bills. Because if you don't have money, you just easily and many people do not stand up to religious challenges, and it was a choice between religion and it's afraid that they are react to the and ultimately again as a result, we may be tempted to choose this solution. Again, not because of the gift, because it's change. It's how we want to bring that solution that there's a nickel out there.
That's funny.
Items, therefore allow him to keep the limited items if his happened rather over the what's that any goods? Tiny or nothing like that. What's this? Imagine when it is so, she is the piece of solutions. Aber nicht dazu aus. Aber it gives us a business partnership with the officers. So see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they were not normally allowed to occur in the context as well. Because it's open as a person in this order there in these precarious situations. Incredible. I'm really like, how do you guys find that? It's maybe I get all this is just sitting people around it. Sitting together. Another question that came up. Your kosher knowledge should not go out of this. So let's say this is relevant. Can it get kosher? Can it get kosher? Go ahead. And let's say, just okay, go ahead. It's like you did a sour make it like just to see understand the tremendous consequences. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. But it almost shows only wants us to succeed. And it seems to other ways to keep you up in the nice keep halacha. Now that it's probably very for us to mess up. See, it's not just it's always for us to mess up something. Let it separate the house. What's the key for the future? The emotional wants for success more than you want for success. How God wants our success more than we want our success. And look at how we're looking at this for all these scriptures. And all the punishments are we can to put us in a path to success, not to smack us down when we go and we make a mistake. But again, we help understand what we need in order to be successful. God understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. You got it. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, as of the no, to have no greater applicants for that's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly under the consequences. Okay, another question. How do you guys encounter that? Dear Tosha, Moshe Bible is very interesting. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate a guy? In other words, an apple has the ability to negate his avodah, thereby decommissioning it from its status as theological science. So a Ger Tosha, what is a Ger Tosha? What do you see as much? Rashi points out to the top of the graph, Ger Tosha, Eino Ovid Avodas. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship Rabbi wants to come with the Rothschild. But again, he's like an apple with everything else, except he doesn't worship. Right? He believes in that Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. In every other respect, he's an angel. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Somebody says, on one hand, the Allah about the world we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or do not quote and maybe not. Maybe we say like this: anyone who's going to call it by if you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission all this out. And this guy is in the parsha. Not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because it's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the Torah to go ahead and negate it. Yes, only rule that's not to say that what they're not to do is it's not about the Baruch Hu, I'm not sure if no, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Tosha doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the Bible. Kind of question mark because what's up? Well, actual boss rule. So what's a similar memory? So let's say, right, listen to this case. I'm working in the ship, I'm working in my house. I see gold items sitting down. If I lift it up, that's fine. Right? And what is required by you essentially can't be decommissioned. So what do? I should have boss rule. So the fact is, over the oven kochanim to your back. I can call over an apple. Let me know what's the effect is. Call over an apple. And if you have an apple, then you get to negate this decommission. Right? If you like to decommission, so go ahead and engage if you like to decommission of this stuff. I don't permitted. However, again, you must of the logo. Ain't not only open to the back. But again, that's the balance. Okay, progression of it at that point is cannot be decommissioned. Only for problem Medaka Avodos for problem Shalom. Shofahela. What we talk about happen, the definition is on Avodah or the Avodah of his friend. They of God, they shame them. Whether he worships it or he doesn't. And we find it as new thing. Might of God, might be earth. What does it mean? What does it mean that I can decommission it? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say that, then Hayden Shalom we already said it. Has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah and the Avodah as his friend. And the love of the Ovid in my in our love of the Ovid, right? Ultimately, again, of the means actual honor. By shipping that, so what does it mean in non-worshiper? Oh. So he was able to go ahead and decommission both an actual Ger Tosha Manu Baka. What do you see from there? But a Ger Tosha has the ability to be Baka, ultimately to logically decommission Avodah. Incredible. Which the Lord says, no. The only in the apartment is the only Now, the only person to decommission actual idol worship. I with the Conrad. And you should know the stuff. We already said that. And then the prices will come. We already said that. To try to decommission. He's having these and his friends up. You know, it says relations to this. two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, Zeh, or Zeh, Zeh, not Reisha is teaching workers. If you have two actors, right, and both worship alcohol, or both worship Marcos, obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh, or Zeh. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. So in general, let's say one Akum who worships Marcos and one who worships Baal. What's the analogy over here? An Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship. So let's say, so we see about this week. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no lie about your kosher, right? So it comes to your kosher, you still act as out yourself. Can you get kosher, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can keep him at that level. I'm starting this. Whereas basically, when you contrast, is a great kosher, what's a great kosher? Kosher kiva, so it's now getting more definition. What is the definition of it? Kosher kiva, like with me, so a lot of what Neo says, it's any Akum who is accepted by himself to take the truth out of the voice of God. It's for the self. I don't know if you someone is careful. Who's choosing this is careful a lot. So in this context, we're not just using the face. Any kind of Akum comes in front of the face. And he repudiates idolatry, that's a great place. Good. That's right there. Come say, I should keep up a lot. Seven mitzvahs. I should keep up a lot. 7 mitzvahs. Some say, and forget which one is any change of who has accepted it for himself, is 7 in our life. This is not a fun place to acquire faith. That's a great place. 7 mitzvahs in God, the next one. Even only able to go all the trial with natural. Hazen say natural. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of guilt. What is a guilt? Easy guilt. Zeh, get open the bagels. Shekidon along with only 4 mitzvahs and milos for Torah. What's missing bagels? Right. So this is very different. What is the definition of the kosher? The kosher is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, but he has accepted it on himself the rest of the mitzvahs. It's pretty shocking definition. I was like, really not sure what that definition is. Rabbi Meir, he accepted it on himself in terms of the reason of idolatry. Rabbi, he accepted it on himself showing us from Noah. David, he has accepted it on himself all of the mitzvahs except for the he's not doing that kosher. Incredible. The vice goes on. Yachad in Etzla, Yain, the Emas not keep it as they like. He did the issue of the was it our place. He could deposit one in the right? Leave it to control the right? She's in the right. You look straight down, there's some other things to show in this right? But you can't deposit in the right for like a giant direct feed. What are you concerned about here? What are you concerned about here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says over there, Rashi says over there, we saw my left, but we saw actually something that we will Allah. We're not going to asset. We're not going to come to us in the other days of our country. Either the email another that nobody can do all that. Two things. It's not a law, like a law. So ultimately, the person wanting to think, for sure, not for about for the and because it's only in this one out to choose one for his own. Even in the city, the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. Aber mehr von den Ärzten sagen, dass viele der Ärzte rüber so it's a lot less than get for sure. You can leave it in one for sure. And not for long. I'm getting back to the INS. Why to the INS? Because it's idolatry. But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, we may switch to the for a short amount of time, for a longer amount of time. Shmuel, Kiel. And it says in Israel is like this word expression. Shmuel Kiel, and I thought Shemen, Mishka, Havi, Yain, Sak, Open, Hello, Yendo, Kishmael. Interesting, you don't have to use it like this. But a lot of myself,
So you said that the
that
reason why you said the
ultimately
two
again
years was because you
is
wanted
his
to
wine, his wine is like his oil, just like very interesting. That just like his oil is committed, and this simply ultimately again is his wine. Okay, that's what that's the smell of the unblessed and you know. Look at our smell of putting this like shine that you look at it. About the steers. But what does it mean that this oil is like the season? And it runs like this oil. It's the same way that you get enough from this oil to get enough from this water. And it's very true. Or what you can get from but ultimately you can get enough. The sharks all dollar ultimately means for every other thing. Things are really important. He is like he's like an actor. Shouldn't honor Yale. So Yale Yale next. Va'amilei Mutter Va'amilei Mutter. So he says his wine was like the Esaf, but obviously ultimately again, then Mutter ultimately again for his position. So that's because of the pick up on the next session. Actually, let's finish. Very nice. Let's finish this again. Very nice. What do you see from there? Very nice. Shows how everybody can. We see from the
It's a good question. If you answer it honestly without trying to be funny,
is like an apple regarding every matter. The mind says ultimately, I am losing when I say that the potential is good. Just what it is. Love is about the best of funny, can have a best of funny. So it doesn't mean it's really a very discussing that good pushing stuff. That's how you try to figure out does it get pushing after the point to dig a gouge. If you actually do finish a gouge. So now we just got this, when this was stacked, and the official is used. But every other matter is like an apple. Doesn't that mean it just doesn't happen? If you actually do finish and dig that stuff, something can get function. Something can get function. Which the Gemara says, no, we can trust without the trust. No, actually, we actually look at Shabbos. So this is what the Shabbos is about. It's December. So, the Shabbos is if you have multiple homes that open up into a place, you can get carried from a home to a home. So, in other words, like it would essentially move and collect food from all of your habits. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. And what it is.
This is
The
exactly
home is
what
the
I
cluster,
knew.
but the other thing is, if you have a Jew who do not join
There was something it turns out I had to ask 7 times to find out about the time he was on a quote national news.
if there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights. No, it says, we saw them, the Shara Shabbos of the short, and without the risks. Ultimately, you have the Sunday, which unfortunately remains in Israel. So as long as it's not right, as long as it's totally right, in public chefs, privately, at least in public chefs, so what's that? Without the wishes, all you need to do if you didn't participate in the event, you just need to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the process. Okay, Shem Shavu Shabbos is short, and without the wishes, but again, if he publicly violates that essentially like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to know his rights and process. Rather, he has to write his rights. Amru, Yisrael, no single shows in there. Right? And Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his rights, give up his rights, or withhold his rights to the other residents, with the other actually but ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again the verse that we say, so that's just Parsons Ketzah, or the law, of course, how it goes to use, for example, yield to the right of the earth's answer. Over law, we should see community of us. I hereby give over my rights. My rights in the life of the Lord. We should see the Nicholas, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, as well for the purposes of the Jewish residents acquire the rights of this man participate due to the participation of the Jews. They start this system, and then you can forward it. So, as just in general, about Eric Potatoes, again, you need the participation of all the Jewish residents. In general, if you're a Jewish resident who do not participate, even on Shabbos, you can yield his rights. Or be the doctor, like just simply negate his rights. And the person that everyone else can go out. Even if he's a strong woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead and refuse. By an akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And a strong woman who is publicly a more is treated like a first of all, as I said, when we said before that their kosher ultimately again is treated like an akum. For all other things, all other things means even a fussar, which is their kosher. And you accuse the fussar wants to be considered potatoes, they must lament the space, they must lament the rights ultimately again of their kosher. Now, whether or not the Great Kosher are actually going to be the Sarah, and there's Sarosai, we receive tomorrow's death, better everyone, what a death, and an experience such as this. For review, we should see you.
For those of you thinking about leaving, I am how about one more hand for this man? John Dees over there, cold-blooded assassin, literally my favorite local musician. My first show that I saw when I moved here to Austin, Texas, Gary Clark Jr. And if you haven't seen Gary and John Dees play together, you are missing out on something that I have. It's going to sound outrageous, but I would compare it to like Rothschild.
Our annual 24 Closing Shuffle Races are dedicated to the Russia this year. This shows for this slide. And first sponsors for the month of about the Paul Stephen in raising the family of your parents, Israel raising, Gino raising, New Rosenzweig, and memory of Stanley Rosenzweig on the Zappa. All you can learn sponsors that they are the Wolf, function of the website, that the Wolf sponsors, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, then Steve Hirsch, and the Zappa, Nathan and the Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Robert Baruch, Mordecai, Ben, and Mordecai. Only sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosalie Applebaum, Rochel, Abbas, and I. The American White Family for all those missionaries having the families in the family, all those in the revolution, for 24 ladies, for the Rothschild, all of that has to do with Shannon and the part of, and our open service to the success of the follow up and Savior. And also with that, let us begin. Today's daf is the son of Dalit, 64. A really incredible daf and us today. We are picking up on some demo on base 63B, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines back from the bottom. This is Rav Nachman Ula Ta'adini Barkati. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Ta'adini Barkati, Yasser Ikea Bar'ani Babak. Ikea Bar'ani is sitting with them. We must bless it, the Kabbalah, the right. He has the following question. You better listen to the fascinating question. Safra Bushra Yayin section 9. What is the halacha if an akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin? Basically, residents, akum comes over to the base of the bank. I'm going to pay $50 an hour. You may be able to smash these barrels of yayin. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from his work? Also, remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be surrounding us. Here, the Yaakov is asking you to do something with Yain Yosef, and he's asking you to destroy Yain Yosef. In the taking part, so am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? We are being able to speak to the us. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Now, why do I want the existence of the INS? If I was to break my own, I would lose the opportunity to break and I lose the diagnosis. And when interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS because I want it. Therefore, maybe that makes the process of the actually we have been activated, we are the line Rashi, Islam, Salotsi, the Kuruban Shafari, you actually want the existence of these dialects. So when you start with Akshaman, I don't know how doing doesn't want to do it. Actually, Shabbat doing, we does not ask. So we say that since the Jew actually was, this is right? The Jew actually was, the Yain message to remain in existence. I don't want it to break in this home. So therefore, maybe that's considered the closest from Yain. So therefore, again, it's possible. On the other hand, oh, the amount. This is an instruction, and I guess instruction level of the This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, one also in existence. Again, ultimately, if you describe the result that is the person, ultimately, again, should be fascinating challenge. So Rothschild says, Yishpat Torah. And Nachman says, no, take the job, choose take the job, get the money, and tell us what you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and we got a product that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So the rest of eight entries in all big let's say that and how could that's the clients for good news. So we have such a we can let's say for example we can great for good news. So if an open problem is parenting can find the children chance to go ahead and assist in the open like home. You need to see they can't do that. How about some 64? What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot things that I am allowed to do without you. About something, last week on the people of the notes to be finished and I can have it. Let's say I can hire some minutes in silver. To me, it's a very exciting but let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though you get paid for working with Shabbat, right? And I want the existence of the Torah, because if the Torah is not uprooted on the own, I lose out on myself. So the Gemara says, so if you have this specific money, the Rashi says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from people getting paid off when that benefit ultimately again results in destruction, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you get paid for it as also being destroyed until. So there's the Savua, second one from the top 64. Savua, Amma, you use it in this. But if you use it, and the kindly declining it, it's very interesting. People practice in general. That only is their prohibition to plant. That only is their prohibition to go ahead and facilitate growth after that. But you can't continue that system. For example, actually points out over here that let's say someone's going to be line, right? Government line, and it asks me to put up a fence around the person. The Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the steaming of the line. Putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also going to be the same. Here we go. Nafish means reading. Mechata means covering the seeds with dirt. So Nafish on the top and look at you get marks. That's the next thing to come up. Because then you're actively and directly participating in the planting of planting. Keep this after the time. The keep this even if you're anything to sustain the planting. For example, put up a fence around the Kulayim, that's really problematic as well. You know, so my home got the rules will be called such from the Husky says, do not plant Kulayim in the field. Even as a any other condition of planting, the carrying I don't know, but I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even if putting up the fence. Amalomar, low kilayim. So let's say, so it's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of slicing the concept. Low kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, creates the existence of kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, it's just something that's distinct. Something that's maybe Ilo, the Gemara says, Ilo, and we take Tefla Shari. But ultimately, interestingly, not even going to be given. When you go to the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is something that sustains the Kiva. What about if somebody's going to pay me to operate the Kiva? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be for the interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily, no. It does not be that mean of Rabbi Yochanan. Rather, Hamar, who's opinion is this? Rabbanan, it's the Rabbanan. The Rabbanan might be opening a feeling to you, Nami Shakal. No, that's not true. According to the Rabbanan, this is Rabbanan. Rabbanan is going to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanan, only when you're Kiva, Rabbanan has only intended plans to plant it or actively do something that facilitates the work of the plant itself. Some type of like spreading it. So putting up a fence is not there. You get paid for that, but certainly you get paid for uprooting something that's not there for you. Creation, the Gemara says, Hafana, Stephen is ready to see what the case of the earth, to cut other machines of interest. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kohen for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? The honor, leaking Lahem, Nachman, Stephen, awesome. Ultimately, the leaders of the opinion that Allah commands and you are not allowed to do a favor for him. Like he actually adds in the room about this. I lost it from me. All the focus that lost it from me. That doesn't mean how can I think? Jesus said, don't you have a free? You can't just leave for asking for free. You get the free favor as instruction of Allah. You still can't do it. So which means that you do that. Nishma Rabbi Akiva, not the fact that you're setting this up into Buddha, so you're saying to Rabbi Akiva, so not permitted, and Buddha also looking at a Sine, about when you look at Tifla Shaki. Gemara says, no, according to the Buddha, but Buddha says it's true. You can't do a favor, so it's the people free gift. You can't do a favor, but to do something to do that over Zara, that's absolutely permitted. It's a gift. That's an objective benefit. I have Jura Rabbi Akiva Nami. Alpha Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm kind of lying like that. When you take Tifla Shaki, you say it's according to Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expansive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not only can you not plant it, not only can you actually get to a plant in itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim to get rid of the sin, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the which the Gemara says, the sea low movie, there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. What's this good? This is crazy, slow movie. This is like the community equivalent of like a marathon. Slow movie. That's it, we're done. And there's nothing more to discuss. So also, it's very interesting. And therefore, what this means is, let's go for a circle. How do we start it? It's so strong that it is an Akum wants to destroy, wants to break his barrels of the Yariness. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break his nose, pay me $50 a barrel. Sure enough. So remember, on one hand, you could say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the myself, and I'm benefiting from the result. On the other hand, I'm destroying the result. But nothing said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of the result of that matter a prohibited item, even though yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, I get it. I want to break it. I want to break it. I want the Quran to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get people for them to take the proceeds, because the destruction of people, the destruction of Zara, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. So Matthew says you get paid and cover Allah. Incredible. I must say, there is a It really is such an interesting idea. Some of the part of Western society, the mindset is, live or not live. And that is important. As members of society, just the general approach to living in a great society, we should take an approach. Yes, and it's not that we just against the world, nor is it your place to stand in judgment. I think it has some lifestyle choices that we live and that's something that has to be our approach to living in society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root in our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be evil. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be snatched. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads and unfortunately becomes the norm. And sometimes then those norms people ultimately are going to become part of the burden. That's why the marketing uses the question of yes, destroy the INS, how about our love? Ridding the world is a rough one. That is rough. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fought with incredible challenges. We see this for what you think about such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing, it's ruining everything. And some of you would think that like the world would just line up, pause, right, just fight. Because we're doing the Lord's dirty work. And yet, again, it's hard. Because often the Lord can't see what's evil, what's good, what's inside, what's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a new way of live. There's something in life that says, Mishvar is Tamalot. Sometimes you have to do evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and then if you do it, Tamalot. The process is different. The process is good. The process is good. But ultimately, when you get to outside the process, that's what it's going to be. The Gemara goes like, we're probably lost sleep, so again, the same cover of sitting. And the answer to the question was probably lost sleep, but coming by like, you may have this from the other people. So what's the this is very what happens if Akum sells his item? So Akum sells his item and he has something for $1,000 in his life. Does that money in the end of the Akum take on the same identity as the other? Now, you profess as done at the other people. Does it take on the identity? Right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry? Or not? So I mean, so it's very interesting. So ultimately, you're not going to start with the world from the elevator coming with time. So nothing says, I think it's more. I think it's more. That nothing says, that money is not idolatrous identity. It's rather that money is just mundane thing. Listen to this. So here's what nothing to do. I know that the Asli can make it out about. There were these people who came up with Rabbi, what name? Another one. The Seal Scouts. This is fascinating. So that comes with this. There were these people who came up with Rabbi, what happened? I see Rabbi, and he wants to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then you now listen to what's the over here? Rashi says over here, Rashi, the Swiss guy, hold this guy, the African guy, will also leave out from all this stuff. Because remember, if they convert, it's still only idolatry, then that's idolatry and idolatry. Idolatry and idolatry, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity. They can't get enough. So it tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off, you have the money, then you can convert to the money is committed. What do you see from there? Obviously, see from the halach or rice and sells his idol, that cash is committed. So you know, it says, my time, well, you shouldn't have considered the level. Let's go how the level becoming times that faces share on the hands of the important is committed. I have the little changes and even though that can be vague, God has maybe that case since the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the item. burning. So it happened to be more dark than his other desires. So maybe that's why the proceeds are not. Rabbi Gemara says, here's the thing. You saw Shay no Shalom, people come tomorrow. Umacha, although those folk are in the right? I lent up $20,000. So what happened? So the uncle went and sold his right? He brought in the proceeds from his sale. Or Yainess and Osiris, I went ahead and lent $20,000. He sold his Yainess. And then he brought in the proceeds of his sale. What's that? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Let's say the apple sink is $1,000. This will only pay you. You need to wait here and stay to somebody else. I am not going to put this. I'm going to somebody named Nessa. In that case, so again, it's interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Apple $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his item. I said, I didn't want to do what he's doing. He gives me the proceeds, pays back the debt. Case number two, same thing, I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Nessa. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are for dividends. I kept the Gemara. Nice relation, nice. So what's the distinction? I don't say what's the distinction. See from the Shumba how we make the words. So this is very interesting. So yeah, this is the sort of pattern of the city. But here's the difference. Where the apple says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine. I want the continued existence of the continued existence of the wine because I want to pay. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes posits the proceeds to us. Here's the second. He wrote to the community that's what we just said before, but that's what in other words it will say when you want to continue existence. But I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue existence of that idol until the apple sells it for lots of money. I want to continue existence of the Nessa because I want the money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items. Why should it be us? But tonight, there is what I'm here on the she Yarshu Adiyas of the This is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and what they're both African brothers. One converted and one is converted. So brother there and brother uncle. So what happens? The father died. The father there, uncle, father died. So they want to speak to the state. In the estate is a tree, and let's say perimeter houses. So there, you have one or more so brother there, they say to brother uncle, say brother uncle, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the idols, and I'll take the money and the layers. If you do that, then we should go, and that's community. However, then we should go, it's just like the essence. Obviously, one of these presupposes that the idea is not yet actively taking possession of the idol for items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no recourse. Right? But you kept the reason there's no way to see this. You can get apple to the apple and sell it, but it's much more complicated. Once you keep on behind it, so as long as brother there has not been taken possession of this item, providing up this thing. However, if brother there took possession, it is possible. So this is ultimately what he sees. But how often I saw now in this case, brother there wants to continue the existence of the idolatry. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? Which was Rabbi Barulam, Mafisa, Mabos, the Hamas, Kalek, what's the case of this Mishnah? This Mishnah found out on Agabas as meaning of gold, which means that it's still valid. So therefore, again, brother there doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which he says that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain it to his friend the Kanash Hadron? So what's his name? Adrian, So apparently, he actually turns out to be a Asiatic person that ultimately was so absorbent. Therefore, we put money in because we are absorbed to one to a degree, but you can take a shot of that person there, put it in the water, and reconstitute it. In that case, also, brother here has a few terrorists because the fence great the value is still the same. To which the mercy of the one saying, lots of the Jews are even the Jews. I'm saying, even if that's so, even if brother, doesn't care about the fact that they're great, right? But he does care whether or not it's still lost, he still wants the continued existence of Papa. The Yushas Hager Kamat, don't bring a riot. You're bringing a riot, bring the from the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No, Shani Yushas Hager, that's even what I rabbis were made by the Yusha. Whereas normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But Allah for myself, Hazal were made by the Yusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actually taken possession of the yes, actually, the Idols is absolutely permitted to work this out with his mother's room. And so you take this, you take the area stuff, even though, yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would you make that idea? That people are Zera showing the absolute. You are afraid that if there are absolute choice between his money, his Yusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his inheritance. That's not a knock on the gift. That's the reality of the Yusha. It's Yusha for as well. Right? He's some of the parts of children. John said that in certain cases, he doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Victims, accept that as well in order to not facilitate the future. Everything is difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial interests. Money is necessary. And, as much as we say, as long as you have your health, as long as you have your health, then you can pay it. Yes. Because if you don't have money, you just easily and many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and they're afraid that he has to choose between halacha. And ultimately, again, the Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the gift, because it's human nature. So if a facility is in a situation where they make a right there, and we're saying that often this kind of case, you don't have to stay with the parts that committed items, therefore allows him to keep the committed items, save his and love all of the items. Okay, well, that's the end of this. Hiring of nothing rights that support this, and that's done. When is this so? So you should, in the case of Yerusha. I don't understand the awesome. And in case let's say a business partnership would be awesome. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha, that they were not normally allowed to occur in the context as well, because we don't want to put a person in this world in this precarious situation. Incredible. Remember that. Other guys are kind of remember that all of us is the same group of Rabbanim sitting together. Another question. Your Tosha around shooting back for a so let's say this is a very interesting case. Can we get Tosha? Go ahead. And we'll say, before you go on, he said, get the Chazal when you're good at it. Just see understand the tremendousness of this. He looked at the structure in a way to make us succeed. But he almost showed all that he wants us to succeed. And sometimes people are very sweet. You are very sweet. The stuff is waiting for us to succeed. As I waiting for us to mess up so we can let these things go. That's pretty cool. The devotion wants our success more than we want our success. As thou wants our success more than we want our success. We're looking at this scripture. Only there to put us on a path to success. Not just to knock us down when we go and we make a mistake. But again, Israel understood what we really wanted to be successful. Hazal understood what we needed to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's all we know. No, there are no greater accomplishment in this world. That's in this world and in the next world. And in this world, Chazal constantly under the process. Okay, incredible question. How many of us are calling about it? Dear Tosha, not sure about the answer. So what's a very interesting question? Can a Dear Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember, an apple has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So, dear question, also know what is the dear question? We're going to see this much more detail in the definition. Rashi points out to the top of the daf, dear Tosha, ain't no only avoidance. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple and everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in that he believes in God, he doesn't worship idolatry. But I know this fact, he's a mention. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Gemara says, on one hand, the Kadach Nevat and Lord Kadach on we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or do what Kadach and Nevat and and then you have to always say like this. Anyone who's what we call a Bani, if you're in the Parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission idolatry. And this guy is in the Parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the Parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, and he has the power to go ahead and negate it. You must only rule that not, so then also not in the ways of this. Instead of the Halach and Battle, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate it. Therefore, the Gertos that doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that? Oh, actual boss of the marketplace. It wasn't someone remembering it. So let's say, well, listen to this case. I'm working in the shop, I'm working in the marketplace. I see people sitting there. If I lift it up, that's probably not right. What is required by a Jew, certain so what do? I should have us so if I pick it up, over the open for having from the back, I can pull over an apple, then I know what you have to do. Over an apple, and see the apple. And you can engage in this decommission. That's the last decommission. So go ahead and engage in correct decommission. It's permitted. However, again, in the Shabbos of the Yodo, ain't not only open for having the back, but again, you have to take out. Take possession of it. At that point, you cannot complete it. Make sure you know, only for having the back of the Yodos for having Shalom, is just how it is. Nobody will have an apple. The decommission is only Avodah or the Avodah of the same. Pain of God, pain shekel. But if you worship sin, then he doesn't worship. They will find it to be might of God, might of God. What does it mean to work? What does it mean that but if you worship sin, it doesn't worship. Easy, no, easy, easy. If you want to say the worship, then I use the Lord stuff I would really say before I got into the as the entities that you actually decommission his Avodah and the Avodah of his friend. And the love of the in my shit in love of the Obegon, right? Ultimately, again, of the means natural action. In my shit in love, the ones in non-worshipers, oh, so who is able to go ahead and decommission? Or an actual let me know, your Tosha knows about that. What do you see from here? So your Tosha has the ability to be the battle, ultimately to be logically decommission other desire. Incredible. Which the word says, no. The only thing about it is not sure. Rather, Kikar will be the only person who can decommission as long as an actual idol worship. I have to commemorate any shalom. of the stuff like that. And so they already said that. Then the price is redone. They already said that when you brought it, he's out of the result. And it's going up. It says, Reisha, listen to this. Two different cases. Reisha, Zed, the Zed of the heart, the Zed of the Marcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two items, right, and both worship alcohol, or both worship Marcus, obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Safe for Zela for his idol. Oh, the safe is teaching something different. Let's see if one who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal. What's the novelty over here? An Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship. So this is a little bit clear about this before. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it. Incredible. So the Gemara says, next, but again, no riot by the Ger Kosher. Right? So when it comes to a Ger Kosher, we still act as our kind of Ger Kosher, which is that a Gentile who repudiated idolatry and he from that level. That is level this. Whereas Mace was in his Kosher, Ace was Ger Kosher. What's a Ger Kosher? Kosher Kiva, so what's this now getting more definition. What is the definition of it? זה כל שכתיב עליו בפניזים ופדילים של הלעבור עבודות פדילים. Mir says, it's any action who is accepted upon himself in front of two this context, it just means that you have a face. Any time Akum comes in front of a face, and he repeats idolatry, that's a good kosher. That's a good kosher. Good. That's what I meant. Come say, Kosher Kiva Allah Sheva Mitzvahs Kibin. So Kosher Kiva Allah Sheva Mitzvahs Kibin. Come say, a good kosher is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 nullified. If he's going to come close to the final face, that's a good kosher. Sheva Mitzvahs Kibin. It makes it not good kosher. Even only able to go above with connections, even say, and if neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of what is a good kosher, and the easy good kosher, then therefore from the Belos, so he goes along with any whole mitzvahs and muras by what's Israel Modelis? So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a good kosher? The good kosher is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the Belos, but he has accepted on himself the rest of the mitzvahs. It's a pretty shocking definition. Unless I really have to focus on the definition of the Rabbi Meir, he accepted on himself in terms of his idolatry. Someone who accepted on himself Shem's Torah. Haven, he has accepted on himself all of the mitzvahs except for all of the mitzvahs. He's not a team member. Because as the Rashi goes on, you have to be an excellent. Yeah, you can't be he would be there sure to do this. I love this. You can constantly go and do this. Right? You can leave it within for a little bit of time. You can leave within your life for a short amount of time. But you can't be constantly within your life for a long time. What's the reason? What are we concerned about here? What are we concerned about here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says, well, you have to be concerned. Rashi says, right? We saw when we get the Musa actually you mentioned the Rashi thinking of it. I keep on the color, will not go on the asset. The Mago will come to us in the Amma base of Rothschild. Even the Ino Allah, the fact sooner than you got a lot. You think he's not a Ruach, like a Rothschild. So ultimately, it's a constant one with him, just like that. Not for long enough, because they're concerned that they may swap out the juice wine for his own. Okay. So this is even in the city, the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I look at the gift myself, you can leave it from one for sure, but not for a long time. Again, not to the INS or actually the INS, not because it's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that for this time, for a longer amount of time, it may switch to one for the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter, for a long amount of time, it's Shmano, Kiyeva. So it's like his word. What is that? Shmano, Kiyeva, I thought, Shemen, Mitra, Havi, Yayin. It's not talking around the oil technique. It's like, hello, Yeno, Kishmano. Interesting enough, I'm going to read this. When I saw that ultimately again his wine, excuse me, his wine is like his water. Just like his oil is permitted. So to ultimately again is wine. I would actually just read. That's the smell of the honey areas. A little bit of myself, the smell of the sugar, I shouldn't have to look like about the street house. But what does it mean that his oil is like, excuse me, his wine is like his oil? It's the same that you get enough from his oil to get enough from his water. It's can't true, because I can forget Tasha. And ultimately, you can't get enough from his water. The sharp, cold governor, ultimately, and for every other thing, or maybe for everything, he is like an active. Which means you shouldn't over Yeno Yayo next. Va'amilei Mutter The Shin says his wine is like the Esaf, and others say ultimately again that it is Mutter, ultimately again for his position. So it's actually part of the road. We'll pick up the next session. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. What do you see from here? We shout part of the public economy. We see from here that the things like is like an apple regarding every other matter. The might ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that? That's what it says. Love, that's still charging. You can't have one that's still charging. It doesn't have this meaning that kind of this causing like a push against them. Got started with trying to figure out doesn't get a push against them to date and gouge. If you're eventually definition of gouge. So now you just got finished saying that in this respect, I get Tosha is unique. But the other matter is like an actor. Doesn't that mean that just as an actor can feel actually inclination and negate that lifestyle, so too can it get Tosha? So you can get Tosha? To which the Gemara says, no, we can trust them about those trust. No, actually, it means something else. We actually look at Shabbos. What does it mean? Shabbos was the last 3 Samuel. The Psalm, right? The Shabbos Shabbos is the most of it. Just irrepressibles. You cannot carry from a home into a person right? It would essentially means the correct food from all of your evidence of consumption. They join together. That joint food makes it into the domain of one whole. So if it's part of the home of the person, that's his fault. But if I look at it, if you have a Jew, he did not join into the so he can eat his breath. Let's see what Shabbos starts. He can yield his rights to the other members of the house. If there is a non-Jewish resident, what it is, you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. We saw the Shabbos Shabbos of the short, and the Rambam is ultimately, yeah, we saw the which is the amazing soul, so as long as the external is not right, as long as externally like right from him, he probably to keep Shabbos. Privately, that's at least in public this is what's done. Without the wishes, all you need to do is participating in it, which just needs to essentially yield his right. Shame Shari Shabbos is show. But again, if you publicly violate Shabbos, then essentially he's like an upland, but he's not enough for him to really use the rights of the to get together, you have to rent his rights. Make sure we slow, no signatures in the right? We slow ultimately again have the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents, or the other actions, right? Ultimately, you have to rent. So therefore, again, we were saying that when we say, so just tell us what Kate said, Overall, also outdoes endless conditions of yield is right to his so overall, we should see freedom and hereby give over my rights. My rights because of war, we should see the Palestine or my rights are negated. Color ultimately works for the purposes of which residents acquire the rights of this man shall participate in the reach out this so what's the in general about Aaron potatoes, again, we need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you're a Jewish resident, you do not participate, even on Shabbos, you can use his rights, or you can not, or just simply negate his ownership rights, and the person that wants everyone else to be alive. Even if he's in Israel Buma, as long as publicly comes across as Jewish, ultimately, he can deal, or he can go ahead and by going to go ahead and acquire this rights. And he's so Buma, who is publicly a Buma, is treated like a also, there was a example where we said before that the Tosha ultimately again is treated like a pattern for all other things means if they get Tosha, meaning the Jews in the Tosha want to make the Jew of zeros, they must cement the rights ultimately again of the now, whether or not the great Tosha is actually going to do so, and there's a say, which is my God, that's anyway, what about Wednesday at Vulcan. Tickets are on sale right now. Live special guests. Plenty of people that are on the show tonight. Go to Vulcan or Deswa.tv. Click on tournaments. Thank you so much for coming out. Tickets go on sale every Monday and Tuesday. People be here 2 out. They sell out very fast. So for those of you wondering how to get tickets to the show, it's you. Thank you guys so much. One more time for the band and everybody. Good night, everyone. Thank you so much. Good night. All our sponsors for this morning should thank our annual Concourse House. This is Rothschild dedicated to Truman Brussels. This year is a specific shows to us on the slab. And the first process for the month of the past, about the first Stephen and Jason, in honor of their parents, Israel Jason, Junior Jason, and Lee Rosenzweig, in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig and the Rabbi. Our learning sponsors, Dr. Evan K. Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard State of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, then Steve Hirsch, and the Rabbi, Nathan and Dr. Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Robert Butler, Mordecai, Ben Moreira Ramos. Learning sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, member of the Mother Wilson, Applebaum, Rockford, Bass, with ours. The American Committee, over the insurance, the families in the farm, pregnancy, with the second place, 24 days, establish the position of all that has to do with women of colors, and all of these folks who successfully fall up in our city. And was in that, let us be on page, that is South Carolina, 64. Really incredible time ahead of us today. We are picking up from some days, 63 and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 runs up from the bottom. So we have not moved the Ula, so again, we have not moved Ula, meaning our bottom, that's what we do about the bottom. We hear about Ali, the sitting with him, we must Yosef, the Kabbalah, my bride, yes, the Kabbalah, we represent the fascinating inspection. Suffer which brother Yayin Nessa. What is the halacha if an Achim hires a Jew to smash barrels of Yayin Nessa? Those if the reverends, Achim comes over to the Rebbe, I'm going to pay $50,000, we will be able to smash these barrels of Yayin Nessa. Now, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from his work? Of course, it's remember again, in yesterday's daf, we read the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity or giving with items that themselves may be a survival. Here, the author is asking you to do something with the IRS Act, and he's asking you to destroy the IRS Act. And the taking part, so am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's our about? We are New York people, we don't speak to more ourselves. She's very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the IRS. Why do I want the existence of the IRS? Because if I was to break on their own, I would use the opportunity to break them. And interestingly enough, I want the existence of the IRS. So because of them. Therefore, that maybe that makes the person's good, but we should actually just learn. We are being Kiva, we learn that the Levana and Rashi. The Yisrael said, let's say the Kiva shall call you aside. You actually want to exist. I don't know, I mean, moving doesn't want them to wake up. So when you say that since the Jew actually was, when you think about this, right? The Jew actually was the Yain Yosef. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered the closest from Yain Yosef, and therefore, again, it's possible. On the other hand, only if it is Rothschild, this is the structural Yain Yosef, structural level of Israel. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want to cross in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe what Israel is the good thing, and that the persons ultimately, again, should be promoted. Fascinating show. Yishpar the Kala I'm not going to say, no, take your joke and tell her you should be blessed. You have anything to go to you got that is good. Take the money and go. So the verse, let me say this. Let's bring a proof to this. Let's shoot it up. Ain't Ochu in my big so let's say again, an apple plants July, right? July is for the mixture. So wheat, we had such just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say for example, wheat and grapevine, stuff like that. So if an obey Kohanim is planting July, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Open is like home. You know, we need to see Kohanim. They can't do that. Type of sound of knowledge, 64. About appropriately motivated in idiots. What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot killing. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi. About open. Lashlichon the Ibud Ba'atam of the road to the Kumashli Akumi Alin Ashak. Let's say in Paris, this is silver. To me, they are trying to fly. Okay, but let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though you get paid for working with Kilai, right? And I want the existence of the Kilai. Because if the flag is not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my parnasa. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here, this is to support the Rav. Rav says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want to continue the existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So there's the Savua, second one from the town 64. Savua Hamani, who's a king. This Rabbi Akiva, this Rabbi Akiva Amar, and the kind of the Kilayim worker. It's very interesting. Rabbi Akiva holds in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kilayim, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kilayim, but you can't do anything that sustains it. For example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone has planted a Kilayim, I compliment Kilayim, and the Apple asks me to put up a fence around the Kilayim. Rabbi Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. Putting up a fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also going to be decided very well. And not means easy. The fact that means covering the seeds with dirt. So that Hashem covers it like look at and give out respect because we're not still well. So there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of the Kiva says after the kind. And the Kiva says even if you do anything to sustain the Kiva, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's really problematic as well. Versus Mike and Rabbi Akiva. Where does Rabbi Akiva get that from? What's the check? The Pro, Satcha B'Tizra Kilayim. Also, it says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazaraya, I only know the prohibition of planting. The Kayim in the field. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up the fence. I'm a Lomar, low Kilayim. So we'll say, so it's interesting over here. You are making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of slicing it. It's like low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be possible. Ilu, the Gemara says the ilu, the middle of the Tifla Shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to Kiva, Rabbi Akiva, the prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains the Kilah. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the Kilah? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't be that mean Rabbi Akiva. Rather, Hamad, who's opinion is this? Rabbanon. It's the Rabbanon. Rabbanon might hear you open a feeling to you in Rabbi Shabbos. No, it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon only put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only Rabbi Akiva, Rabbanon won't come in, you can't do planting to plant it, or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting a plant, or putting up a fence, they will is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting it. So showing it's not going to be to which the Gemara says, Hachamas, you know, this is very interesting. What's the case of here? The Ta'avid B'Chim. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Not just Rabbi Yehuda, Hita Amar, Liting Lahem Matnastinam Asr. Ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that Allah wise, and you are not allowed to do a favor for it. Like we actually have this in the beginning of the Lord. So Allah Sechamim. So I'm not looking to Allah Sechamim. Right? It's a compliment them, don't give them a skill on. But Yehuda says, don't give them this thing, you can't for free. You can't do something for an akhl for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of Allah Zara, you still can't do it. So which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, La. Now, the fact that you're saying it's up from Yehuda, says if they're according to Rabbi Akiva, it will not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda, Asra Litin Masina, Aval Yehuda, Tifla Shakir. The Gemara says, no. According to Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so as to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for it. But to do something to uproot Avodah Zarah, that's absolutely permitted. That's a gift. That's an objective benefit. I have the Gemara says Rabbi Akiva Nami. Abba Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm kind of lying work, yeah? When you take Tifla Shakirdim, you say same thing according to Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva has a more expensive, approach to the prohibition of kilayim. They're not only kinat planted, not only kinat in the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the applicant. To which the Gemara says, is so low movement, there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss it. It's good. This phrase, Sulamidi. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. Sulami. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss about this. So it's very interesting. But therefore, what this means is ultimately, let's go full circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an Akum wants to break his battles of Yain. He asks me, he wants to hire me a Jew to go and break his will to pay me $50 a barrel. Great, so am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, he could say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the Yain. I'm benefiting from the Holy Zara. On the other hand, I'm destroying the Holy Zara. But Nachman said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of a Zara, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities and get paid for them to keep the proceeds, because the destruction of people, the destruction of the Zara, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. And as Rabbi says, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea, because kind of like part of Western society, the mindset is live and let live, and that is important as members of society. Just as a general approach to living in greater society, we should take an approach to living. Yes, it's not your obligation to convince the world that you're including ideas, nor is it your place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. That's to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in greater society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root in our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there is something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there is something that is evil, it has to be smashed, it has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurred. That's right. That's why the Matthew uses this lashon of yes, destroy the Yain and Tavo Allah Lach. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what you think about. It's such an incredible thing. But you think about what the nation of Israel, like the state of Israel is doing. It's rooting out the and sometimes you would think that like the Lord would just line up, pause, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right or who's wrong. But when Matthew tells us sometimes there is a middle of live, and sometimes when Matthew says Yishbar, the Tavarah. Sometimes you have to identify the evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and then if you do it, ultimately the process is difficult, the process is brutal, the process is long. But ultimately when you get to the side of the process, that's when it's really the Gemara goes like but Hadi Lasvi, so again the same kind of sitting, and they ask about the question, Mas Hadi Lasvi, if you're coming by like the Nea Avodas Chamia or the not. So I was like, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has now something for $1,000. $1,000 in his does that money in the hands of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah itself? Mitofes as Dana Bialodi. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to So it's very interesting. So ultimately, nothing. So we start with the narrow that's called the Arabic having the time. So nothing says, I think it's motor. I think it's motor. That if an Akum sells his idol and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane. Why? Listen to this. So here's what I'm not going to do. Need to handle with the Asli created out of when these people who came up for what happened? Another room. Zidino Kamad the Islam, the sea scouts is fascinating. So that one's like this. There were these people who came up for and what happened? Also, and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, I watch this. What's the logic over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at the Suez guy. All these guys do the Ankush guy will also link on because remember, if they convert and it's still only idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity negated, and it can't get another from it. So he tells them instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert, and the money is permitted. What do you see from here? Obviously, you see from here that Allah sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time off. You shouldn't have said the name of us, but how many other common times that the proceeds is permitted. And
no one really knows for sure. Elevate, elevate, King, but this is the Missouri. This is 7th and 5786, Wednesday, March 25th. And I have an idea to go viral. It's got a bunch of podcasts. Yeah, you get some work. Oh, sure, no doubt. Really? Who knows? Is this day 88? This bitch.
So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol. Right? He brought me the proceeds from this or Yaines and same case. I went ahead and went.
Day 89. So tomorrow we have to do the thing where we
the proceeds of
gonna have it read all that shit.
Alright,
so this is day 8 of this bitch.
Now, however, watch this.
Is that it? No. And then we've got a new thing to start saying. So what is it? This is
Let's say you have to say
3760, year
$100,000.
one.
Okay, so they pay,
Creation of
hey,
the
Romania,
earth,
I'm just going to sell my
creation of the
I only got
universe,
to the
and
so I'm going to sell my Nessa and we got
birth
in
of
that case, it's possible. So here's the
Adam
interesting.
and
Case number one,
Eve.
same
Cover.
case. I lent Apple $1,000.
God
Case
section and
number
creation of
one,
the universe,
he
creation
goes
of
off,
the world.
sells his item, goes off, sells his
3761,
I
creation of the world, birth of Adam and
brings
Eve.
out the proceeds,
When's
brings
the
back
creation
the
of the
debt.
universe? Done.
Case number two, same
Here we
thing. I
go.
lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple,
noodle
give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Nessa. Then he comes up with the proceeds are prohibited to me. I effectively know my generation, my generation. So what's the distinction? I don't say what's in these two cases. Sheshas see from the shum the Hamilek Kilosik. So this is very interesting. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous sugya. Now here's the difference. In the second case, where the Akham says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of this. I don't want the continued existence of the world, right? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshas posits the proceeds for us. Here's the second. If he wrote it, if you and Kia government, that's what we just said before, if that's not, in other words, we'll say, when you want to continue existence, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue the existence of that idol until the idol sells it for a lot of money. I want to continue the existence of the ISF because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these particular items. Why should it be us? Not tonight. Here, this is the response to Here, every component. Shiyar should be an every time. So this is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both actual brothers. One converted and one is split up. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happens? Their father died. The father, their Akum father died. They inherit their father. So they let to the estate. In the estate is idolatry and and let's say permanent items. So Ger, Yochel, Momer, Lord, Kol, Atam, Lord, and animals. So Atam Yain, that's that kind of chaos. So brother Ger can say to brother Akum, so you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the idolatry stuff, and I'll take the money and the bills. You can do that. Then we should go, and that's clear. However, the Mishabal is just like the answer. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the Ger is not yet actively taking possession of the items or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But well, there is recourse. No, you need to see this. You can get in the backlog of the Sarah, and it's much more complex. Once a Jew only owns it, there really very little recourse. So as long as brother Bear has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Bear already took possession, then it's possible. So what's the second thing here? What do you see? Now in this case, brother Bear wants to continue the existence of the idolatry, the IUS. But he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore again, it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? Which is what's the case over here, this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about I don't like to say it's made on produce, which means even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Usually, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. But how would you explain the case then of Zayim? The Pharaoh's Hadron. So this is the Adrianic Persian. So apparently, Rashi points out that here, Adrianic Persian, absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, you actually absorb the wine to a degree, but you can take a shard of that person there, put it in water, and reconstitute wine. In that case, also, brother Bear doesn't care if the casts away from that. Doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. Which the Gemara the one saying about no roads, it's human shall even work shall not do. One second, even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that they're big, right? But it does care about not being still lost, so it still wants a continued existence. And on top of Yerushas Hager Kama, don't bring the right of you're bringing a right, you're bringing a proof in the case of the inheritance Hager. No, Shani Yerushas Hager, that Kilo Barak. Rabbis will make it by Yerusha. Whereas normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha myself, Chazal will make it by Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the idols, he's absolutely committed to work this out with the love of the right? And so you take this, you take whatever is the pocket for this. Yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make a law here? That people are Zera Shem Yatsu. We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money, he will choose his religion. People say that's not enough. Yes, that's the reality from the It's before as well. For example, right? The son of the show. Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. And the victim should not accept back the stolen thing in order to go up and facilitate the thief's trip. Great if the thief has to return everything, you have to return the story. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. Because if you don't have money, you just easily and many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There's a choice between religion and they're afraid that he has to choose between both. And ultimately, again, with Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the gift. So that's a Chazal who want to put in that situation. They would make a light there. And they're saying that often in this kind of case, the Independent State is comprised of committed items and committed items. Therefore, allow him to keep the committed items, give his brother all of the committed also anyways. Kind of wealthy lifestyle support this. Imagine when it was so, Shirshu, in the case of Yerusha. About Shtat Asi. In the case, let's say, a business partnership will be answered. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in the context as well, because we don't know that the person in this world together in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So remember that. Other Yosef remember again, all of this is the same people who are sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Tosha Mar Shivat Va'aras. So let's say this is very interesting. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and we'll say, just before we go on, it's like that Chazal will make it by the game. Just so you understand the tremendous misreadings of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Rebbe Shel Olam wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of our Hashemah, a very skewed view of halacha. And guys, Hashemah is waiting for us to mess up. So it's all waiting for us to mess up. So let me separate our punishment and our things. That's a good thing from the truth. The Rebbe wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. But what the hell is the word of the words of all these scriptures? We know the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go out and we make a mistake. But again, Hashemah understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal do it. No greater commitment in this world. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly for successes. Okay, another question. Other Yosef Rabbi. Ger Tosha, Ma Shevat Va'aras. So it's very interesting. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember, an Akli has the ability to negate this idolatry thereby decommissioning it from its status of geological status. So a Ger Toshav, what is a Ger Toshav? Well, you can see it's not very easy enough definition of a Ger Toshav. Rashi points out here on the top of the daf, Ger Toshav, Eino Ovid Avodas Hashem. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple with everything else except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? So the reason we have to Mishpah, he believes in God, he doesn't worship idolatry, but in every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? So where it says, on one hand, the Padach Levat and Lo Padach Levat. We say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this. Anyone who's what we call a Barmineh. If you're in the parsha of an album, then you can go ahead and decommission idolatry. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an album. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You must only do that nothing. So the Rabbi nothing is this. Instead, the koach and the battle go on. And nothing says, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. Unless it is a question. It's not saying. Yisrael went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that about? Actual basari. So what's it saying? Remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's probably not right because I don't have a problem with it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actual basari. So if I take it out. Over the Ovid Kochalim in the vat, I can call over an apple. Remember, you also have to call over an apple and say, the apple. I need you to engage in this idolatry, decommission it. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission. It's permitted. However, again, the Shabbat though, but again, if I take out, I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. They should know, Ovid Kochalim Medazo Avodas Kochalim Shalom. The Shafari. In Ovid Kochalim happen to decommission his own Avodah Zarah or the Avodah Zarah of his friend. They of God, they shouldn't know. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Find it. Might of God might be off. What does it mean for what does it mean that when he decommissions Avodah Zarah? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say that both are talking against Akum, then Hayu Shalom Shafari, we already said, because we just said before, that Akum has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And the love of the Ovid Kochalim, a love of the Ovid Kochalim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means natural Akum. My shitting off, what does it mean? Non-worshippers, Ger Toshav. Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual Akum and a Ger Toshav? Shmamidal, Ger Toshav, Namibat. And what he sees in here, that a Ger Toshav has the ability to be without ultimately to logically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the word says, no. The only thing we're called is the only true. Rather, Kukai will be the only person who decommissioned Avodah Zarah is the actual idol worshipper. I did the comment. I knew Shalom the Shafar. We already said that. And the prices we come. We already said that we could go and decommission his Avodah Zarah and his friend Avodah Zarah. You know, it says, Reisha, listen to this. It's two different cases. Reisha, Zed, Lepar, Zed, Marcus. Reisha is teaching me like this. If you have two apples, right, and both worship Baal or both worship Marcus, obviously, again, apple 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and apple 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zed, Lepar, Zed, Marcus. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's say one apple who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the knowledge over here? An absolute can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship idolatry. So let's say, so what do we feel about this week? Number one, he an apple can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an apple can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an apple can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different. Incredible, incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no riot at a Ger Kosher, right? So when it comes to a Ger Kosher, we still have to the kind of Ger Kosher, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be in that level? That was still a risk. Whereas this is Tesha, is a Ger Kosher, what's a Ger Kosher? Kosher Kiba, so let's now give more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Kosher? זה קושי קיבל עליו בפני freedom, שלא לעבוד עבודת קודם. Meir says, it's any apple who has accepted upon himself in front of three habits. You know, what's that? Cover in this world, that's what cover normally means. Someone is careful. If choosing, twisting his careful about his team. So in this context, the passion just means it's in front of a base. Any time an apple comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a Ger Kosher. That's a Ger Kosher. Good. That's what I meant. From saying, Kosher Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. So Kosher Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos Shekeren. From saying, a Ger Kosher is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah high. This is not performing those things with prime base. That's a Ger Kosher. Sheva Mitzvos Shekeren. The next is not freedom only able to follow the crowd natural Haven say natural aesthetic. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Kosher. What is a Ger Kosher? And the reason Ger Kosher Zeh Ger Ofen Modelos Shekiber Allah Mekayim Kol Mitzvos Hamulas Katorah Chutz Mi'isr Modelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a Ger Kosher? The Ger Kosher is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the labels, but he has accepted by himself the rest of the mitzvahs. It's a pretty shocking definition. It looks like really much over that definition of Ger Kosher. Rabbi Meir, he accepted it for himself in front of the ways of idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted it for himself, Shem Torah. Chayrim, he has accepted it for himself all of the mitzvahs except for all the mitzvahs. He's not eating that kosher. Incredible, incredible. But the basic goes on, Yachad in Etzlo, Yain, Ma'kidim Etzlo Yain, Ba'kidim Be'er Sheru Yisrael. What's the halacha is, you put the concept wrong within your chakra. A later of time, shows you the concept. You can go on for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit within your mind for a long time. What's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says, Rashi says over here, we saw when we have the Hanusa actually unit so much thinking about it. The Akiva will color, will not go home and answer. We will not go from us in the Hamad base of Rothschild. Even the Eva and other Kakuna when you call you Allah. Who say it's not a muat like a little. The present one with him for sure amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because they're assuming you swap out the juice wine for his own. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. אבל מיוחד עם עצם ימים, ואפילו באר שליבה או בגלל. So as I look at the Ger Kosher, you could leave it to go for sure, but not for a long time. Get not to if you missed or not to because of repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that if it's praying for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wife for the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's mother, or longer amount of time, it's Shmano, Kiyeno. It says, and his oil is like his wife. What is that? Shmano, Kiyeno, Shemen, Mizka, Havi, Yaina. It's not what you want to oil. Oil technically is oil. Kiyeno, Kishmano. Interesting enough, everyone uses like this. That a lot of I saw that ultimately again is his wine. Excuse me. His wine is like this oil, just like this. Very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is water. And because actually just a moment, actually Shmona bin Habigayas and Yeno Mutimano, Shmona also short Ashon that he looked like about the Shia Asr. But what does it mean that his oil is like, excuse me, that his wine is like his oil? That the same way that you get enough from his oil, you get enough from his water. You can't drink the wine you get touched up, but ultimately you can get enough from his water. The shark called Dabar, ultimately, and for every other thing, he is like he's like an apple. Jewish Muslim. Shimon Omer, Yeno, Yair, Nes. Va'amulei, Mutter, Shimon says his wine is like Yair Esef, but obviously, ultimately, a man is Mutter, ultimately, a man for Christian. So this actually tells us we'll pick up in the next section. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this. What do you see from there? We shout about the public comment. You see from the other apple is like an apple to your toe shop is like an apple regarding every other matter. The mind of us, ultimately, again, what does it mean when you say that your function is like an apple for every place? What does that mean? To which the Gemara says, love in the back of the best of funding, can have a best of funding. So it doesn't matter. This is what again, how did this fall from that great function that's started? That started as we try to figure out, does it get a function exactly as good to negate idolatry, if you're actually decommissioning idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, Agir Tosha is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that all these idols, so too can Agir Tosha? Something can Agir Tosha? To which the Gemara says, no, Litin the shus from the Rabbi Shus. No, and actually it means something else. It means actually working shots. What does it mean working shots? What's it about? It's being Samuel. The son, the Shaman Shabbat is the most like this group. Irrefutable. If you have multiple homes that are going to a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that courtyard. How many homes in a courtyard without injuries? Right? Irrit essentially means we collect food from all of these happenings all the chutzner. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. Very like Irrit. And then you pass from the home into the chutzner, plus into the home. To the chutzner, he can yield his rights. That's a Shabbos garden. He can yield his rights to the other members of the chutzner. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, we saw now the Shara Shabbos of the Short, Nevada Rishis. Ultimately, again, if you have Yisrael in which unfortunately again is Yisrael, so as long as externally he's not, as long as externally, like in public he keeps Shabbos, privately he doesn't keep Shabbos, then at least in public he keeps Shabbos, and what's the halacha? The Vatalicious only needs to, if he's going to participate in the eating, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the professor. Okay. Sheemish Shabbos of the Shos, in about the Shos, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially like if he's like a captain, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights and the residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Yisrael, no single Shos in the Shos, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents, with the other Kosadim actually but by Apple, ultimately you have to rent. So therefore again, the Gemara is saying that when you say, so it's just for us to Ketzad, Omer Lo, how does he do so yield his rights or give over his rights to the Omer Lo, you should see communion with him. And hereby give over my rights, right? I give my rights to the country, or you should see will tell us, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes of the Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who participates in the field. They start this question. You don't need any follow-up principles. This is just in general about Erev Katzeros. Again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights or being adopted, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the country that allows everyone else to utilize the chutzner. Even if he's in Yisrael Munah, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he could yield or he could go ahead or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael Mumar, who is publicly a Mumar, is treated like an therefore, when we said before that a Ger Tosha ultimately again is treated like an Akum for all other things means that you live in a chutzner with a Ger Tosha. The Jews in the chutzner want to make a Kodesh Tzillos, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the Ger Tosha. Now, whether or not the Ger Tosha is actually going to be the Sarah, and as the Shalom said, we'll see in tomorrow's daf. Shkara, everyone, what a daf. Tell me how to explain such a system to all of you. We should do it. It's a great sponsorship to be with all of you this morning. To begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. Thank our annual Torah sponsors. This is Rothschild dedicating all the Sherman Brussels this year is exclusive for the sales tunnels for Israel. And the Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Abba, meaning Paul, Stephen Randy, raising the honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dino Drazen, and Lou Rosenzweig, and many other Stanley Rosenzweig of the Rabbi. All you can learn sponsors, Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard Site, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Bush, from the Rabbi, Nathan and Beth Adler, and many of their father, Ben Adler, Father Baruch Mordechai Ben Romero Rabos. Many sponsors for today: Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother Rosie Applebaum, Rachel Bass, that I coming for all the English for families in the family, all those in the food chef and for ladies for as well, who should have messages and Grandma hostages and Shalom and Karov, and all of the soldiers to be successful Shalom and Yassi. And also with that, for us being today's Japanese Sonic Father 64. Really incredible that and us today. We are picking up from Sunday on the days 63 G. We are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. I say that Nachman Ula Ba'adini Ba'adini. So again, Nachman Ula Ba'adini Ba'adini. That's what we are about Ami Ba'adini. Here, but Ami is sitting with him in the university. Yosef, the Kabbalah, he asked the following question. This is a fascinating aspect of this question. Safra Lishbar Yayin Yosef. What is the halacha if an Akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of Yayin Yosef? Basically, residents, Akum comes over to you and says, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of Yayin Yosef. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from this process? Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be committed activity or dealing with items that themselves will be surviving. So here, the Akum is asking you to do something with Yayin Nesef, and is asking you to destroy Yayin Nesef. He's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, "No, what's the halacha? Me and me keep those people also." This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesef. Now, why did I want the existence of Yayin Nesef? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would use the opportunity to break them, and I lose the prognosis. And interestingly enough, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesef. So because I want it, therefore, maybe that makes the person hesitant. We could actually just know it. We have been on Teva, 3 lines from the line on Rashi. The Yisrael Zerlotze B'Kiyuvon Shel Chavi Yosei. Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shelo Yishtabru Akshanei Lehem. I don't know how to read it, doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, Shareru, Vinitos Ramasro. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, it's interesting to think about this, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesef to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from the Yayin Nesef, and therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, oh dear, well, on the other hand, This is the instruction of the instruction of what is up. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want to also remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe what the Zara is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds ultimately again should be promoted. Fascinating shadow. Amar Nachman. So Nachman says, Yishkar Kawal Yachal. But Nachman says, no, take the job, take the job, get the money, and tell our brother you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to root out of Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me say that let's bring a proof to this idea. So the children are not. Ain't ultra in object from the let's say again, an apple plants to line, right? To line is for good mixture. So wheat, we had such as 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say for example, wheat and grapefruit. That's the kind of the for good mixture. So if an obit bakam is planting to line, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the family. Older means like home. You know, when you need to assist him in the church, you can't do that. How about Sonic Father, 64, right? Open of the what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot killing. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi about open. Lashlifa le'ibur va'afal of the road to be kumash le'akum yalei ha'shachim. Let's say Akum hires and maybe it's listen, silver. To me, they very pleasure to line it up. Okay, Akum is a but let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though you get paid for working with Kilai, right? And I want the existence of the Kilai, because if the Kilai is not up and down their own, I lose out on my Parnasa. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here, this is to support the Nafi. The Nafi says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So there's a Savua, the second one from the top 64. Savua Amar, who's a baby. So the key is the Amar, and the kind of the Kalayim, it's very interesting. The people hold those in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant killing, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of killing, but you can't even do anything that sustains it. For example, actually points out over here that let's say someone else plants the killing, like Akman Kalai, to put up a fence around the killing. And the Akiva says, awesome. Why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of killing. Putting up a fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be ushered for the same. There you go. Nafish means reading. Mechapa means covering the seeds with dirt. So Nafish, I'm covering. Now look at, you get out this strength. Okay, let's take them up. Because there you're actively and directly participating in the driving of gravity. King Rabbi says, after the China. Rabbi says, even if you do anything to sustain it, for example, put up the fence around the Kalayim, that's going to be problematic as well. So we're saying, my friend Rabbi Akiva, there should be accused of that. Plus it says, do not plant Kalayim in the field. In the Amazonia, I'm not a prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even when putting up the fence, I'm a lamar, low Kalayim. And so we'll say, so it's interesting over here. A little bit of a play on words. A little bit of words. So again, the words actually kind of slicing the concept. Low Kalayim. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of Kalayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, it's just something that sustains it. That's maybe possible. Ilu, Gemara says, Ilu, the military Tifla Shari. Ultimately, interestingly enough, even if they're going to give us, very important to give up, the prohibition ultimately is concerned that sustains the Kalayim. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the Kalayim? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally Gemara says, not necessarily. No, does not be that thing that Rabbi rather Haman, who's the king of this? Rabbanon, it's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be open to you in any shadow. No, it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, it's just Rabbanon. Rabbanon even put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be accused of. Rabbanon only can be planted to be planted, or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like setting up period, or putting up plants the whole is multiple. Certainly, again, you can get paid for uprooting it. I'm sure that's not going to be right. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, this is very interesting. What's the case over here? Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that Allah provides and you are not allowed to do a favor for him. Like he actually has the meaning of it. So all my focus was Losif. He says, don't be just you can't be free. You can't do something for an acting for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of all these you still can't do it. So the Gemara says, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, the fact that you're saying yourself in Rabbi Yehuda, sounds like you're going to be Akiva. It's not be permitted. Yehuda also meeting on Rasina, about the Yehuda Tifla Shakir. Gemara says, no, according to Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for him. But to do something to upload about the Zayah, that's absolutely permitted. That's an objective benefit. I says Rabbi Akiva Nami. Alpha Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm trying to line look, yeah. And you take this law, shakir. You say something for Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expansive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not really Kilayim planted. It's not really Kilayim saying the actual planting itself. But you think they would put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim to get rid of Israel, to get rid of liberty. Is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the which the Gemara says is so low there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. It's great. This phrase is pseudo meeting. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. A pseudo meeting. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss about this. So it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is ultimately, let's go full circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an uncle wants to destroy us to break his gallows of Yainess. He asks me, he wants to hire me a Jew to go and break his range, pay me $50 a barrel. Okay, so now I can do it or not. So remember, on one hand, you can say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the Yainess. I'm benefiting from the result. On the other hand, I'm destroying the result. But Nachman said, do it and cover a loss. If it involves the destruction of a result of that matter a prohibited item, even though yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, keep the proceeds, because the destruction of people, the destruction of the destruction of prohibition, ultimately is a good thing. As Rabbi says, you get paid and cover a lot. Incredible. Rabbi said it really is such an interesting idea. Kind of like part of Western society, and their mindset is, living that way. And that is important as members of society, just to show an approach to living in greater society. We should take an approach to living. Yes, it's not revolution against the relative. More is the place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. That's that has to be our approach to living in society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root in our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly burden. That's why the Rabbi uses the expression of destroy the IMS, cover Allah. Because ridding the world of evil is a rough. That is rough. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what we think about such an incredible thing. As you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing to ruin everything. And sometimes you would think that like the world would just line up flaws, right? Just about it. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet, again, it's hard. Because often the world can't see what's in the world, can't see what's right, what's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a little like live, and sometimes the Matthew says, Yishbar, the Tawala. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it. And if you do it, ultimately the process is difficult, the process is great, the process is overwhelming. But ultimately when you get to the other side of the process, that's when it's really good. You might as well. But Hadu Yasvi, so again, the same cover as Sri. And the after my question was Hadu Yasvi becoming quite like, you may have this from the Arabic of so what's like, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his item? So Akum sells his item and he has $1,000 in his item. Does that money in the hands of the Akum take on the same identity as the liability itself? Nito Fest has done that the Arabic. Does it take on the identity? Right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to run that. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, we start with the nail that's from the Arabic becoming so nothing says, I think it's motive. I think it's motive. That is, if Akum sells his idol, money has that money does not retain idolatrous activity, but rather that money is just rendering why. So here's what nothing's after. I know what also made it out about. There were these people who came up with what happened. Another one, Zidane was command the Islam, the Sila status is fascinating. So that was like this. There were these people who came up with Rabbi, and what happened? Rabbi, and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry. And then you have the cash. After you do that, you then convert. Now listen here, watch this. What's going on over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, this guy also really thought of all those because remember, if they convert and still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry and idolatry. Idolatry by Jew number one can never be negated, right? Can never have this identity, right? And it can't get another. So it tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off, you have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from here? Obviously, see from here that the lawful money someone sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time, well, you shouldn't be best of it, and let's go home, the other come to us, on the hands of the ultimately permitted. I had the Dylan Shine, so the people that are Ray, God, I want maybe that case is the first since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol converted. So an Akum could even advance is about the Zara. So maybe that's why the proceeds are Eleni the Hawk. Rabbi Gemara says, here's the proof. You saw Shai Noshel Amikropan, Mana, the Matar, although the spoke of him, listen to this. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol. Right, and brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or, Yainess in the same case, I went ahead and I lent him $1,000. He sold his Yainess, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's the law? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Hunting, let's say the Akum same case, the Akum $1,000. They pay you, you need to wait here. I'm just going to sell my I only got the proceeds. I'm going to sell my Yayin Nesach and you got the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. See, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his Yayin Nesach. I know what I do. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Nesef. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are for give it to me. I accepted the my generation. So what's the essential? I don't say what's this in these two cases. Moshe see from the shum, but how we make kilos of the community. So this is very interesting. So now this seems to circle back a little bit for your sibling. But here's the difference. In the second case, where the Akhram says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the wine, like as I wanted to pay. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes posits the proceeds of the hustle. And there's no second. He wrote to the Kiyum of Kiyagahim. That's what we just said before. If that's mutter. In other words, we'll say, when you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the apple sells because I want the money. I want the continued existence of the Nesef because I want the money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these particular items. Why should it be us? Vatian, Jer, this is Vatian, Jer, Shiar, Shu, Adiyah, Overcomes. This is a very interesting case. You have two brothers. One converted, and one, they're Akhram brothers. One converted and one is Tzaddik. So brother Ger, brother Akhram. So what happens? Their father died. Their Akhram father died. Their father. So we lost the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say primitive idols. So Ger, Yochel, Roma, Lothal, Akav, Roma, so brother Ger can say to brother Akhram, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yain stuff, and I'll take the money and the needles. So you can do that, then you should go, and that's good. However, the Mishabal is just like us, obviously. All of this presupposes that the Ger is not yet actually taking possession of the Yain or idols. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But, well, technically there is recourse. There is seamless. You can get confidence in the background and so much. It's much more complicated. Once that you already owns it, right, very little. So as long as Brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, there's no problem providing up his estate. However, if Brother Ger already took possession of his estate, so ultimately, what do you see? However, now in this case, Brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry, the Yair, but he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? Which was Rabbi Barula Mastisim Avodas Kalamis Kalakis Yishvara. What's the case over in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is about I don't say it's even so it's still bad. So therefore, again, Brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It's still as far as down. Which we know, so that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain the case then? The Pharaohs had dragons. So this is an Adrianic person. So apparently, he actually points out something here. Adrianic person, where ultimately it's right, absorbent. If you put wine in there, before absorbent that you could take a shard of that somewhere, put it in water, and reconstitute it. In that case, also, Brother Ger doesn't who cares as to the plants great from it, doesn't because either way, the value is still the same. Which the verse of the one saying about Rothschild, so the Jewish one saying, even if that's so, even if Brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that you're great, right? He does care whether or not people still lost, so he still wants their continued existence. Don't bring a riot for this case. You're bringing a riot from the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No, Shani Rushas Ager got killed by Rabbi. Rabbis were naked by the Yerusha. In other words, normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha Maisa, Chazal were naked by the Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actually taken possession of the Yain or the idols, is absolutely permitted to work this out with his brothers of him. Right? They said, you take this, you take whatever this stuff, I'll take the stuff. Even though, yes, he was the continued existence. Why? Why would he make what I was here? That people are Baran, Zera Shemin Yatsu. We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and will choose his religion. So they said, that's not really not going to get. That's a reality from the nation. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's some of the Shabbat. So Chazal said that in certain cases, theft. The thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept that the stolen number one in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's treatment. Right? If the thief has to return everything, we have to return that check. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Right? Money is necessary. It is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, you just things are like and many people do not stand up to religious challenges. And there's a choice between religion and money. They're afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the gift, because it's human nature. So if Chazal didn't want to put him in that situation, therefore they may go by it there, and we're saying we're offering this kind of case, even though it has an estate that is comprised of permitted items and prohibited items, therefore allows him to keep the permitted items if his Achim brother order the permitted. Also, on the days, Tanya, Rachi writes that's the office, imagine when it is so, Shirsha, in case of Yerusha. Aber statt Fuß. In the case of a business partnership with the answer. So see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they were not normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well. So we don't put the person in this order together in this precarious situation. Incredible. So remember that. Other lesson point out. So remember that all of this is the same people who are sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Tosha Mao Sheibat Ba'avodas Ba'avodas. So listen, this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and listen, just before we go on, this idea that Chazal will make go back again, just so you understand the tremendous circumstances. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. That a Bono Shal Olam wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very sweet view of a very sweet view of Halacha. That the struggle is waiting for us to mess up, so we can see this thing. It's all waiting for us to mess up, so we can levy some type of punishment for everything that's politically for the future. The devotion wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go in and make a mistake. But again, Mishmach understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal did it. Knowing that you have no greater complication than this world. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly comes from success. Okay, incredible question. Other years will come down. Ger Tosha, Moshe Bat Balas. What's a very interesting question? Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember that. An Abu has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status as theological significance. So Ger Tosha, we'll say, what is a Ger Tosha? Now we're going to see it's not focused about the definition of Ger Tosha. Rashi points out that the Shach B'Kaf, Ger Tosha, Eino Ovid Avodas Chesed. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. It's a pretty big thing. Right? He believes in Hakadosh. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Gemara says, on one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. And maybe not when we say like this, anyone who's what we call a barmineh, if you're in the parsha of an uncle, then you can go ahead and decommission all this up. And this guy is in the parsha. It's not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because it's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an uncle. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the Torah to go ahead and negate it. You guys only know that nothing. So one of us are nothing is raising this. Stand up, the Call of the Battle of Rothschild. And nothing says that only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshel doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that about? Actual boss of the so what's that saying? Remember again. So let's say, right, listen to this case. I'm working in the shop, I'm working in the so I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's probably right, because it's not part of it. And once it's acquired by a Jew, essentially can't be functions. So what do? I should have busted it. So before I pick it up, over the open Kohanim Kumirat, I can call over an apple, and then also attack you with. Call over an apple, and see if the apple I need you to engage in this idolatry, decommission it. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this. I know it's committed. However, again, in the Shabbos of the Yodo, ain't no only open but again, that's not picked up. I feel possession of it. At that point, you cannot be decommission. They should know only to a coven Medato Avodos Kohanim Shalom, the Shachavim. And only to a coven Medato to decommission his own Avodazara or the Avodazara of his friend. They of God, they shouldn't know whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. And we find it to be my of God, my own. What does it mean? What does it mean that how can we decommission of himself? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say that what we're talking about then Hayu Shalom Shachavim, we already said this. We just said before that an apple has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodazara and the Avodazara of his friend. And the love of the Ovid Kohanim, my shitting and the love of the Ovid Kohanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual act. My shitting of the ones in non-worshipper, Ger Toshel. Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual and Ger Toshel? Shmamino, Ger Toshel, Nanilaka. What do you see from here? That Ger Toshel has the ability to be Mubako, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodazara. Incredible. Which the Lord says, no. The only thing that is not true. Rather, Kukai will be the only person who can decommission and is an actual idol worshiper itself. I have the Kamret, I knew Shalom Shachar. We said that, and then the price is redundant. Because you already said that how comes to God and decommission his Avodazara and his friend Avodazara. You know, it says, Reisha, listen to this. It's two different cases. Reisha, Zeb, Marcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two apples, right, and both worship Palpar, and both worship Marcus. So obviously, again, apple 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and apple 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeb, Ma'ar, Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's see if one apple worships Marcus and one who worships Baal. What's the novelty over here? An Akim can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So let's say, so maybe we see how this being told. Number 1, an Akim can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number 2, an Akim can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number 3 is an Akim can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it differently. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no raya about a Ger Toshel. Right? So when it comes to a Ger Toshel, we still act as Avodazara. Can a Ger Toshel, which is a Gentile, so the repudiated idolatry, can he be the that level? So that is called an answer. Because Mason, when he's Kasha, is a Ger Toshel. What's a Ger Toshel? Toshel Kiva, so now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Toshel? Is that Toshel Kiva with me, Gimel David? Meir says it's any Akum who has accepted upon himself in front of three Chavim. Again, I was like, Chaver who study out in class. I don't normally use something that's different with children. It's just it's careful about food. So in this context, the Pasha says it just means that things are based. Anytime Akum comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a gift. That's a gift of Shah. Good. That's what I mean. Come say, Oshikiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos to me. Oshikiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos to me. Some say, and your Toshav is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah from don't see for acquiring faith. That's a gift of Sheva Mitzvos to Allah, the next time. Even only able to follow the crowd, not true. I hear them say, not true. That's not neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Gertosha. What is a Gertosha? Easy Gertosha. Ze Ger from the Velos. Shekibon Alov Leterim Kol Mitzos Hamulas Patolo. Chutz Mi'isr Neveis. What is the definition of the Gertosha? The Gertosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the Velos, but he has accepted it by himself the rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. So let's say, really my thought was that the definition of the Rabbi Meir, he accepted it for himself in front of the raising of idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted it for himself, Shem is from God. Achevim, he has accepted it for himself all of the mitzvahs except all of the mitzvahs. He's not in that portion. Incredible. So the Rabbi goes on, Yachadin Etzler. Yeah, he's getting up and keep it this way. That he would be here, should be. I was like, I love this. You can just pass it wine with his right? You can leave it within for a little bit of time. I should say, you can leave everything wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit within wine for a long time. Now, what's the reason? What are we consuming that over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says around that. Rashi says over there. We saw when Yef the Halusa actually looked at the Mala. So much thinking of it. I even the Lokala. We're not going to home and ask it. We're not going to come to us in the Amma base of what I should come. Even the Ima another craft, nobody can do that. We say it's not a muat like a little. So ultimately, the present going with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because we're consuming these swap out the juice wine for his own. Okay. And this is true even in the cities where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So what's this? You could leave it from one for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, not to the INS, or not to the INS, not because it's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine from juice. So for a short amount of time, it's winter, for a longer amount of time, it's Shmano, Kiena. And says, and his oil is like his water. What is that? Shmano, Kiena, what I call Shemen, Mika, Havi, Yaya. That's not what we want with oil. Oil can't be used. Kishmano. Interesting enough, I don't use it like this, but when I saw that ultimately again is his wine, his wine is like his oil, just like this is very interesting. Well, just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. I'll look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi, Shmona bin Hamid and Yeno Mutamano, Shmona Kodum Shukla Hashem Bashilotay, about the Shia Asr. But what does it mean that his oil is like, what his wine is like his oil? But the same that you get enough from his oil, you can get enough from his wine. You can't choose. And ultimately, you can get enough from his wine. The sharp old dollar, ultimately, and for every other thing, he is like an actor. Shimon Omer, Yeno, Yayo, yes. Shimon says his wine is like Yayo. Yes, others say ultimately again, but it is motor, ultimately again for consumption. So it's actually calls up the word. We'll pick up on the next session. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. Katanias, what do you see from here? Katanias, we shout for the Pali. We see from here that the Akun is like an Akun to your social is like an Akun regarding every other matter. The Bible said, ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that it's social? It's like an Akun to everything else. What is that? Jewish to give ourselves love, in the battle of the rest of loving, can have a rest of loving. So it doesn't matter, because there's more again, how did this whole thing that very social get started? It got started because we try to figure out, does it get social as a to negate idolatry, the theological decommission. Now we just got finished saying that in this respect, Agir Tosha is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an actor. Doesn't that mean that just as an actor can theologically decommission and negate that all these so too can Agir Tosha? So too can Agir Tosha? To which the Gemara says, no, no, Litin Shus in the Bible, no, actually means something else. It means actually local shots. What does it mean local shots? What's the verse? It's King Samuel. So, the Shaman Shabbos is the most like this. If you have multiple things that are connected to a program, you cannot carry from a home interact from it into a program without anything else. Like it would essentially means we collect seed from all of the evidence of the Chatzar, they join together, and that joint seed makes it into the domain of one whole. Then what it would be. So if you pass from the home to the Chatzar into the home. And what it is, if you have a Jew who's not joined into the Chatzar, he could yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, I forgot to participate in moving for that participant in the Erev. He could yield his rights to the other members of the Chatzar. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, we saw Momer, the Shara Shabbos of the Shop, and the Nevata Rishus. Ultimately, again, if you have the Yisrael Momer, which unfortunately again is the Yisrael who apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like right for him, publicly keep Shabbos. Privately, he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least in publicly keep Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Without the rishus, all he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else, meaning the president. Okay. Shame Shabbos Shabbos of Shop, in without the rishus, but again, if you publicly violate Shabbos, then essentially it's like if he's like an apple, which is not enough for him to yield his rights in the constitution. Rather, you have to rent his rights. On Shamru, Yisrael, no single shus from the Shus, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. With the other Kohanim actions, by Akum ultimately and after that. After that, so therefore again, the Gemara is saying that when we say, so it wasn't just us and Ketzad, over the law, we say how does the youth, for example, yield his right to over his rights. Over the law, we should see community. I hereby give over my rights. I give my rights to the person to or we should see the Yukalas, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes of the Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who participated in the Erev. They start discussing. You don't need to be forward to it. So, as just in general, by Erev Fatzeros, again, you need to participate in all Jewish residents. In general, if you're a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights or being a doctor, or just simply negate his ownership rights. And the husband that is everywhere else to be alive. Even if he's in a strong ruler, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead and it would be proof. By the actual, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the strong ruler who is publicly a ruler is treated like a also the most therefore. When we said before that a Ger Tosha ultimately again is treated like an apple for all other things means that the Chatzar with a Ger Tosha, and the Jews in the Chatzar want to make it clear with zeros, they must rent the space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the Ger Tosha. Now whether or not the Ger Tosha is actually going to be Sarah, the Minister will say, you'll see as well as that. Shkach everyone, that incredible experience that this is from all of you. Was a great sponsorship to you. We're telling all of you this morning to bring back energy all of our sponsors for this morning show. Thank our annual Common sponsor. Customer shopping versus so dedicated all the channel Russians this year is exclusive for sales tables and so. And the first sponsors for the month of Abroad in the K. Stephen Reddy raising the honor of their parents. Israel raising Dina Drazer, Karim Rosenzweig, and a member of the Stanley Rosenzweig and the Rothschild. A week of learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard Site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, then Steve Hirsch, and the Rothschild. Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Father Baruch Mordecai, Ben Mary Ross. Then the sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, in memory of his beloved mother, Rosen Applebaum, Rocco, Lass, with for the minutes of our commentary, all the Moshe was happening the families in the family, almost in the first having together, colorful leaves for the 12 which remains a shame and all of our country is Shalom and Bukharov, and our resources to success and fall in our city. And as we got, let us begin. Today's dot is the son of David, 64. We have incredible God in us today. We are picking up from some of the on the days, 63B, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 runs up from the bottom. This is what happened to Ula, Puppy. So again, not being Ula, Puppy, that's what we hear about Ani Gabak. And here about Ani is sitting with him at the University of Yosef, the Kabbalah, my bride. He asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating question. Safra Vishba Yayin Nessa. What is the halacha if an Akim hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin mixer? That's if whenever this Akim comes over to the place, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. You need to be able to smash these barrels of yayin mixer. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from this halacha? Let's remember again. In yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity or dealing with items that themselves may be asur b'anos. Here, the Akim is asking you to do something with the INS, and he's asking you to destroy the INS. He's going to take me for it. So I'm allowed to keep those proceeds. The Gemara says, no, what's the law of Mia Miriam Kevin that also became more awesome? She's very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Now, why does I want the INS? The barrels are great on their own. And then, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS because I want it. Therefore, again, maybe that makes the closest, but it actually is the moment. Near Miriam Kevin, he lands up in the line in Rashi. The Israel is there, lots of the Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. I don't have a Ruben doesn't want to break up their own. Actually, Shavregu, he's also also. So you say that since the Jew actually wants, is think about this, right? The Jew actually wants the existence. I don't want, right? I don't want it to be that. So therefore, maybe that's considered being proceeds from the items. Therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is the instruction of the INS, the instruction of the result. This is a good thing. This is different. Sure, one can also make existence, but again, ultimately, the extravagant result is the good thing, and therefore the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be fascinating challenge. Or not. So Nachman says, Yishpar the Torah. And Nachman says, no, take the job, take the job, get the money, and tell our brother you should be first. You have the opportunity to go to the root out of the Torah, and that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So you must let me see this. Let's bring it to this. Let's see the Rabbi. Ain't interesting all big from so let's say again, in awkward plants to line is for the good notes. So wheat, we had such as to be wheat, and let's say for example, wheat and grapefruit. That's what I'm doing. For big notes. So if an ovary problem is planting, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist in the plant. Over means like home, when you use the seed, They can't do that. How about sound valid? 64. About opening up the what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot killing. Then I am allowed to do the Rashi about open. Let's say I hire some units in silver. Do me a favor, I plan to do that. So let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilayim, right? And I want the existence of Kilayim because it's like something about running on and he's up on the side. So Gemara says, so it appears from here, this is the support example. The Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want to continue the existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So there's the Savua, second line from the top 64. Savua Amar, who's a baby. So the Akiva, Amar, and the Kayin, the Kilayim, this is very interesting. The Akiva order is a longevity. Not only is there a prohibition to plant killing, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of killing, but you can't even do anything that sustains it. So for example, Rashi points out over here, so let's say someone has come to the Kilayim, right? Asks me to put up a fence around the kingdom. And the Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, putting up the fence has nothing to do with the act itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be us or something. Besides, there we go. Nafish means reading. The fact that means covering the seeds with books. Nafish, I'm trying to get to I look at you get off right because there has to be because there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of prayer. The Kiva says, and the Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kiva, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's really problematic as well. My friend Rabbi, this will be Kiva. What's his name? Mikra, Sat from the Tizra Kilayim. Plus it says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. So yeah, I know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence? Hamalamar low Kilayim. Alright, so let's say it's interesting over here. You are making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of play on words. So again, words actually kind of spicing it was like low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, which is something that sustains it, that's going to be Ilu, Gemara says, Ilu, when you read the Tefla Shari, and ultimately, interestingly, not really very Kiva. Very Kiva, the prohibition ultimately can say it sustains the Kiva. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the Kiva? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. Well, it doesn't have to be that being a Rabbi, rather, Haman, who's a king. This Rabbanon, Rabbanon might be open to the community Nari Shabbat. No, that's not true. According to Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon is going to put up a fence. Because Rabbanon only can be a key belt. Rabbanon will find every family plants planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Or some type of like supporting of or putting up a fence they hold is multiple. So if putting up a fence is not there, you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant. So showing it's not going to be to which the Gemara says, Hachamas, is very interesting. What's the case over here? The Ka'avi B'chim. Interesting. Where ultimately again I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, the leaders of the opinion that Allah and said you are not allowed to do a favor for them. Like he actually has the beginning of our so Allah Stephanie. So Allah hope is what most of them mean. And give them a skin on them. He says, don't give up the skin, you can't do free. You can't do something for an aspect of free. Even if the free favor is the structure of all this, you still can't do it. So which the Gemara says, is that Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, the fact that you're saying you're suffering from Yehuda, shows that according to Rabbi Akiva, will not be permitted. יהודה אסור ליתן למחלסים, אבל למיעוט תפלה שקל. Gemara says, no, according to Yehuda, and Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for him. But to do something to Abu Dhabi Bizarre, that's absolutely permitted. It's a good, that's an objective benefit. I, Gemara says, Rabbi Akiva Nami. Afa Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Akiva, and Kain Kalaim, okay? You say Tifla Shakir. You say something according to Rabbi Akiva. Even according to Rabbi Akiva, was a more expensive approach to the prohibition of July. They're not only coming out planted, not only coming out something the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. You know, you keep it green to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of liberty, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from your H. The Gemara says, is so low there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. This phrase, so this is like the Talmudic equivalent of a Sulomi. That's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss about this. So it's very interesting. But therefore, what this means is, let's go for a second. How did we start? This all started by the priest. And after wants to break these barrels of Yanis. So he asks me, he wants to hire me a Jew to go to break his will to pay me $50 a barrel. So remember, on one hand, you can say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the Yanis. I'm benefiting from the whole result. The other hand, I'm destroying the whole result. But Nachman said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of a Zara, of that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plant to be on its own. I want to open it. But nevertheless, I need to go ahead and do the activities, keep the proceeds, the destruction of people, destruction of Zara, destruction of opposition, ultimately is a good thing. And so Matthew says you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I will say there is it really is such an interesting idea kind of the part of Western society and mindset is, live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in greater society. We should take an approach of living. Yes, it's not your obligation to be honest with it, nor is it your place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or opinions. Live and let live. That's to assume that has to be our approach to living in greater society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed, it has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurry. That's why the method uses this Ashma. Yes, destroy the INS and come out of love. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this from what you think about. It's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel is, and some of you will think that the rules were just a blind thoughts, like just facts. Because you're doing the Lord's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because often the Lord can't see what's evil, what's good, who's right, who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a little that good, and sometimes the Matthew says Yishbar to Kabbalah. Sometimes you have to identify the evil. You have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and once you do it, the process is difficult. The process is good. The process is a lot. But ultimately, you get to the side of the process, that's what it's We're telling us, so again, the same thing I was saying, and after the discussion, mas hobby asli become by like the main activist hobby of the public what this is very what happens is when Catherine sells his item. So Catherine sells his item and he has for $1,000. Does that money at the end of the day take on the same identity as the other sellers? No. Retail Fest has done that the other doesn't take on the identity, doesn't take on the identity of the idolatry. Or not, so I'm going to run that too. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, you're not going to start with the nail, just come down, you can probably come. So nothing says, I think it's more to I think it's more to that means if nothing sells his item, and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity. It's rather that money is just one game. Listen to this, so here's our nothing. Need to handle, what is the answer you need to know about? However, Zivino Kama de Islafu, the suicide is fascinating. So that's something like this. When these people came up with Rabbi, what happened? That's in Rabbi, and he wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then let's watch this. Let's go here. And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, if you have the sea sky, all of these sky will be like the Christian sky will also be part of one of those problems of our faith. Because remember, you convert and still own your idolatry, then that's idolatry and idolatry. Idolatry by number one can never be gay, right? Never have this identity. They take it another. So it tells them instead of foot while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert the money from it. What do you see from this? How do you see something that a lot of nice sells his idol, that cash is committed to the United States. My time off, we shouldn't be concerned that we have almost a hundred level common times here. This is the sell on the truth. And the hands of your is committed. I had to go and shine this, and even that in a way, besides I bought it, we actually since the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the conversion. So it happened to be the that is a result. So maybe that's why the person's I only know. Rabbi Gemara says, here's the truth. We saw Shai Noshi what we were talking about. Umacha, although those folk are in the right? I went $1,000. So what happened? So the uncle went and sold his uncle, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or, Yayin Nesson was saying to his thing, I went ahead and went $1,000. He sold his Yayin and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Mutter, ultimately again, it's mutter. Interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Until you actually enter, almost will come from Yayin Nesson, unless it happens in case, first of all, they pay you, to me, they were waiting there, I'm just going to sell my own. I have exactly the proceeds. I'm going to sell my Yayin Nesson, and exactly the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. So here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent $100,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his Yayin Nesson. I know what he's doing. He gives me the proceeds, pays back the debt, moves. Case number two, same thing, I lent $1,000. She says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours, I got to sell my idol, I got to sell my Yayin Nesson. When he comes up with the proceeds are for given. I kept the nice donation measures. So what's this thing? I don't say, what's this negotiation? See from the shrimp, how we make the roast. So this is very interesting. So we have this sort of kind of okay, what we see. The shrimp is the difference. Second place, where the applicant says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine. I was between existence and because I wanted to pay. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes Passes the person's hustle. And this is what's saying. If you look at the community I got from this, which is before, but that's not the owners of the site. When you want to continue existence, then I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue existence of that idol as well as the source of money. I want to continue existence of the INSF because I want money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continuing existence of these other items. Why should it be us? Rothschild, Gary, she or she are here to you have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both acting brothers. One converted and one is flipped. So brother Gare, brother Akron. So what happens? Their father died. Their father, their actual father died. And they has their father. So he wants to estate. In the estate is idolatry. And let's say primitive items. So Gare is not a longer long from Akron. So after the INS, so brother Gare is taking brother Akron. So brother Akron, you take all the idols yourself. You take all the items. And I'll take the money and tomatoes. You can do that. Then you should go, and that's good. However, you should go, it's just like yes. All of this presupposes that the Gare is not yet active. Every single week, obviously, once that happens, there's no more weakness. Right? But there is you could get once it's already owns it, that's very, very exciting. So as long as brother Gare has not yet taken possession of these items, he's not providing us with space. However, if brother Gare takes possession of his what he sees there, come up with a nice stuff. Now in this case, brother Gare wants to continue the existence of the idols, but he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. So what's the problem? Which is Rabbi, what's the case of your this is the time I know that's his name. So therefore, again, brother Gare doesn't actually care. So he means even if it breaks, who cares? He still cares themselves. That works fine for Allah. How would you explain it to the Pharaoh's syndrome? So what's his name? Hygienic. So apparently, he actually comes out from here. Hygienic person or absorbing. So therefore, you put wine in there, that's the way absorb if you want to. But you can take a shot of that person there, put it in the water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, brother Gare doesn't, who cares if the value is still even if that's so, even if brother Gare doesn't care enough right? He does care whether or not he can stay lost, still wants to continue existence. But I pop up, the Rushas, I get a camera, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance. Yeah, no, shiny Rushas are there. Heated Baraka. Rabbis will make them by the Rusha. In other words, literally, perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha Raisa, Chazal will make it by Rusha. And as long as the Gare has not yet actively taken possession of the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with him. Right, so you take this, you take the stuff off of this stuff. Even though, yes, he was thinking to exist. Why? Why would he make that idea? That people are going to say that Shem Yatsu. We are afraid that if the Gare has any choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his religion. That's not really not going to get. That's the reality of humanity. It's not more than some of the most choice. Some said that it increases theft.
You guys know how it works. Like, well, someone's an ego to the book, and maybe it's one of the better media from the sidewalk. Maybe it's we had last week one of the first timers that they're sitting here in the audience thinking they drove a long way to be here. Who knows what will happen? If Clarity and you get 60 seconds uninterrupted on this stage, you know your time is up and you're the sound of a killer.
for people to engage
That
in
means wrapping up that
self-sacrifice.
auction and bring up the angry Fifth Street Bear. You guys ready to start the show? Make some fucking noise, Austin, Texas. It's very important
As
that
much
we
as
keep
you say,
people in the area.
as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay the bills.
Big announcement
Because if you
coming
don't
this
have
week for
money,
episode 500 of Bill Tony, which will be here in Austin.
and many people do not stand up
Let's talk about tonight. Things are going to get started. This is an exciting game. Make some noise for Zachariah Tippett.
Yes, choose between
Zachariah
and ultimately
Tippett.
again, as you show, he may be tempted
Fingers
to
crossed the
choose
guy
this.
actually has
Again,
some
not
breath.
because of
I
the
don't see
gift
why he wouldn't.
position in the gym. So if you decide to go in that situation,
Weird thing
you're
to lie
going to make
about.
or by a hair, and you're saying,
Someone
well,
yells Zachariah out there on the sidewalk. He's coming.
the items, therefore allowed him to keep the items,
Fingers
see
sticking
his
up. All right.
brother all over the
Money in his feet.
Hani Rabbi vai se supportis, ne django, when it is so, shirsh, it is a illusion. About the stack also. And I think that the business partnership will be awesome. So see from here, that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of the Yusha. They were not unwillingly allowed to occur in the context of love. We don't look at the person who is in these various situations. Incredible. Remember that. Under you as a time, remember again, all of this is the same group of Rabbanim singing together. Another question I can. Ger Tosha now she battle about so what's the Can it Ger Tosha? Can it Ger Tosha? Go ahead. And what's that? Just before you go on, just it's a good Chazal will make it by that. Just see that he's saying tremendous mistakes. Shaloka is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. And seeing each other very skewed, very skewed correctly, then that your spot is very for us to see us. Because I will just mess up, so you can let me suffer the punishment of the mistakes. That's the key for us in truth. The Ribono wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all the halachas, all the rules, all the scriptures, and all the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to see us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, this part of us to what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing the standards, because of the no, to a many greater opportunities. That's the easiest way of bringing this from. In this book, Chazal constantly another question. How do you guys talk about it? Dear Tosha, my shape I don't so it's very interesting. Can a Dear Tosha go ahead and abolish your gate? Remember that. An uncle has the ability to gate his desire, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So a Dear Tosha was what is it? I was going to say it's not focused on the definition of Tosha. Rashi comes out to the top of the top. Dear Tosha, Eino Ovid Lodas. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an athlete, everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Like, he believes in this God. He believes in God, doesn't worship idolatry. And in other respect, he does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry. Where it says, on one hand, the public about to work on we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Ultimately, then you got when you say like this, anyone who's what we call a binding. If you're in the parsha of an uncle, then you can go ahead and decommission idolatry. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an uncle. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem He himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the cloth to go ahead and negate it. You must only do that. So that's our nothing. And that means that only someone who worships it can negate it. The someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, Nigeto doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the business. Come back to the marketplace. What's that? Actual possible. So what's the thing? Remembering it. So let's say, what? Let's look at this case. I'm walking in the ship. I'm walking in the marketplace. I see gold idols sitting there on the ground. If I lift the box, that's probably not one. And once it's acquired by you, essentially, so what do I do? Actual possible. So if I pick it up. Over to a cabin in the back, I can pull over and pull over and decommission. That's theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of what's permitted. However, again, we should run some ago. Ain't no only open computer but again, but pick it out. And introduction of it at that point is going to be decommission. You should only open for covering the back of the others for coming shallow. You shall have it. No big for coming back or decommission is kind of a result. Or the other desire of his friend. They are God, they shall know. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Whether he finds his new thing. Might of God, might of God. What does it mean to worship? What does it mean by decommission of the desire? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say it, then I shall love you. We already said that. We just said before about the platform has the ability to actually please have a result. We have the result of his friend. And a lot of the Ovid Kohanim, my shaking a lot of the Ovid Kohanim, right? Ultimately, again, Ovda means natural act. My shaking what does it mean? Non-worshippers, their worship. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both the actual and their worship? Let me know. Their worship, let me know. I already see here that their worship has the ability to be ultimately to theologically decommission of all this incredible. Which the Lord says, no. The only integral part is the only actually. Rather, if I will be the only person to decommission of this is the actual idol worshiper itself. I get the conduit, and we shall all the stuff. We said they already said that. The price is for God. They already said that. He's up. And it's very you know, it says, Ratio is two indications. Ratio is that the art, is that the darkness. Ratio is teaching like this. You have two options, right? And both worship powerful art, and both worship marketplace. Obviously, again, Uncle 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and Uncle 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa is zealot for all these items. Oh, the Seifa teaches something different. Let's say one who worships marketplace and one who worships powerful art. What's the difference here? And after we can worship an idolatry, even if he doesn't worship idolatry. So let's say, so we do three options to each other. Number one, an apple can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an apple can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an apple can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it. Incredible. Incredible. But again, no life. Right? So it comes to a gear portion. She's still actually out there. So it's going to be a kosher. Gentile, who is keeping it without what he is keeping it without what he is. And without that, that's starting it. Because this is when I shot. He's a good kosher. What's a good kosher? Kosher, keep it up. Was it now the more definition? What is the definition of it? It's also keep up with me. David, Shalom La'avot, as well as where it says, it's any action who is accepted by himself in front of three people in the rest of it. It's not going to be extraordinary. I don't know what it means. Something's different. So in this context, the context is just means that you're from the base. And it's going to comes in front of the base. And he repeats idolatry. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. So, good. That's what I mean. Come say,
Where is it?
Come say, and get yourself as any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the seven Noah base. That's again what Shem is supposed to be God. It makes it even only Abel's got all this even say neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of good. What is a good trust in the pieces of conscience? Zed, yet both from the bears should keep us along with any more meets us from the rest of Torah. What's necessary in the bears? This is very interesting. What is the definition of a Gershon? A Gershon is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the Vedas, but he has accepted on himself the rest of the mitzvah. It's pretty shocking definition. It's like really important out there. Rabbi Meir, he accepted on himself from conjuration of idolatry. Someone who accepted upon himself service in the Torah, Haven, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs, except all of them. He's not a teenager. Incredible. The price that goes on. We got to have these texts. Yeah, you can get him out. You can get your movies. I said, I love this. You can express him why you can get himself. Right? You can leave it with you can leave with the wine for a short amount of time. You can't constantly say wine for what's the reason? What are we concerned about here? What are we concerned about here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says right? And so on yes, I used to actually not for a longer amount of time because we're considering we swap out the juice wine or his own. Even the majority of his evidence are Jewish. About nothing extra young, about who the extra little bit. So it's a lot of here for himself. You can leave it in one for sure. Not for a long time. Get not to young yes, or not to young yes. This is repeated idolatry. But we are concerned that if it's playing for a longer amount of time, we may switch to one for a short amount of time, for a longer amount of time. Shmano, Yeva. And his oil is like his oil. Shmano, Chris, and I thought, Shemen, Mika, Honey, Yain, except that we want Hello, Yengo, Tishmano. Interesting, you not finding a movie like this, but a lot of myself, that ultimately again is wine. His wine is like his blood. Just like his life. Just like his oil is. So to ultimately again is wine. Look at that. That's the smell of the Americans. And you know, look at that. Smell of the shop. That's how I'm not about the steel. The one thing that is oil is like this. There's one like this. It's the same that you get enough from the oil. You can get enough from this wine. You can't drink the wine. But ultimately, you can get enough from this wine. The sharp $12 ultimately for every other thing that is money. This is like says This one is like the Odessa, but obviously ultimately, again, that is ultimately, again, for this position. So it's actually called the pick up the position. See, that's just very else, like that's just very else. What do you see from there? That's very else. The shower part of the public economy. We see from there that the organization to your shop is like an upward regarding every other matter. The might ultimately, again, what is the meaning of the what is it? Which says love in the back of that's what always can have that's what fun. It doesn't matter because we are trying to supposed to make it guys, tell you we're trying to figure out how to get attention to negate idolatry. You actually definition idolatry. So now you just got finished. Then this was step and then touch on this unit. But other than that, doesn't that mean that just as attractive to theologically declination and negate idolatry so you can get don't show. So you can get don't show. Which the Gemara says we are not face up low. Leaking the shoes from the back of the shoe. Actually, we see as insomma, the shadow Shabbat is the most you cannot carry from a home into a person. A person would have like it essentially means to collect food from other members all they join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one whole. What it is, if you have a Jew who do not join into he can use his rights. Let's say Shabbos started. I forgot to participate in the movie, but I participate in the area. He can yield his right to the other members. If it is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. We saw the Shara Shabbos of the Shek in the Raka Rishus. Ultimately, again, so unfortunately, again, is the steps of the pastors. So as long as he's not right from the edge, what we could teach Shabbos, privately, at least in public this and what's the Raka Rishus, all the figure of participation in it just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the process. She was trying to show us a show, he was not going to show us, but again, he publicly violates but essentially he's like an absolute who has not enough for him to influence his rights. Either you have to write make sure you slow most of the trust in the righteousness, right? To install ultimately again the ability to go ahead and give his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the residents, or the other again actually by ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again the Lord is saying that when you say so this is just portion of Kate's out. Over the law, because how does yield to his right to be so over the law, we should see the law. And hereby give over my rights, right? And my rights because of the war. We should see the tell us, or my rights are negated to you. Or ultimately, it works for the purposes of that is required. The rights that is not participatory in participation. They tell this, this is just in general, but and you need the participation of Jewish residents. In general, for a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights, or be the doctor that is simply negate his ownership rights in the person that allows everyone else to utilize the house. Even if he's an Israel woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he can yield or he can go ahead by an actress, you have to go ahead and acquire this rights. And in the strong woman who is publicly on the work, he's treated like it's also the one that's careful. When we said before that again, Rothschild ultimately again is treated like an actor for all other things. Rights ultimately again of the insurance. Now, whether or not the Great Worship is actually going to be like Sarah, and then she will say, you'll see tomorrow is that. That is our unheard experience that this is so all of you. And she can be
I tried using an axe once, and I was like, I think that's for axe throw. Yeah, it seems like an axe throw. It looks like a dude who rolls on swords. Yeah, I roll on like this exact guy. He works at a whiskey bar. I don't know. I actually stopped drinking 7 months ago. So. Yeah. Hey, I appreciate what happened that made you stop drinking? What was going on for you? There were actually a lot of moments that I mentioned. Like, I just need to like look at all this. It was honestly the rock party. I was watching. I was like, dude, I didn't even rock no party like that. And then I saw her. Maybe I should.
I thank all of our sponsors for this morning cheer. Thank our annual conference sponsors. This is South America, dedicating every human to Russia. This year is a Swiss from so students for Amnesty. And those sponsors for the month of March are brought in Paul Stephen and Jason in honor of their parents, Israel Jason, Image Raising, New Raising Swag, and memory of standing Raising Swag and the Rabbi. All these learning sponsors, Dr. Advocate Wolf, mentioned the yard site Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus, with Shalom, Ben, Steve Wishes, and the Rabbi, Nathan, and the family in memory of their father, Ben Adler, and father, Baruch Mordecai, and Ben, and the neighbor of learning sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosalie Applebaum, Rachel, Bass, and the families and the others in the organizations for the wonderful ladies from the Rothschild University and all of these services successfully followed in our city. As we got to the rest of the day, that is the South Tower 63. It's really incredible down there. Today we are picking up from Sunday floor on the base 63B, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up. From the bottom. This is what Matthew. Again, what Matthew,
What up, Mr. Aquarius?
what is the halacha?
I just read it.
How was your day?
It was big.
That's how are the new hires?
Smash these barrels of what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept
Excellent.
the wages from his love?
Guess what? I keep trying. I don't know. I'll get up. Yes, ma'am. I was just gonna say that it is 31 days into Stacy's wedding. That's right, girl.
Why didn't I want to do this?
Have I ever had a what?
Interestingly enough, I want the existence
Have I ever had a what?
Salmon.
Salmon. Oh yeah. There you go.
So do
Yeah,
you actually want the Yain Nesach to remain in existence? I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yain Nesach, and therefore again, it's us. On the other hand, Oh, dear Lord. This is the destruction of the INS and destruction of the Zara. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want God's to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to destroy that the Zara is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be coming. Fascinating show. Oh, no, no.
I can't wait to see her mama or papa or grandma and granddaddy when she died. They be so happy about it. So I can't wait they come.
There you go, 31 days.
You have the opportunity to go to
How many days we got, Rabbi?
31.
let me see since we proved to this, she did eight ultra is all big from the place. Let's say,
Right, birthday was the top of the day.
Yes, ma'am. 3 years old.
Wheat, that's actually just 2 years ago. Wheat, and let's say, for example, wheat and grape farms. That's the kind of it's a big mixture. So if I, the Jew, can't go ahead and
I tell you, that I saw last night, I don't know if it's a shadow or an image of him. She said no. So I don't know if there's something in there.
Okay.
Let's say empires and listen, silver. Do me a favor.
Do you think I'm crazy? Do you think there's something wrong with me?
But let's say again, he asks me to prove it. I am allowed to do that even when we get paid for working with Kilai, right? And I want the existence of Kilai because if the flags are not approved on their own, I lose out on my muscle. So the Gemara says. So you hear from here, this is
What's good? Did you look at the show or?
I am, and I am going on TikTok, or not TikTok, Twitter, and just asking people if I can be on this podcast.
You by definition want the continued existence of the
No, just people have tweeted like, "Hey, this is in my most recent podcast." I'll go on and just send them a reply saying, "Hey, I want to be on your podcast." People are flaky though. They're like, you know, they just don't. You don't know if they're serious. You don't know if they're like one guy. He was. It seemed like I was going to be on his podcast, but he just wanted me to like follow him on a different social media platform. It's not really what I want to do, dog. I want to just be interviewed or whatever. But and then another guy, he was all about it, but he didn't use Discord. So I said, what about Twitter? Because that's where we met. And he's like, I don't know how to do it on Twitter. And just little stuff like that. But, I mean, I've been trying for only like 12 hours. So I know if I do this, if I do this for every single day for the next year, somebody's going to let me on their podcast. Yes, ma'am.
Do not plant the right in the field. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up the comments. I'm a lemar low kilai. That's what I say. So it's interesting over here. You are making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of a play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of slicing the concept low kilai. You can't do anything that ultimately again. Even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it, that's plenty to select right now. Ilu, Gemara says, Ilu, the Mi'ute Tetzma Shari. But ultimately, interestingly, you're not even for the Kiva. Any bird of the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains the Kiva. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the Kiva? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. No, doesn't give that meaning that it means rather Haman is it this
That
Rabbanon
was very
is
good.
Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be your opening to viewing Elisha. But it's not true. According to Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon is going to put offense, right? Rabbanon is only the Rabbanon is only you can be planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Sometimes that's the cutting of or putting the plants they hold is water. So if putting up a fence is nature, you can get paid for that, but certainly again you can get paid for uprooting it. So it's not going to do that. To which the Gemara says, Hafamas, Pinam is very interesting reference. So here, the Ta'avu Bishim. Interesting. That ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Torahs for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? So we do the Amar, leaking Lahem, not Nastiman, ultimately, that we do something the halacha, right? So we are not allowed to engage in like we actually have some meaning of Los Sechanim. So I'm not focused what Los Sechanim. That doesn't mean that. Now we're in there. You can't just only play Apple for free. Even if you paid for this, you still can't do it. So which the measure that you do that, you smother out the Akiva. Well, the fact that you're saying it's not going to do that, says you can't come to the Akiva. So not be permitted. You got also leaking on the scene about the it's not shocking. Much as more than and Luna says it's true. You can't do a favor since we give a free gift. You can't do a favor sign. But to do something to put out all this on, that's absolutely different. That's a much I am Rabbi Kiva Nami. I thought that's Rabbi Kiva. I'm Rabbi Kiva. I'm trying to learn what, yeah? It's not shocking. You say something. Even though the Kiva was a more expensive, approach to the tradition of Tanai, we're not going to connect plants. Not only connecting the actual planting itself, but you can put up a fence to sustain it. You have these people that to uproot Tanai, to get rid of this silt, to get rid of the living, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that in which the Gemara says, the soon low there was nothing for us to go right out. That's good. This is phase of Sula movie. This is like the Talmud equivalent of Sula movie. That's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss here. So also it's very interesting. But therefore what this means is ultimately, let's go for a circle. How do you strike it? This first strike is by the feast. And Amnon wants to destroy, wants to break his battles of Yain. He asks me, he wants to hire me a Jew to go and break his will, paying me $50 a bag. So remember, on one hand, you can say no, because therefore that means on one, you continue the existence of the benefit from the whole result. And you sort of on the top. But nothing said, do it, and cover up a lot. If it involves the destruction of the result of that matter which prohibited item, even though yes, I do want to continue the existence of the INS, so I get it. I want to break that assault. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be upgraded on its own. I want to upgrade it. But nevertheless, I am committed to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, keep the proceeds, and the destruction of people, destruction of flood of destruction of pollution ultimately is a good thing. It says you get paid and cover Allah. Incredible. I must say that it really is such an interesting idea. Kind of like part of Western society and mindset is, live a lot more. And that is important. As members of society, just the general approach to living in society, we should take advantage of living. Yes, it's not our religion against the world. The authorities of that, nor is it a place to stand in judgment. I think that most lifestyle choices are everything. Live and let live. To a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be us. When there's something that is evil, it has to be good. You understand? It has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if we let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes getting those lines between good and evil, ultimately they're going to become incredibly bitter. That's why the Matthew uses this question of, yes, destroy the INS and trouble a world of love. Because ridding the world of evil is a rough one. It is rough. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this from what we think about. It's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation is going to see, and someone would think that like the world would just run cross, right? Just fight. Because we're doing the world's dirty. Yeah.
So there it is. Look at that. There's the time.
You can't see what's evil, what's good, what's right, sometimes it's a
Stopwatch going into this great and happy anniversary.
something says, Yishbar, come all over. Sometimes you have to break that evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it.
Since Joe Rogan teaches a 28-year-old how to take pictures with his phone, it's an incredible segment in the show to debut of this segment.
But ultimately, when you get to the side of the process, that's
2006 iPhone right here.
the Mars was like, we're hugging the sleeve, so again, the same schedule as spring. And they asked about the question, nos hugging the sleeve, they come about like, they have those from the other people coming out. So that's it, this is like, Lars Atkins, Apple sells his iPhone. So Apple sells his idol, and he has now some
Just kidding, you're stuck in a very dangerous surgery.
does that money at the end of the
I mean, I think
take
there's some
on the same
rules of
identity
thumb.
as
I mean,
the
you're back in the program.
Nito Fest has done it the other week. Does it take on the identity? It doesn't take on the identity of the identity. Or not, something new on that. So it's very so ultimately you're not you start with man was coming out of the coming fun. So Malcolm says he was motivated. I think it's motivated. So Malcolm solves his prayer and he has that money does not retain the dollars identity. It's not that money is just mundane. So here's a Malcolm. So you can I know the difference you can make it all right. Well, when these people, the people who are about what however, Ziggy Komad the Seal Scouts is fascinating. So that's one thing like this. When these people came before Rabbi, and what happened, I see Rabbi and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, you need to sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all your idolatry, and then you have the capital. After you do that, then convert. And listen to about this, what's the year? And Rashi says that you have to look at Rashi. If you have the Swiss guy, all of these guys are the Ashish. Because remember, if they convert, they still own your idolatry. Then that's idolatry and idolatry. Idolatry, like number one, never be David, right? Never have its identity. They think it idolatry. So it tells them instead of for why you're the Gentiles, sell it off. So you have the money, then you can convert and the money is committed. What do you see from here? Obviously, something that they sell, and sells his idol, that cash is committed. So the United States. My time, we shouldn't have said it, and that's what I'm going to come with. That's what this is the sale of idolatry. And on the hands of the is committed, I was going to try this and give them that from the way, find that button. And we actually said, why is that? Since the process of conversion, obviously when you contact, when you engage in the theological significance of the idol converted. So it happens to be the fact that it's a result. So that's how the process is. The Gemara says, here's the thing. The social nation of the Gemara, the Macha of Vogels for having different I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his money. Right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or, Yain Nessa will say, I went ahead and I lent $1,000. He sold his Yain Nessa. And then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? What? ultimately again it's nothing. Interesting. You know, it says, now, however, watch this. I will come about some reason actually any parables will end up evil. يعني الناس الأخلاقية قال أصل. Unless they have the same case, like the Apple Thousand Nights, it's the Lord they you, meaning the way you're at, it's going to somebody else. I am back to the process. I'm going to somebody I next. In that case, it's possible. So here's interesting. Case number one, same case. And then up to $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his guy, that's like, I'm just going to do it. He brings me the cup. He's back to debt. Case number two, same thing, $11,000. He says, I'm going to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours, I got to sell my idol at that side. When he comes up with the proceeds are proceeds. I kept the more nice motivation. What's the essential? And so what's this institution? See from the things that I make you also. So this is very simple. So we have this seems to sort of act on the bed for the simple. But here's the difference. In the second piece, where the actor says, wait here while I sell my idol. Or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the I don't need to do existence of the wine, right? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes has the proceeds to us. Listen, if you notice the community I got them, that's what we just said before, but that's what the Lord is saying. When you want the continued existence, and I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of our agriculture. I want the continued existence of the INS Act because I want the money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these other items. Why should it be us? What's now? Give this is the give all she or she idea of every person. This is very interesting. You have two brothers. One is converted, and what they're both acting brothers. One converted and one is converted. So brother Gare, brother and what happens? The father in the estate is a family tree. And let's say living in so Gare, so brother Gare is saying to brother Apple, says brother Apple, you take all the elements, and I'll take the money and the rest. Then we should go, and that's cool. However, we should always just like this. All of this piece of business that Gare is not yet items. Obviously, once that happens, right? But for us, this gets sorry. Once it's you owns it, so as long as brother Gare has not yet taken possession of his items, there's no point providing that to state. However, if brother Gare is in possession of his ultimately as a basis, however, now in this case, brother Gare wants to continue the existence of the identity, but he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence. It's not so what's the problem? Because in Rabbi Barulam, what's the case of where this no? This mission from that I don't know if it's not it's so bad. And therefore, again, brother Gare doesn't actually care the names not dealing with breaks, who cares? It still cares. No, that's fine. That works fine for items. How do you explain to them value? That's kind of such a So apparently, he actually points out that here, hygienic safety was something that was very absorbent. If we put wine in there, you can absorb 1 to 2 degrees. You should take a shot of that person there, put it in the water, and retest it. And that just is what public care doesn't care. It's the tests, great the value is still the same. At least the rest of the ones in the lots of things that you do with what's that unit that yeah doesn't care about the fact that I think it does care about the fact that it's still the boss, it still wants to make it through the existence. But on top of the Russians, they're kind of helping a riot in this case. They're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance. There, no. Many Russians are there that kill one another. Rabbis were making by the Russia. Whereas morally, knowing the United States, perhaps this case should be problematic. But Allah for myself, Hazal will make it by the Russia. As long as the get has not yet actually taken possession of the investment, the Russian is absolutely committed to make this out with his brother. That is, when you take this, you take the providing subconscious of yourself, even though yes, we want to control the system. Why? Why would we make a idea that people are going to say that something yes, we are saying that if the get has to make a choice between his money, his Yusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his religion. That's not an act of idea. That's a reality of human nature. It seems to for as well. For example, John said that in certain cases, sex doesn't always have to return that which is ultimately victim should not accept that which is stolen from his wife in order to help him facilitate peace. Difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to money is necessary. You know, as much as we say, as long as you have your health, sure, as long as you have your health, and you pay your bills. Because if you don't have money, and many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There's a choice between religion and money. They're afraid that they are asked to choose between Allah. And ultimately, again, Yusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yusha. Again, not because of the fear, because it's human nature. So if it's not people are in that situation, they're going to make like that, and we're saying that often these things are saying that they stay limited items, if they're allowed him limited items, if his fucking brother better lucky myself. This imagine the way to sell Shirsh, which is a Rish. If it's a business partnership with the us. You see from here, the Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of the Risha, but they were not primarily allowed to occur in the context as well. You don't put the person in this level there in this precarious situation. Other lesson seeing that all of us is the same people that want to sitting together. Another question is, yes, we should know she back for our stuff. So listen, this is a very interesting case. Can a gear potion? Go ahead, listen, just before we go on, just say give it Chazal when you go by themselves. Yeah. Just so you understand the tremendousness of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. That a ownership Olam wants us to succeed. Simply to have a very skewed view of a very skewed view of halacha. Now, that structure is very fast in science. Following first on a message, legislation, that's the key for it. We also want our success more than we want our success. As now want our success more than we want our success. Our only there to put us on a path to success not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Mishpach understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing the standards, that's all you go to. Know that you have no greater effort to this world than punishment. That's in this world and in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly ending for success. Okay, another question. The other doesn't come out. Dear Kosha, Moshe Bakal is what's a very interesting. Can a Ger Kosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember, an actor has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological. So a Ger Kosha, listen, what is a Ger Kosha? Now we're going to see this more closely out the definition of a Ger Kosha. Rashi points out here on the top of the graph, Ger Kosha, Eino Ovid Avodos. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else except he doesn't worship idolatry. It's a pretty good thing. Like, he believes in Mishpach, he believes in God, he doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a man. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Gemara says, on one hand, the Cholach Nevati were Cholach Nevati. We say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Maybe we say like this: anyone who's what we call a barnier. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and the parsha of an apple. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the Torah to go ahead and negate it. Yes, I'm going to do that now. So I'm going to look at that. It's not like the Torah is not the real Torah. Well, that means that any someone who worships it can negate it. But someone that doesn't worship it, idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Kosha doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. He must listen. That is a question. It's social. That's how it is. Leadership. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Then I'm going to marketplace. What's that? Actual boss leader. So let's say, remember again. So let's say, listen to this phrase. I'm working in the ship. I'm working in the marketplace. I see a great idol sitting around me. If I lift it up, that's my name, right? Because I'm not a it. And once it's inspired by a Jew, so you can't be decommissioned. So what do I do? Actual boss leader. So before I pick it up, over the Ovid Kochavim Umevat, okay. Call over an apple, when you know what's impacted with it. Call over an apple, and if you have an apple, and you need to engage this idolatry, decommission it. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this book. I don't think it's permitted. However, again, we should run some Yogo. Ain't no only open to come over. But again, if I take it out, I'll take possession of it. At that point, it cannot be decommissioned. Ain't sure no only for covering the Danto and all those for coming shalom. The Shachabim. Nobody put on the apple to decommission his kind of Obizara, or the Obizara of his friend. They of God, they shut him off. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Whether he is finding it from the might of God, might of God. What does it mean? What does it mean that apple to decommission Obizara? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say that over talking about apple, then Hayim Shalom Shachabim, we already said that. We just said before that an apple has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah and the Avodah of his friend. And a lot of the Ovid Kochavim, who might ship me a lot of the Ovid Kochavim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means actual acts. We might ship me off, but what does it mean? I'm down worshiper. Ger Kosha. Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both the actual and Ger Kosha? Now we know Ger Kosha, now we got what do you see from here? But Ger Kosha has the ability to be the battle, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the Gemara says, no. The only in the part actually. Rather, Akiva will be the only person with definition that desires an actual idol worship person. I have the Kanye and Shalom the Shafar. We said already said that. And then the price is returned. We already said that he's rather definition. He's having his and he's turned up at his Gemara says relations to this. Two different cases. Resha, Zed, is that what they are? Is that is that Martins? Ratios teach two miracles. If you have two apples, right? And both worship Baal, and both worship Martins. Obviously, again, apple one can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And apple two can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Sefer, Zel of Baal is idol. Oh. The safety teaches you this. So we can give them. Let's say one who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal. Let's put out over here. And after you can worship an idolatry, even if he doesn't worship. So listen, so we need to know about this before. Number one, an atom can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an atom can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an atom can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no lie about a Ger Kosher. Right? So when it comes to a Ger Kosher, we still like the Zara Rothschild, any Ger Kosher, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he's in the back of it. Now we start with this. Because in this, when there is the Kosher, is a Ger Kosher, what's a Ger Kosher? Kosher Kiva, so it's now getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Kosher? So Kosher Kiva loves the Dimo for David. Shalom, says is any who is accepted for himself in front of the universal. Somebody's careful about. So in this context, you have to say it just means it's in front of a base. Anytime an uncle comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a good question. That's a good question. Good. That's what I mean. Come say, Moshe Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. Moshe Kiba Allah. Come say, the Ger Kosher is any Gentile who has accepted for himself the 7 Noah 5. He's not to show you don't seem to apply the base. That's a Ger Kosher. Show you this to Noah, the next one. Even only Chadim say naturally, neither of these definitions satisfy the movement and what is up in the easy Ger Kosher. Zeh Ger Oach Alon with only 12 mitzvahs and plus the Torah, plus Mikisur Nebelis. What is the definition of the Ger Kosher? The Ger Kosher is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the Nebelis, but he has accepted for himself the rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah. Pretty shocking definition. It's like really not very good definition of the Ger Kosher. Rabbi Meir, he accepted for himself in front of the ways of Rothschild idolatry. Chachamim, who accepted upon himself Shem Yisrael. Chadim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except the Rebbe. He's not in that kosher. Incredible. Because the basic of them, Yanka being excellent, Yan, and he has not keep it as they want. That he would be there to release. That's what Allah is. You can constantly wine with the Rebbe. Right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time. They're just lying about. But you can't get constantly with him wine for a long time. What's these? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says we're not having to Rashi says over there. You saw my neck, but you saw actually neck to the people will color, they're not going to mess it. So they're not going to from us in the face of Allah. Even the Ino another crack, nobody for you about Allah. Who think is not a ruler like a so ultimately, I think it hasn't won with him for sure. not for a longer amount of time because what they're saying is they may swap out the juice wine for his own like and this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. אבל יחד עם אצל יין, ואפילו באר שרובה על דקות. So as I said, let's listen to get first up. You can leave with the wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time, again, not too much yain. Yes, why actually yain? That's because it's repeating idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine to the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's winter, but we'll go there for 10 months. Shlomo, Kiyela. It says, and his burial is like his life. What is that? Shlomo, Shemen, meat, the honey, yain, except what he knows, or something is not. Hello, Yeno, Kishmalo. Interesting enough, what it means is like this, that a lot of myself, that ultimately again is wine. His wine is like his book, just like very interesting. So just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is wine. I look at that just as the Shmuel is moving there is a little Mutabanga, Shmuel Kodesh Hashem Makilekal. I got the steers. But what does it mean that his oil is like the season? But his wine is like his oil. But the same way that you get enough from his oil, you can get enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine to get yourself, but ultimately you can get enough from it. The sharp old dollar, old looking, and for every other thing, I really probably he's like he's like an apple. So he's going to say, shouldn't over, Yeno, but anyway, motor, shouldn't says, his wine is like the Nessa, but obviously, ultimately, again, but his motor, ultimately, again, for this will actually cause it, we'll pick up the next session. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. What do you see from there? We tried but it's what we see from there. There's some things that are accident to get us up is like an apple regarding every other matter. The life of the set, ultimately, again, the only thing that's going to be function is like this apple for everything else. What is that? Here's the one says, love in the Bible of the best of others can have the best of others. So it doesn't matter. I just remember the eldest person that they approaches the story. Like I started to try to figure out, does he get a person have the equivalent to negate idolatry? If you would actually decommission idolatry. So now we just got very interesting. But in this respect, I get touch that is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically see commission and negate that? So too can it get touch up. So too can it get touch up. In which the Gemara says, no, that makes up. No. Meeting the shus in about the shus. No, actually uses the yes. And these actions make the shus. What does it mean for the shus? What's the next? It's in Samuel. The song, remember? The Shaman Shabbat was the most if you have multiple homes that are putting into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into a courtyard. Somebody lives in a courtyard without any feeders. Right? It would essentially use the correct food from all of the feathers of the cluster. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one whole. Home is the cluster to the house. But the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the cluster, he could yield his wealth. Let's say Shabbos started. Moving for he could yield his right for the other members of it. If there is a non-Jewish blessed, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from the watch. It says, Yisrael woman, the Shabbos Shabbos of the Shul from Nevada Rishis. Ultimately, if you have the same word, unfortunately, again, is Yisrael, to apostate. So as long as externally, he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like public to keep Shabbos. Privately, at least in publicly keep Shabbos. And what's the halacha? The Rothschild only needs to do if he didn't participate in the Eretz Egypt. He needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the process. In the Shabbos Shabbos, in the Rothschild, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially that didn't happen. if he's like an Atom, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights and constitutional residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights. You slow most of the interest in the interest, right? You slow ultimately again the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights or give over his rights to the other residents. With the every providing actually this right? Often ultimately you have to rent. So therefore again you notice saying that when you say that this is just false things okay, so over the law, of course, how does use, for example, yield his rights to over his rights? Over the law, you should see clearly. I hereby give over my rights. I keep my rights because it's you, or you should see the repellers, or my rights are negated to you. But ultimately, it works for the purposes of the Jewish residents acquired the rights of this non-participatory Jew who did participate. They talk this text. So just in general, about the potatoes, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights or be Mavata, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the country that allows everyone else to utilize the festival. Even if he's in a strong moment, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And in a strong moment, he was publicly a ruler, is treated like a second. So that's therefore, when we said before that a Ger Kosher ultimately again is treated like an Akum. For all other things means that if you do Fasa with a Ger Kosher, so you, the Jews of the Fasa want to make it clear that they must rent space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the Ger Kosher. Now, whether or not the Ger Kosher is actually going to do that or Zara, in the Rothschild will say, we'll see tomorrow. But everywhere, but about every experience that is so point of view, which is really
just recently, I used to work at a grocery store. There was a grocer really your thing. Just in the you don't want to wake the fucking beast over there. He's right there. He's right there. You can see one of his white earbuds if they get close to it. His white dot over there. He's playing Angry Birds. I used to work at a grocery store. That was a part of the job for go back. So you were to go back.
sponsors to you to tell all of you this morning to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share campaign. Our annual fundatory sponsors. This is self-emergency of dedicated water treatment in Russia. This year is a specific service for this family as well. And the very sponsors for the month of about you and Clovis Stephen will be raising the honor of your parents. Israel raising, Dina raising, and Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig and Rabbi. And the learning sponsors, Dr. Emily Wolf, Commissioner of the Website on Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, then Steve Bush, and Rabbi. Nathan and that family in memory of father Ben Adlet, father Baruch Mordecai Ben Moreno Ramos. Many sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosie Applebaum, Rochelle, last in Ireland. The American Time for all the national the families in the family, all the city, the Jewish, the wonderful ladies, all the prophets, the organization, and all the hostages, Shalom and Zakharov, and all the resources to successful for and our Savior. And as we that, let us begin today's death, please the Son of God, 64. Today, we are picking up from some dinner on the base, 63 G, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 rounds up from the bottom. So what not means Ula, but I think that's up. So again, what not means Ula, you are talking just what we hear about Ani Gabai. And we hear about Ani, the city with them, and you are saying, Yosef, he has the following question. This is a fascinating Suffer wish for the Yosef. What is the halacha if an Achim hires a Jew to smash barrels of yain mixture? This is what that means. The Achim comes over to you and says, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. You will be able to smash these barrels of yain mixture. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages in his work? Let's remember again, in yesterday's class, we were with the concept of funds or income that are generated from what may or may not be permitted activity or dealing with items that themselves will be surviving. Here, the Aqua is asking you to do something with the IMS and he's asking you to destroy the IMS. He's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those persons? The Gemara says, no, what's the love of me and me people with us to keep us? This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the IMS. Why do I want the IMS? If the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break and I'd lose the finances. And interestingly enough, I want the existence of the IMS because I want it. Therefore, maybe that makes the person's purpose. It could actually destroy it. Wir haben einen Kleber, Bruder sagt mir aber Yashi, the Islam's notes of the Jewish authority do actually want the existence of these barrels. So when you start with Akshamayim, I don't know, Ruben doesn't want him to break on the night. Actually, Shabbat Ruben, he calls for us. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, well, it's interesting to think about this, right? The Jew actually wants the Yain Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be persons from the Yain Nesach. And therefore, again, it's us. On the other hand, this is the instructional instructional level of the This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want jobs to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe what the Zara is the good thing, and therefore the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be connected. Fascinating child. Or nothing. So Nachman says, Mishpat and Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell our brother you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to root out of Zara, and that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me see what this is. Let me proof to this. You see what I mean? Ain't ultra in the other company. So let's say again, I could try to transfer my clients for giving me so we had such just 2 days ago. And let's say, for example, wheat and grape farmers. That's what I do. It's a good mixture. So if the public problem is planting Kilani, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the plan. The older women like at home, you know, when you need to see company with dirt, they can't do that. How about San Fallon, 64 days? About focusing on the when it gets a what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot Kilani. That I am allowed to do because actually, about again, להשליך על איגוד דעת אגב גדול צדיקים השמייכים יעלה עכשיו. Let's say you hire someone and say, listen, silver, give me I planted to line up. Okay, this happened, you can plant it to line up. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilani, right? And I want the existence of Kilani because if the flags in my check work, they're all Chinese like my Hamasa. So the Gemara says, so the different here, this is just a good the Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from the forbidden item when that benefit ultimately then results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed itself. So there's a Sahua, the second one from the top 64. Sahua Hammer, which is a thing. It's very key to be a Hammer and a penny with the lion motor. Not only is there a prohibition to transplant, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kilani, but you can't even do anything that's sustainable. So for example, let's check this out over here. Let's say it's not a certain Kilani, right? Up and the line, and I could ask you to put up a fence around Kilani. The Akiva says, awesome. Why? Because the act of putting up a fence by definition is part of the stealing of Kilani. The stealing of the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is just going to be also going to be decided very well. And Nefesh means weeping, and Chapa means covering the seeds with dirt. So Nefesh and Chapa, I look at and get off the spec because that's kind of enough. Because you're actively and directly participating in the driving of God. The king of Jesus is passionate time. Or the king says, even if you do anything to sustain the drive, for example, put up the fence around the lion, as many permanent as well. You know, so you might come to the ways of the king, and the dog sought from the physical lion. Pasuk says, do not plant the lion in the field. In the Isaiah, and the prohibition of planting. And the kind of, how do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, and even setting up the fence? I'm no longer low kill lion. As the rest of the it's interesting right here. You are making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of words. So again, you might actually kind of slice in the concept low kill lion. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Hawaii, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, which is something that sustains it, that's going to be Filo, Gemara says, Filo, the Luke Kefla Shari, but ultimately, interestingly enough, even for the Kiva. So you bring the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately, if you're saying it sustains the plant. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to upgrade into the lighting? So the question sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. You know, so not necessarily. No, it doesn't be that in the Rabbi Kama, this Rabbanon, it's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be open to the community now shut Rabbi said, first the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon is like a fence. Rabbanon only can be a kiva. Rabbanon only can be planted, or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Something like that, like supporting activity. Putting a fence with it is mutter. So putting up a fence is mutter. You do a pay for that, and certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant. Essentially, that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, you know, this is very interesting. What's the case over here? The Ta'avu Kushima. Oh, interesting. Then ultimately, again, I am uprooting the plant for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So that's the point. We're not just going to do the Amar, leaking or him not mastinam awesome. Ultimately, the Buddhas of the opinion that Allah Ta'ala said you are not allowed to have favor from Him. Like He actually has the meaning of it. So Rosif Amin. And all the focus what Rosif Amin means. That doesn't mean the compliment and give them spin on the Buddha says, don't do everything you can't for free. You can't just anything happen for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of Allah Ta'ala, you still can't do it. So which the message is that Buddha. Nishma Rabbi Akiva, the fact that you're saying it's not going to be Buddha, so it's not permitted. Buddha also leaking on the Masila, and the Ute Tifla Shakir. Marshall's known as King of Buddha, and Buddha says it's true. You can't do a favor, so if you give a free gift, you can't do a favor for it. But to do something to Buddha about Buddha, that's absolutely true. That's an objective benefit. I have realized already. Keep it heavy. Alpha, that's Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva, the kind of lines like that. And the Uke Kisla Shakir. And you say something to Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expensive, approach to the prohibition of Kalan. They're not really connect planted. It's not really connecting with the planting itself. But people will put up a fence to sustain it. You have people with you to uproot Kalan, to get rid of Israel. So the reason prohibited is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that in which the Gemara says, we see no need. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. It's good. This phrase is no need. This is like the community equivalent of like a microphone. Single meaning. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So it's very interesting. But therefore, what this means is ultimately, let's go sort that. How did we start with this? This all started by the peace of and Akram wants to destroy, wants to break his barrels of Gary Nixon. He asks me, he wants to hire me a drink to go and break his room, pay him $50 a barrel. So am I allowed to do it? Now, so remember, on one hand, you could say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the environment. That isn't from the other side. On the other hand, I'm just trying to hold this up. But enough being said, do it and cover a lot of it. if it involves the destruction of a result of mathematically prohibited item, even though yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am committed to go ahead and do these activities to keep them, keep the proceeds, because the destruction of people, the destruction of the Zola, the destruction of prohibition, which ultimately is a good thing. As the Master says, you get paid and cover Allah. Incredible. Like I said, it really is such an interesting idea because, kind of like part of Western society, mindset is, living that way. And that is important because members of society, just as a general approach to living in society, we should go and take an approach to living. Yes, it's not the obligation to be used to work nor is it a good place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle, spaces, or everything else. Live and look up to you. That to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in society. And yet, on the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed, it has to be destroyed. Because if we let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then one's mind is doing evil, ultimately again become incredibly slow. That's why Matthew uses this expression of, yes, destroy the Dionysus and cover Allah love. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. And it's bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fought with incredible challenges. We see this so that we think about it's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation Israel, the state Israel is doing, it's leaving Africa. And some of you think that like the world is just drawing up false, righteous flag. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil and what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But when Matthew tells us sometimes there is a new way of live, and sometimes when Matthew says, Yishbar, the Kabbalah. Sometimes it's like when evil, if the break it, to smash it, to destroy it, and if you do it, the process is different. The process is different. The process is different. Well, if you get to the start of the process, that's when it's going to be. You know it goes like with Hubby Yossi, so again, the same fellow is saying, and you ask about the question, yes, Hubby Yossi, become a body like, you may have this familiarity with other men. She was like, this is very interesting. What happens if an Apple sells his idol? So Apple sells his idol and he has sold it for $1,000. Does that money behind the Apple take on the same identity as the Apple designer? Now, we profess as Dana Diablo. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm doing that. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, when Matthew says, this time the man is called the Arabic time. So Matthew says, I think it's more to it. I think it's more to it. That if an Apple sells his idol, when he has that money does not get him idolatrous identity. But rather that money is just money being money. Listen to this. So here's what Matthew says. I know that the made the Rabbi. There were these people who came up with Rabbi. Another room. Zibino Omar the Islam, the suicide, is fascinating. So that means like this. So when people came up with Rabbi, and what happened, I see Rabbi, and he wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then you convert. Now listen, I watch this. That's over here. And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, could be a Jesus guy. Hold this guy with the opposite guy, also really call it from all this stuff. Because remember, if they convert, it's still only idolatry, then that's idolatry and by Jew. Idolatry and by Jew, number one, can never be given. Right? Never have this identity. They can't get enough. So it tells you instead of foot, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off, you have the money, then you can convert to the money is committed. What do you see from here? Obviously, see from here, the offer they sell, sells his idol, that cash is committed. So the Gemara says, my time, you shouldn't be concerned with the man, unless the coming down will come in time, unless you get the proceeds of the sale of idolatry, on the hands of the ultimately is committed. I have a little shame, but even the way, God, I want it. Maybe that case is different. Why is that different? Because since the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol converted. So it happened to be the advance of his desire. So maybe that's why the proceeds are made. I wouldn't have now the Gemara says, here's the truth. The social and emotional legal problem, the marker of Goldberg's problem I lent up to $1,000. So what happened? So the uncle went and sold his idol, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yaines, in the same case, I went ahead and I lent $1,000. He sold his Yaines, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Well, much ultimately again it's multiple. Interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Other things we actually unless the actual same case, then actually $1,000. This is the one they pay you. You need to wait. Yeah, I'm just going to sell my own. I'm going to sell my Yainesa. In that case, it's possible. See, here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent up to $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yainesa. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, multiple. Case number two, same thing, I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I gotta sell my idol. I gotta sell my Yainesa. Then he comes back with the proceeds are paid to me. I tested you know, my generation, so what's the distinction? I don't say what's the distinction. See from the thing that communist relations with you. So this is very important. So now this seems to circle back a little bit in the previous signal. But just here in the second piece, where the actor says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine. I want the continued existence of the continued existence of the wine, because I wanted to pay. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes posits the proceeds for us. Because what's that? If you wrote to be, if you look at Gavin, that's what we just said before, I said that's mental. So also, when you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the apple sells because I want the money. I want the continued existence of the Yainesa because I want the money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these particular items. Why should it be us? Vatinan, Garrett is the ways. Vatinan, Garrett, she Yarshu Adi and everything. So this is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and they're both they're African brothers. One converted and one is not. So brother Ger, brother Acha. So what happens? Their father died. Their African father died. And they so they want to speak to the state. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say limited idolatry. So Ger, Rafa, no, Acha, almost for us in Yainesa, and Peros. So brother Ger, is say to brother Acha, I said, brother Acha, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yainesa, and I'll take the money and Peros. You can do that. The Mishabot, and that's true. However, the Mishabot is just like us, obviously. Over this week, supposing that the bear has not yet actively taken possession of the Yainesa or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But the love, technically, is serious. You can get out into the seller, but it's much more complicated. Once you only owns it, that's why we carry the so as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. He's not come to dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession of his house, so let's say, so ultimately, again, what do you see from there? Halacha Maisa, now in this case, Brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the Yain Esau. But he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore again, it's mutter. It's mutter. So that was the problem. Which was the Rabbi Baruch Masnisa Mabos. What's the case over this Mishnah? This Mishnah said that an idol method is more than a grade of soap, which means that like eating the grapes is still valuable. So therefore, again, Brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its place state or not. Eating the grapes, who cares? It still has value. Basically, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. And how would you explain it to his friend Yosef? The Pharaoh's Hadron. She was the Adriatic. Apparently, Rashi points out that the Adriatic protein will ultimately start absorbing. They're saying you put wine in it, and ultimately absorb to a degree that you can take a shot of that everywhere, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, Brother Ger doesn't care if it casts straight in the water. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still the same. To which the university was saying, even if that's so, even if Brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that he didn't right? But he does care whether or not he still lost, he still was in continued existence. The Rushas Hager Kamar don't bring a raya in this case. You're bringing a raya, bringing a in the case of the inheritance of Hager. No, Shani Rushas Hager, Dakilu Baraba. Rabbis were made by the Yerusha of Hager. Whereas, literally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha Maisa, Chazal were made by Yerusha. As long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yain Esau or the idols, he is absolutely committed to work this out with his brother. Right? So you take this, you take the stuff, I'll take the stuff. Yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make up a Ger? That people are Banan, Zera Shem Yatsu. They are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his religion. But listen, that's not really Ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's some of the parts of Shema. As I said, in certain cases, theft. The thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole, right? And the victim should accept that was stolen at the end of the line in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's truth. If the thief has to return everything, you have to return that. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Money is necessary, money is important. And, as much as we say, well, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, it's just things are like and many people could not stand up to religious challenges where it's a choice between religion and or slave that he has to choose between both. And ultimately, again, as Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the gift, because of true religion. So if Chazal people want to put in that situation, they say they make a right there, and they say that often in this kind of case, they have a state that's comprised of limited items and limited items, therefore allows him to keep the limited items if his Akum brother over him. What's that on the base? Higher, not your rights that support this. Imagine when it is so, Shirish, it is a solution. Aber eine starke Zuassung. Und in case of a business partnership will be also. So see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they were not normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because you don't put a person in this precarious situation. Okay. How do you guys compare that? So when we get all this is the same group of Rabbi singing together. Another question of Gareth Hoshamar should not put out of this. So let's say this is what can is Gareth Hoshamar? Can is Gareth Hoshamar? Go ahead. And we'll say, just before we go on, it's a good that Chazal will make it back as well. Just see that. Do some tremendous circumstances. warfare is structured in a way to make us succeed. That a owner should own wants us to succeed. And sometimes people are very skewed. You have a very skewed view of halacha. And that the struggle is very trust in themselves. Is what smack them. As always, mess up something. Let me say what the punishment of the previous is. That's a big thing for the truth. The emotion wants your success more than you want your success. Chazal want our success more than you want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, and all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go and we make a mistake. But again, Rothschild understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. When success is accomplished in relaxing of standards, as I'll be known for no greater advocate in this world. That's the this world done in this world. And this world Chazal constantly competing for our success. Okay. Another question. How do you guys become known? Dear Kosher, Marsha about the last question. This is very interesting. Can a dear Kosher go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? An actor has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So, dear Kosher, most of what is it? Now, we can see there's no focus about the definition of the Kosher. Now, she points out to the top of the graph, dear Kosher, Eino Ovid Avodas Kosher. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? So the reason that this problem, the reason God doesn't worship idolatry, in every other respect, he's an answer. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? You know what it says? On one hand, the public without the real public, he says only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. When you say like this, anyone who's what we call a barmineh. If you're the pressure of an emperor, then you can go ahead and decommission idolatry. And this guy is in the parish. Not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because of that, he's in the parish of an emperor. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the power to go ahead and negate it. You must only read up. No, so there was a Matthew's days. This tableau, the Pollock is not the goal. So Matthew says, well, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the dear Kosher doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So that's a mission. There is a question. This was something. In social, that's a very special mission. So, when I had to find idolatry in the I'm not sure what's that like. Actual possible to what's the story. Remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop. I see a very table sitting around me. And if I lift it up, that's how I know, right? Because I'm not a it is. And once it's required by you, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actual possible. So if I pick it up, over the other problem in the back, I can call over an apple, then I go see type it. Call over an apple, and see the apple. And you just negate this idolatry. Decommission it. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this. However, again, in Shabbos, you are go. Ain't no only open to the back. But again, that's take it out. The possession of it at that point is not in decommission. They should know every problem in the back of others that come shalom, the shafabim. And every problem will happen to decommission is the Avodah Zarah or the Avodah Zarah of his son. They of God, they in Shekin, whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. And when you find it, it's might of God, might of God. What is it mean? What is it mean? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. Even what everything, right? If you want to say that both are talking about Akron, then Hayu Shalabi Shahadi is already said. So you just said before that Akron has the ability to feel actually decommission his Avodah Zarah, and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And a lot of the Ovid Kohanim, Umay Shitni Elav, of the Ovid Kohanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means natural Akron. Umay Shitni Elav, what does it mean in non-worship? Their attention. Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both natural and a gear tosha? Shmani gear tosha, none of when we see the mirror, that a gear tosha has the ability to be without ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which Gemara says no. The only in the part individually not sure. Now the Kukai will be the only person to decommission Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worshiper. I agree to comment. I knew Shalom Shachar. And so they already said that. And the prices we come. They already said that when he brought in decommission, his Avodah Zarah and his friend's Avodah Zarah. You know, it says, Reisha is in this. Two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, the Zeh, or the Zeh, Marcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two options, right? And both worship Baal or both worship Marcus. So obviously, again, Atom 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Atom 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh, or the Zeh, oh. The Seifa is teaching something different. So you know, let's say one who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal. What's the novelty over here? An Akim can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So this is the way we feel about this. Number one, an Akim can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akim can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akim can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships this. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no riot by your affection. Right? So it comes to a good kosher, you still have to have that can be a kosher, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can teach you about God. That was called it. Was this kosher? Is a good kosher? What's a good kosher? Kosher kiva, so it's now more definition. What is the definition of a good kosher? Is that kosher kiva of the people for women? So I not have a Mir says it's anyone who is accepted as so it's from the truth of it. In what's that? Probably not being still like I don't know what it means. Someone's careful. If she's careful about to. So in this context, the conscious just means it's in front of a base. Any when it often comes in front of a base, and who repudiates idolatry, that's a good question. That's a good question. Good, that's what I know. Come say, Kosher Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvahs. So Kosher Kiba Allah Sheva Mitzvahs Shekibah Name. Some say, and the Ger Kosher is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah child. He's going to perform one season by the base. That's a Ger Kosher. Sheva Mitzvahs Shekibah the next is even only able to go with the Ger Kosher. Not true. Even say, not true. Neither of these definitions satisfy the function of Ger Kosher. What is a Ger Kosher? And the easy Ger Kosher Zeh Ger Otzon Velos. So these are Allah with only whole mitzvahs and milos Torah. What's this is very important. What is the definition of the Ger Kosher? The Ger Kosher is someone ultimately again who eats that kosher, eats the velos, and he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs. Pretty shocking definition. It looks like really much older out there. The definition of the Ger Kosher. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the baby definition of idolatry. Nachman, he accepted upon himself Shem Yisrael Noah. Haven, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except for one of the kosher. He's not the nice kosher. Incredible. So the basic goes on. Yachad did extra. Here's my gift, everyone. He would be here, so we do this. That's what I also use. has to be wine with the next show, right? You can leave it open for a little bit of time, which is a you can leave anything wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit within wine for a long amount of time. Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? They're concerned ultimately again about Rashi says that yes, I didn't Rashi says that right. We saw my left, but when you saw actually left in the oil, so much eating of it. Even the color, they're not the one message. You're not only coming to us on the base of Rothschild. Even the Ima and other crack, even equal. You got like this was my own what like on the so ultimately again we put the present wine with me a short amount of time. That's for longer amount of time because we're considering this swap out the juice wine for its own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. אבל יחד עם עץ לגלים, תרשו לי כאיך שהוא בעתיד. Versus I look at it here to myself, you could leave it in mind for a short amount of time. That's for a long time. Get an opportunity I guess right up to the guidance. Because it's a few idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, you may switch to the wine for the Jews. For sure. Come on, try to switch or go to the time. Shmano, Kieva. So the says, and his oil is like his oil. What is that? What a case that I thought, Shemen, Mika, Ani, Yain, except for the oil hello, Yendo, Shishmano. Interesting, we don't have no reason for this, but a lot of my son, that ultimately again is wine, excuse me, his wine is like his bread, just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is wine. Look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi is one of the ideas and Dino Yitavano, Ishmael Kodu Shoku Hashem Ma'afirachai, about the Shia. It wasn't even that his oil is like the season, but it was like his oil. But the same that you get enough from his oil, you get enough from his oil. You can't sleep for long if you get yourself, but ultimately you can get enough from his oil. And the sharp holds dollar ultimately, and for every other thing, and then you call it. He is like an average, which is less than sitting over Yeno Yes. The only leg, motor Shimon says his wine is like the Ayanesa, but obviously ultimately again, motor, ultimately again for consumption. This will actually cause up more. They pick up the next section. Actually, that's interesting. That's interesting. Telling us what is seeking for, but telling us what is shy part by the public we see it from the other companies as an argument to here to shop is like an argument regarding every other matter. The life is this, ultimately, again, the engineering and the civil education is like an argument. What is that? It's Bruce says, love in the back of a Western father can't have a Western father. So it doesn't happen. It doesn't really get part of this stuff in that very social system. That's how you have to realize, doesn't get social happy to gate idolatry. If you're actually decommission idolatry. So now you just got finished saying that in this respect, and your social is unique. But in every other matter, you like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just doesn't happen to theologically decommission from the gate level of so you can get those shots? So you can get those shots? To which the Gemara says, no, I'm not going to say no. We think the shows without those shots. No, actually, it means something else. It means actually think for shots. What do you think for shots? What's the rest? It's in Samuel. The song, you know, the Shaman Shabbat is a real section. If you have this home, you cannot carry from a home into a alternative partner without influence. Like Aaron essentially means to collect food from other means evidence of they join together, and that joint food makes it into this domain of one whole. So what we have from the home is the cluster, cluster is the and the halacha is if you have a Jew who do not join into the cluster, he can use his rights. That's what Shabbos study. Forgot to participate in moving for that participate in the he can yield his rights to the other members of the cluster. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, "We saw the Shara Shabbat of the Shok, Nevaka Rishus." Ultimately, again, if you have Yisrael, the questions from again is Yisrael to apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like in public to keep checks, privately not but at least in public to keep checks, and what's the halacha? The halacha is just all he needs to do if he didn't participate in the meeting, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the process. Shiri Shari Shabbos of a short, in the Rothschild short, but again, if he publicly violates that essentially is like if he's like an actor, it's not enough for him to yield his rights in the process. Rather, you have to rank these rights. Make sure you still no signatures in the documents, right? You still ultimately again have the ability to go ahead and yield his rights, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. With the other actions, but by ultimately you have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when you say, so was it just false nature? Kesad, Omer Lot, was like how does he yield, for example, yield his right to be over his rights? Omer Lot, you should see communion. I hereby give over my rights. I keep my rights to the positive. Or you should see me the terrorist, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes that is required. The rights of this land, participatory, drinking, participating in the area. In justice, many important things. Just in general, about Jewish potatoes, again, you need to participate in Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights, or being the doctor, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the process that allows everyone else to utilize the transfer. Even if he's in the Yisrael ruler, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he could yield, or he could go ahead and execute. By title, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael ruler, who is publicly a ruler, is treated like a also, therefore, when we said before that the Ger Kosher ultimately and is treated like an option for all other things that are being used that people in Chasra with a Ger Kosher. The Jews in Chasra want to make it clear to sales, they must implement a state, they must implement the rights ultimately again of the Ger Kosher. Now, whether or not the Ger Kosher could actually go and agree to the but the Mephish will say, we've seen tomorrow's death. Shbech, everyone, right back from the global experience such as system of you.
Alright, guys, thank you. Alright, perfect. I'm excited about this. You seem familiar to me. Have you been on an episode of The Road or something before? Yes. Yes, where? San Diego and the Comedy Store in Los Angeles. Okay. So welcome. And you've lived here now for a year. What made you move here? A new change as I first had to shut down
Shimon was like a great opportunity for all of you. This morning, beginning by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's cheerful thing. Our annual Hanukkah sponsor, Business Representatives of dedicated publishing in Brussels this year. This history shows for this time as well. And co-sponsors for the month of abroad in the studio and the Jason honor of your parents. Israel Jason, Junior Jason, and Lee Rosenzweig, and many of the Stanley Rosenzweig. He's a friend of Rabbi. All the learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard Site. Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, then Steve Hirsch, is a friend of Rabbi. Mason and Beth Galley, and then we have Father Ben Adler, Father Baruch Mordechai Ben Manuel. Learning sponsors for today, Sherry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosen Applebaum, Rachel Bass. Families in the family, all see the full shadow for his home for the selfish remains of Shannon, and all of us Shannon and Taro, and all of the service to success in the fall of the last season. For those of that, let us begin. Today's death is Son of Flower, 64. Really the incredible God for us. Today we are picking up from Son of Gift. the days. 63B, we're picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lands of bottom. So Rav Nachman Ula Ba'adini Ba'apatu. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Ba'adini Ba'apatu, Yasser Isia Ba'ani Ba'apatu. And here Ba'ani is sitting with them. The University of Yosef, the Kabbalah, my wife, and that's the following question. This is a fascinating discussion. Safa Rishba B'Yayin Nesa. What is the halacha if an Akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin mix? As the providers, Akum comes over to the events, and they're paid $50 an hour, doing a favor to smash these barrels of yayin mix. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages in this process? Remember again, in this today's daf, we're dealing with the concept of funds that income that is generated from what may or may not be committed activity. They're dealing with items that themselves may be asr ba'anas. So here, the Akum is asking you to do something with the INSF, but he's asking you to destroy the INSF, and he's going to pay you for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the law of Miyam Kivu relative to Asr? This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Why do I want the existence of the INS? If the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them and I'd lose the INS. And interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS. So because I want it, therefore the movie that makes the person's perfect. We could actually ask a moment. You have been on Kiva, he learns up in the Bible in Rashi. The Israel Zelotzi, the Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. So you stab your action in land. I don't know whether you think doesn't want him to break on the land. Actually, Shabbat Jew, he's also a Russell. So he say that since the Jew actually wants, well, this is interesting to think about this, right? The Jew actually wants the Yain message to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on this land. So therefore, maybe that's considered getting proceeds from the Yain message. And therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, oh, Jamal, this is the instruction of the INS, instruction of the Holy Zohar. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, one thousand in existence. Again, ultimately, to describe what the Zohar is, and the persons, ultimately, again, should be committed. Fascinating show. Oh, no. So Nachman says, Yishpat Tolavabracha. And Nachman says, no, take the job, choose take the job, get the money, and tell a brother you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and read out of Zara, and that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me see evidence. Let's go to 15 seconds. You see there are 8 ocean in the object of the so let's say again. Good kind of concept. My brain is stripping mixture. So wheat, and we had sessions 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grape. That's the kind of medicines. And put any forbidden mixture. So if the object of harmony is planting birth, the Jew can't go ahead and assist in the plan. Overruling is like Poland. You need to assist in the third. They can't do that. How about sound of knowledge? 64. About 14 might be I can uproot, right? I can uproot something. That I am allowed to do. Good answer. About open. Last week on the evening, but I thought about the notes of the English. Let's say I can hire some this is silver. To me, they got classic. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though we get paid for working with Kalai, right? And I want the existence of Kalai because it provides me a uproot on your own and he's up on my side. So the Gemara says, so if I know this is the the Matthew says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the forbidden item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you get paid for it as perfectly destroyed on its own. So there's a Savua, second one from the top 64. Savua Amar, who's a baby. This will be a key, this will be a key. Amar, and the kind of decline of it. So in general, not only is there a prohibition to plant, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kilayim, but you can't even do anything that sustains it. For example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone is trying to do Kilayim, right? Apple and Kilayim, and the Apple has to put up a fence around the Kilayim. Rabbi Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. Putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be us going to be food. It's saying, here we go. Hanachish means reading. The chasna means covering the seeds with silk. So hanachish and hanachish. Look at you get about this, right? This is the last time. There you're actively and directly participating in the driving of family. Akiva says, happen of time. Rabbi Akiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the family, for example, put up the fence around the Sabayim, that's going to be common on the same level. So much is Mathan, Rabbi Akiva. There should be two against this. Mikro, Sascha, Tizla, Kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazareh, I will know the prohibition of planting. You're hanging in there. I don't know, but I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself. I can't even putting up the fence. I'm a little low Kilayim. As you say, so it's interesting over here. The one's making a little bit of a play on words. A little play on words. So again, Maridashi can't special much like low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's really Ilu, Gemara says the Ilu, the Milu Jefeshna Shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately you can say that sustains the Kilayim. What about if somebody's going to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? So the Ashko says, so that is going to be totally interesting. And he says, not necessarily, no, it doesn't be that thing of Rabbi Akiva. Rather, Haman, this Rabbanon, Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be your open, if you really know Misha. No, it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon didn't want to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a Kiva. Rabbanon, everything you can do plans to plant it, or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting activity, but bring that plant to growth is much. So putting up a fence is much. You can get paid for that, and certainly you're going to get paid for uprooting so that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Chacham Astina is very interesting. What's the case over here? The Ka'avid B'china. How interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So that's the question. Not just for the Yehudi, the Amar, meeting Lahem, not Nastina, ultimately, the Yehudi is only for me, and Allah permits, and we are not allowed to have favor for us. Like the actual house in the beginning of our rest of me. So all the focus what rest of me means. Focus means compliment and give them a still on the Yehudi says, don't give them a free. You can't do something for Apple for free. Even if the free favor is the structure of the Zara, you still can't do it. So which the message we got in Judah, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, not the fact that you're saying it's happening to Judah, says that the point of the Akiva. So not be permitted, Judah also looking at Yasina. About when you eat a tifla shocking. Gemara says no. Think of Judah. And Judah says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for him. But to do something to upgrade our desire, that's absolutely clear. That's a good thing. That's an objective. I have Rabbi Akiva Nami. Alpha, that's Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm trying to lie, okay? And you take tifla shocking. And you say something to Rabbi Akiva. Even Rabbi Akiva has a more expansive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not only looking at planting, they're not only looking at some of the actual planting subjects. You can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even if people agree to uproot Kilayim to get rid of Israel, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the which the Gemara says, Isu lo yidi. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. It's good. This phrase, Isu lo yidi. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a knife. Isu lo yidi. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss here. So that's very interesting. But therefore, what this means is ultimately, let's go so how do you start with this? This all started by the case of an Apple wants to break his battles of Yainess. He asks me, he wants to hire me or Jew to go to break. He's willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Well, am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, we can say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the Yainess. I'm benefiting from the Rothschild. You understand? I'm just trying to well, but nothing said, do it and cover all of it. If it involves the destruction of a Zara, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS. So I get that. I want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the flight to be updated on its own. I want to update it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of Zara, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. As Rabbi says, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. As I said, it really is such an interesting idea because kind of like part of Western society, the mindset is, live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in a greater society. We should probably take an approach to living. Yes, it's not your obligation to be used to world nor is it your place to stand in judgment on everyone else's lifestyle choices or achievements. Live and let live. That's consumer there has to be our approach to living as a society. On the other hand, there's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads and unfortunately becomes the norm. Sometimes there was life between good and evil. Ultimately, again, become incredibly great. That's why the Matthew uses this question of, yes, destroy the INSs and cover Allah love. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for you think about it's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing, it's only you think that they would just line up course, not just talk. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet, again, it's hard. Because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, what's right, what's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a little like live, or sometimes the Matthew says, Yishbar, and Kabbalah. Sometimes you have to identify evil. If the great people need to smash it, you have to destroy it, and you have to do it. The process is difficult. The process is good. The process is long. But ultimately, when you get to the start of the process, that's what it's for. The mind goes on. But Hudri Yosvi, so again, the same kind of scene. And they have to have the question, yes, Hudri Yosvi, if you're coming by, like, the may have us come here, so what's like, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his item? So Akum sells his item and he has something for $1,000. Does that money you handle take on the same identity as the Akum? Now, me Tofas as Dama Bialadi. Does it take on the identity? Right? Does it take on the identity of the identity? Or not? So I'm doing that. No. So nothing says, I think it's motor. That is what Akum sells his item. When he has that money is not routine, idolatrous activity, but rather that money is just mundane. This is it. So here's what nothing is clear. I know that the Asr made the Rabbi, when these people came up Rabbi, Zivino Kamad Islam. The suicide is fascinating. They're not answering like this. These people came up with Rabbi, Yeah, assume Rabbi and he wants to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then you convert. Now listen, I watch this. What's the logic over here? Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, yeah, you see this guy. All of these guys, the African guy, us with any product from all those guys, obviously that's good. Because remember, if you convert, it's still only idolatry. Then that's idolatry and idolatry. Idolatry and idolatry, number one, can never be big. Right? Never have its identity. And you can't get another. So it tells them instead of what, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert to the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from the develop the money sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time, no, we shouldn't get ourselves in there, but let's go on the other coming time to the proceeds of the sale of idolatry, or on the hands of the idolatry is permitted. I have the donor saying this, and given that that's in the way, God I bought it. Maybe that case is since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're in the temple, there's a gate, or in the gate, the theological significance of the conversion. So it happens to be the fact that he's not on the side. So maybe that's why the person's anyhow, now the Gemara says, here's the thing. We start saying, what should we take on? Tomorrow. We want our Avodas Kofanim that he is. I lent up $100,000. So what happened? So the uncle went and sold his own. Right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or, Yain Nessa, the same case, I went ahead and I lent $100,000. He sold his Yain Nessa, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Well, mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Very interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. And let's say the acting same case, like the acting $1,000. They tell you, give me the way there, I'm just going to sell my own. I have that with the process. I'm going to sell my Yain Nessa and we got the process. In that case, it's awesome. See, here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent up with $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yain Nessa. I knew it. He gives me the proceeds, pays back the debt, move to case number two, same thing, I lent him $1,000. He said, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Yain Nessa. Then he comes back with the proceeds are forgiven to me. I effectively know my generation, my choice. So what's the distinction? I can say, what's the difference in these two cases? Machishas, see from the Shumka, how do you like to go to the So this is very serious. So now this is to circle back a little bit to the previous sugya. It shows here's the difference. In the second case, where the Akhram says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of it. I don't want the continued existence of the wine because I wanted to pay. So because I want it, therefore Shesha's passes the proceeds for us. And there's no second. If he wrote it, that's what we just said before. I think that's what. But that's what the knowledge was like. When you want to continue existence, and I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue the existence of that idol until the apple sells because I want the money. I want to continue the existence of the Yain Nessa because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these company items. Why should it be us? Rothschild, Garrett uses the Rothschild, Garrett other company. So your shoe idea of the person. This is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're actual brothers. One converted and one is false. So brother Garrett, brother what happened? Their father got it. Their actual father got it. They had their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say primitive idols. So there, so brother there can say to brother Akon, he said, look, what happened? You take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yain stuff, and I'll take the money and the nails. If you do that, then you should go, and that's committed. However, when you should go, it's just like your obviously. All of this presupposes that the heir has not yet actively taken possession of the Inessa or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But above, there's recourse. You can get something to be more sorry, it's much more complicated. Once a GMB owns it, there are really very little options. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem providing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So what's this? Ultimately, again, what do you see here? If Halakha Laisa, now in this case, brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry and the Inessa. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? Which is Amrava Barula Masisa Nabodas what's the case over this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that's made on the which means that what even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its full state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the says that's fine. That works fine for an idol. But how would you explain this then value? The Pharaoh's Hadron. So this is very interesting. Adrianic person. So apparently, he actually points out that the Adrianic person where ultimately was very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the ultimately absorbed to a degree that you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, brother here doesn't care if the casts away from that. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still the same. Which the university the one saying about all lots of the humans are even they're saying even if that's so, even if brother here doesn't care about the fact that he's not great, right? But he does care about the fact that it's still wants and continued existence. And the Yushas Hagerhammer helping the riot in this case. They bring the riot in in the case of the inheritance of Hager. No, Shani Yushas Hager got killed by rabbis were naked by the Yerusha. Whereas normally, the says perhaps this case should be problematic. But Halakha Maisa, Chazal were naked by the Yerusha. And as long as the get has not yet actively taken possession of the young vessel, the idols is absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take this stuff, pockets for this stuff, even though yes, he wants to continue existence. Why would he make it by a get? I think Rabbanan Zera Shem Yatsu. We are afraid that if the get has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his religion. That's not a knock on the get. That's the reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. There's something that has the shot. God said that in certain cases of theft, he doesn't always have to return that which he stole. And the victim should accept that was stolen and move on in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's treatment. Okay, if the thief has to return everything, you don't have to this is not for people to engage in sex acts. Money is not money is necessary. And, as much as we say, as long as you have your health, sure. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. Because if you don't have money, just things are likely to be. And many people do not stand up to religious challenges, and there's a choice between religion and money. They're afraid that he has to choose between halacha. And ultimately, again, his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the gift, because it's human nature. So if Chazal people want to play in that situation, they're going to make them by the hair, and you're saying that often in this kind of case, you don't have to stay with this comprised of committed items, therefore allow him to keep the committed items, if his happens to love all of the what's the end of this? Kind of not your life that's the office, imagine the way the soul, Shirshi, the case of Yerusha. And in the case that's a business partnership with the So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha, okay, they're not allowed to occur in other contexts as well, because we don't want to put the person in this limit of the air in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. Remember, like, other lesson highlights. Remember that all this is the same that people are running, sitting together. Another question of Ger Kosher Mal Shilvat Va'aretz V'Chol. So let's say this is another can a Ger Kosher, go ahead, and let's say, just before we go on, just say, get the Chazal or make it like a just see, understand the tremendous circumstances. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. That it almost shows only wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of it, a very skewed view of halacha. That Halacha is very blessed in itself, so you can see it as always blessed mess ups, and you can levy some type of punishment or something. That's the key for the truth. The emotion wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal want our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, even all the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Shlomo understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, we do it. When success is accomplished in relaxing of standards, that's what we do. No, you have no greater advocate in this world. That's in this world than the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly promoting our success. Okay, another question. How do you guys recall about Ger Kosher? Moshe Batal is what's a great institution? Can a Ger Kosher go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember, an Akim has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So, Ger Kosher, what is Ger Kosher? Now, we see he's not quoting about the definition of Ger Kosher. Rashi points out in the top of the graph, Ger Kosher, Eino Ovet Avodas Kachal. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else except he doesn't worship idolatry. He believes in the Baruch. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's not a Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, we say, anyone who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Or maybe not. When we say like this, anyone who's what we call a binding name. If you have the pressure of an uncle, then you can go ahead and decommission all the time. And this guy is in the parish, not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parish of an uncle. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the power to go ahead and negate it. You must only do that. You must say that that's what not going to do. Instead, the Halach and Batas will have and that means that only someone who worships it can negate it. Someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Kosher doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. Unless he makes it, that is a question. That's what's happening. We saw Shabbat Shabbat in the show. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the what's that? Actual Basel. Remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the house. I see a great idol sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's probably not right, because I'm not afraid of this. And what is the part of I do essentially can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actual Basel. So if I think about it, over the Kohanim Kumevat, I can fall over and happen. When you also have to fall over and happen, if you actually happen, and you need to engage this idolatry, decommission. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of it. Committed. However, again, we should love some though. Ain't no only open to bring the back. But again, take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. You should only only for covenant in the back of others for common shalom, to shakabeh. Another covenant happen, the decommission is the Avodah or the Avodah of the same. Pain of God, pain shame notes. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship. Whether he finally might of God, might be earth. What does it mean? What does it mean that actually condition of desire? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship. He may not even every time. If you want to say that every talking about an apple, then Hainu Shalom Shahadu, we already said before that an apple has the ability to feel actually decommission. We have a desire, we have a desire as his friend. And a lot of the Ovid Kohanim, a lot of the Ovid Kohanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means natural action. My shitting of the what does it mean in 9 words? The bottom, their Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both the actual and gear person? Now we know gear person and the let me see from here. So the gear person has the ability to be with Akko, ultimately to logically decommission Avon desire. Incredible. Which the Gemara says no. The only thing about rather, Kukai will be the only person who can decommission Avon desire is the actual idol worship. Right, but the comment, I need to know the shots of the and so they said that. Some of the places we come, where the decommission is that what he's on up. And it's turns out that you know, it says, Reisha is in this. 2 different cases. Reisha is that like R, is that Marcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have 2 authors, right? And both worship Al or both worship Marcus. Obviously, again, after 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And after 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa is Yalla Pa'ar Bizallah. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Seifa is different. Let's get one who worships Marcus and one who worships Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? And after he can worship an idolatry, even if he doesn't worship. So listen, so we would feel like this week. Number 1, an apple can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number 2, an apple can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number 3 is an apple can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it. Incredible. So we know says, nice, but again, no riot at a gear touch. Right? So when it comes to a gear touch, we still have to validate that can a gear touch, which is that. Gentile, who repudiated idolatry, can he be without love? That is the next. Because this is kosher, is the gear kosher, what's a gear kosher? Kosher kiva also was a now getting more definition. What is the definition of the gear kosher? Is that kosher kiva love the people to David? So the Rabbi was come to him. Mir says, it's any who is accepted.
Just like that. Cool. This move.
Somebody's careful with truthfulness. Truthfulness is careful about the team. So in this context, the question so it just means that things are based. Anytime Akum comes in front of a based, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a get That's a get Good. That's what I meant. From the same. Hoshikiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. So Hoshikiba Allah Sheva Mitzvos. Some say a Ger Kosher is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noahide. From those things that require a base. That's a Ger Kosher. Sheva Mitzvos Kenedoah, it makes it Ger Kosher. Freedom only, able will follow with Ger Kosher. Not true. Chalim say, not true. It's that neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of Ger Kosher. What is a Ger Kosher? And the easy Ger Kosher. Ze ger ofen levelos, shekido Allah mekayim kol mitzvos hamulos b'Torah, What is the definition of the ger kosher? The ger kosher is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the velos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mistakes. It's pretty shocking definition. It's like, we're going to go with that definition. Rabbi Meir accepted upon himself in terms of the ways of idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem's from the law. Chayrim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvot except for all of the mitzvot. He's not the unconscious. Incredible. But the Rashi goes on, Miyach has an excellence. Yeah, he that he would be here, she would be yes, I love these. She could constantly line with the shop, right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. This is a you can leave with him line for a short amount of time. But you can't deposit with him line for a long time. What's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned again that Rashi says that Rashi says over
Yo, what up?
so,
Who you never? How you living? Yo, can you hear me, girl? Who you never?
So ultimately,
Yo,
doesn't wine with me.
who you never?
Not for a longer amount of time because we're considering me swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews.
Bitches
You could leave with him wine for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Get an opportunity, yes. Why not to the not because he's refusing idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the juice. So for a short amount of time, it's water. For a longer amount of time, it's Shmano Kiyela. So it says, and his oil is like his water. What is that? Shmano tastes like the Shemen, Mita, Hali, Yain. That's not what we want with this oil. Oil can't be into that. So hello, Kiyelo.
Yo, who you never? How are you?
How are you? That ultimately again is
What
wine.
up, girl?
Wine is
Hope
like
you're having a good day. How'd you find out about me?
So to ultimately again is wine.
Who you never?
But what does it mean that his oil is like, excuse me, that his wine is like his oil? But the same way that you get enough from this oil,
who you never?
get enough from this wine. I can't drink the wine.
Can you hear me?
And ultimately,
Who you never?
the shot of dollar, for every other thing, he is like a...
Yo,
He's like a...
who you never? Can you hear me? Yo, who you never? How is your day going? You're a giant Twitch streamer. Oh, there you are. Can you hear me?
Let's finish this again. What do you see from here?
All right, you just muted yourself. What's going on? How was your day going? Shout out to Ahun Unifer on Twitch. They're a giant Twitch streamer, maybe one of the biggest Twitch streamers of all time. How are you? Are you having trouble like speaking? Because if you are, that's cool. It happens. No worries. I'm here if you want to talk. Hope you're having a good day.
Doesn't that mean it just doesn't happen?
Alright, so you came off mic. I know you're live. You got a post. Can you hear me? Who you never? I'm sure I'm slaughtering your name, but we're trying. Who you never? Yo. I see you're trying. I gotta say, you're getting the A for effort. If you didn't know, Discord is having issues. I don't know if you're having them. Who you never? Can you hear me? Yo, a huge, you know, girl.
Who did not join into the Chaser, he could yield his rights. Let's say the shot is started. He forgot to participate in the movement, forgot to participate in the Erev. He could yield his rights to the other members of it. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. You know what it says? Ultimately, again, if you have Yisrael, which unfortunately again is in Yisrael, to an apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like right, and the public can keep Shabbos. Privately he doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least in public he keeps Shabbos. And what's the halacha? Without the Roshos, all he needs to do, if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the process. Okay. Shem Yisharu Shabbos Roshot. In Rabat Roshos, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, it is not enough for him to use his rights in the process of his residence, where you have to rent his rights from him. Yisrael, no single shos from the shos, right? So ultimately, again, has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. With the original plugging at Jesus, by ultimately, you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Lord saying, Ketzad, Omer, of course, how does he yield, for example? Yield his right to give over his rights in the cancer. Over law, I hereby give over my rights. Right? I bequeath my rights to the husband.
Zoot, I was worried about you.
My rights are negated to you. Good. Ultimately, it works for the purpose.
Zoot.
The rights of this non-participant.
Zoot, I was worried about you, big dog. People were asking about you. Yeah. And I said that I was worried about you. I said, you know, we've known each other for like 2 years now, and in that, not even more than that, and in that amount of time, you were like never gone for more than 2 or 3 days. You're always. You been? Son of. Are you fucking serious?
We said before that
What
is treated like an apple for all other things
is
with a ger tosha.
this
Jews in the chutzner want to make it for
shit?
They must rent the space.
Zoot.
Rights ultimately again.
Zoot, son of a bitch.
Now whether or not
Zoot, I'm here. Zoot. I know, Discord's been having outages all day, dog.
Yeah, I was in here for the last 2 days. I was just in here on I was in vacation. Up this shit.
Oh, no, I understand. And I even said that to the person who asked about you. Hey, I mentioned you recently. I didn't mention you by name, but I've been inquiring regarding some people and being on podcasts, and some of them are in Australia. And this one guy has an Australian podcast, and I know that I don't really know anything about Australia, but I was like, I'm an expert on South Australian comedy. In fact, my friend even became a finalist for Raw Comedy. I didn't mention you by name, but I'm like, I know everything from James McCann to the Rhino Room. And, well, and I gave him a bunch of topics that I discussed, and he found those to be really interesting. And then he ghosted me. So, I mean, this was just like yesterday. So maybe he'll get back to me tonight because our hours are different. But yeah, so there's that. How do you live in family? I know everything about it. Are you ready? Are you ready for it? There are generally 3 clubs Rhino Room's the most popular and the epitome of South Australian comedy. There's another one that I don't even freaking remember it, but it's like that one that one girl mentioned. And then there's the one that you just opened up where they gave you $40 the past week or whatever. I know about Chelsea. I know about J. Michael. I know about Amos. That's more than 99.9% of people on this earth know about South Australian comedy.
It was the state finalist for World Comedy in 2014.
Well, I know.
The national finalist. State national finalist for South Australia.
The win. Oh, who was the person?
Yeah, they represent South Australia.
2014.
Yep.
Oh, that's a good question. I mean that's pretty deep. Okay, so raw comedy from 12 years ago. Yeah, nobody knows this. That one Asian guy. Who was it? Oh, okay. Oh, of course, Mark Ryan. Absolutely. And
Who's the last person to bring World Comedy? Who's the last person to bring World Comedy from South Australia?
it was 2016, and I don't know their name. But it was like 10 years ago.
You watched it.
Who was it?
That's on 2013.
Oh, wow. Okay. So it's been a long time. 13 years. Okay.
There might be a chance for you to year, but I doubt it.
When does that take place? Yo, dog, when does that take place?
It takes place this month, but it'll be 2 months later.
Can they tell what happens? Or do they have to sign like a non-disclosure agreement? Zoot. Zoot. Zoot.
No, take the job. Take the job.
Zoot.
Money and tell Rabbi you should be blessed.
Yo, Zoot.
That
Zoot.
is a good thing. Take the money.
Can you hear me?
Go.
Zoot. Zoot.
Let's say again.
Zoot. Zoot.
Wheat and let's say for example wheat and grapevines. That's what I do.
Zoot. Zoot, can you hear me? Zoot. Okay, it might be on my end. Just a moment, Zoot. I'm gonna leave and come back.
What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot Killer. That I am allowed to do Rashi. About again, להשליך על העיבוד ואף אגב גדול צדיקים ושלי עקרם יבין השקם. Let's say Akum hires and he says, this is silver. To me, if they write planting to line, not again, it's Akum who can plant it up to line, you know. So, but let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though we get paid for working with Kilai, right? And I want the existence of Kilai because if you like something like Akum Bravo, oh, I lose out on my Amasa. So the Gemara says,
Dude.
So it appears from here, this is to support Rav Nachman. Rav Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed itself. Similar to Savua, second one from the top. Savua, Amar, who's the thing? It's really key, it's really key with the Amar and the kind of the Kalayan method. It's very interesting. They keep up all of those. Only is there a permission to plant Kalayan. not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the corrosion of kilayim, so for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone has planted the kilayim, right? Apples on the kilayim, and the apple asks me to put up a fence around the kilayim. Rabbi Akiva says also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of kilayim. Even though putting up a fence
Zoo.
to do with the actual plant itself, nevertheless, it is going to be also according to Rabbi Akiva. Sorry, here we go. I'm not Asian.
Zoo. 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 If you're having trouble, there's I don't know what it is. Something's going on. Just.
For example, that's really problematic as well. So much as my friend Rabbi Akiva, where does Rabbi Akiva get that from? What's his logic? In the Pro, Sotfa Tizra Kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant kilayim in the field. In the Elazarea, I don't know the prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence? Hamalomar lo kilayim. That's the say. So it's interesting over here. The word is making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of a play on words. So again, the word is actually kind of slicing the house like lo kilayim. You can't do that ultimately again enables the existence of kilayim, even if it's not directly involved in itself, it's just something that sustains it. That's going to be asur as well. Ilu, the Gemara says the ilu, the mi'uti Rothschild. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to Akiva, the prohibition ultimately is something that sustains the kilayim. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot the kilayim? So the pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't be that thing of Rabbi Akiva. Rather, Amnon, who's the thing? Is this Rabbanon? It's the Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be open to feel it to you in every shop.
Zoo. There you go.
This is Rabbanon.
What else? How are you, Brandon?
Rabbanon only can be Akiva. Rabbanon, one thing you can do with plants either planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supplying activity. Like putting up a fence, they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting the plant itself. So that's not going to be a problem. To which the Gemara says, Alchamastina is very interesting. What's the case over here? The Ka'avid B'china. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Ultimately, Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that halacha writes and you are not allowed to do a favor for an apple. Like we actually had some beginning of halacha. Rosef name is all my focus. What Rosef name means. That doesn't mean don't compliment them, don't give them a skin on. Rabbi Yehuda says don't do that for free. You can't do something for an apple for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of a Sarah, you still can't do it. So which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, La. Now, the fact that you're setting this up in Yehuda says that the point of Rabbi Akiva will not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda, Asra Litin and Makmasina, Aval Yehuda, Tifla, Shapin. The Gemara says, no. Point of Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so as to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for an animal. But to do something to Abu Dhabi Bizarre, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good thing. That's an objective benefit. I am Rabbi Akiva Nami. Alpha of Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm kind to line look, yeah? When you take Tifla Shapirman, and you say same point Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expansive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not only can you not plant it, not only can you have some of the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of prohibited, was absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the Akim. To which the Gemara says, Isu lo midi. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss it. That's good. This phrase, Isu lo midi. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. Isu lo midi. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So also, it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is ultimately. Now let's go full circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an Akum wants to destroy us to break his barrels of Yain Nesa. He asks me, He wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break. He's willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, you could say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yahweh. Second, I'm benefiting from the Holy Zod. On the other hand, I'm destroying the Holy Zod. But Nachman said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of a Zara, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the command to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of the Zara, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. As Rabbi says, you get paid and cover Allah. Incredible. I will say it really is such an interesting idea because, kind of a part of Western society, the mindset is, live and let live. And that is important, by the way, as members of society, just as a general approach to living in a greater society, we should take an approach of living with live. Yes, it's not that religion that leads the way that we're choosing it, nor is it a place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. And to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in a greater society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be evil. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurry. That's why the Macron uses this question of, yes, destroy the INS and cover around the ridding the world of evil. Is it rough? That is rough. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fought with incredible challenges. We see this here, but we think about it's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing, it's really amazing. And some of you would think that, like, to move with just lines up, cross, righteous back, because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet, again, it's hard. Unfortunately, we can't see what's evil, what's good, what's right, what's wrong. But the Mashal tells us sometimes it is a little less good, and sometimes the Mashal says, Yishbar, you call Allah. Sometimes you have to go home evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it. In order to do it, it's a process of the process is good, the process is long. But ultimately, when you get to the side of the process, that's when it's good. The Gemara goes like, we're hugging the speed, so again, the same kind of thing. And after the session was hugging the speed, the coming by the may have a list of the other, I don't know. So that's the issue very what happens if an Akron sells his idol? So Akron sells his idol and he has something for $1,000, he's got $1,000 in his idol. Does that money in the end of the Akron take on the same identity as the Akron who sell it? Now, we talk that says Dana the other people. Does it take on the identity? Right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry? Or not? So I'm going to so it's very interesting. So ultimately, when nothing, so you start with coming out of the problem, you come. So nothing says, I think it's nothing. I think it's nothing. But it's nothing sells his item. And he has that money does not return idolatrous identity. It's not that money is just mundane money. This is just such as a nothing. I know that the Asas made the Rabbi. When these people became the Rabbi, what? Another you see this guy, this is fascinating. So that comes with like this. When people became a Rabbi, I think that's the Rabbi, and he wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then you convert. Now listen here, watch this. What's over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, you see this guy, Boldly scattered the Akashi scattered us with Lipa of the Hamsi or Fem. Because remember, if they convert and still following idolatry, then it's idolatry and idolatry. Idolatry and idolatry, number one, can never be negated. I never have its identity. They take it enough. Because they said before, by your school Gentiles, sell it off, you have the money, then you can convert and the money is committed. Let me see from there. Obviously, see from there, the love of one son, sells his idol, that cash is committed to the United States. My time, well, you shouldn't get that sold, then you have to let's go coming out of it, coming to the proceeds of the sale of idolatry, in the hands of the American is committed. I had to go and change this, and given that by the way, by that bunch, I need that to since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol conversion. So it happened to be the advantage of these apples. So maybe that's why the person the Gemara says, here's the thing. The social and emotional mother, the mother of Vogel's profiling the right? I learned $1,000. So what happened? So the uncle went and sold his apple. Right? He brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yainess in the same case, I went ahead and I lent $1,000. He sold his Yainess. And then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Well, mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Allah, hunting at Shechem, Yainess at Ilafa, let's say the apple same case, when apple $1,000, he's going to pay you, maybe the way you have to sell to somebody, or in that case, I'm going to somebody Yainess at the apple. In that case, so interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent apple $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yainess. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Yainess. When it comes up to the proceeds are for 2 days. I kept it together. Nice relation, nice. So what's the distinction? I understand what's the difference between cases. Safe from the shum, but how do you make the words of the convenience? So this is very important. So yeah, this seems to serve a character of a bit to the previous silver. So she's really different. In the second case, where the author says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the idol and the continued existence of the wine, right? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes has the proceeds for us. And there's no second. If he looks at the community I got from the just before, I think that's not. But that's not the one who was like, when you want the continued existence of something, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol for the act itself because I want the money. I want the continued existence of the IMS act because I want the money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these particular items. Why should it be us? But now, there's this hotline, there's a little problem. So you're sure I'll be in everything. So this is very interesting. So you have two brothers. One converted, and they're both actually brothers. One converted and one's what? So brother Ger, brother Apple. So what happens? Your father died. Your actual father died. You're not going to inherit the top. So we want to speak to the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say it's limited ways. So Ger, Yoma, no, Tom, Aka, Bonis, Animals, Tom, Aka, Yainess, Aka, so brother Ger can say to brother Apple, so brother Apple, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yainess stuff, and I'll take the money and the nails. So you do that, then you should go, and that's good. However, in Yeshiva, she's under us, obviously, all of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actually taken possession of the Yainess or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more difference. Right, but well, there's no way to see this. You can get anything to be like sorrow. It's much less happy. Once that you already owns it, there's really very little. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no point in dividing up the estate. However, if brother Gary took possession of his custody. So this is ultimately, then what do you see from here? But halacha myself, now in this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the Yayin Nessa. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? Which is Rava Barulam Mafika Navolos Kamis Kalakis Mishnah. What's the case of this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that is not in the soul. Which means that even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its custody or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which we know that's called that works fine for an idol. Now, how would you explain this then? The Shara's Hadron. So this is the Adrianic So apparently, each Rashi points out over here, Adrianic protein is very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the person will absorb to a degree that you can take a shard of that person there, put it in water, and reconstitute it. In that case, also, brother here doesn't care if that passes away from it. Doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still the same. Which the rest of the ones in the value, let's say, one second, even if that's stuff, even if brother here doesn't care about the fact that it's been great, right? But he does care about not that it's still lost, so he still wants it to continue existence. And when I talk about the Yushas and Gerkana, don't bring a riot in this case. They're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance of the Ger. No, Shani Yushas and Ger got killed by the rabbis will make it by the Yusha. In other words, really, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha Maisa, Chazal will make it by Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Nessa or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right, so you take this, you take this, put away this stuff, occupy this stuff. Even though, yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make it by Ger? That people are Zera Shem Yatsu. You are a slave, but if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his sacrifice. And that's not in the life of the Ger. That's a reality of the nation. It's in this before as well. For example, right? It's a semi-perfect person. Zaz said that it's to increase his theft. The thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. And the victim should not accept that which is stolen from his life in order to go out and facilitate his truth. He has to return everything he has to return. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial. Money is necessary. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay the bills. Like, because if you don't have money, things are like you can't pay. And many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There is a choice between religion and you're afraid that he has to choose between halacha. And ultimately, again, as a Yisha, he may be tempted to choose his Yisha. Again, not because of the gift, because it's human nature. So if a Chazal people are putting in a situation where they make a life there, and you say that often in this kind of case, you're going to have an estate that is comprised of committed items and committed items, therefore allow him to keep the committed items, give his brother all of the committed What's that other base? Kind of enough advice that supports this. Imagine reminds the soul, Shiyushi, the case of Yusha. About Yishtab Su Asa. In the case, let's say, a business partnership with you. So see from here, the Chazal allows certain things to happen in the context of the Yusha, but they were not having and will be allowed to occur in the context as well, because you don't want to put the person in this room together in this situation. Incredible. It's really like how do you listen to that? So remember again, all this is the same people Rabbi sitting together. Another question is Ger kosher now she back for all this back. So let's say this is a very interesting. Can a Ger kosher go ahead and let's say just before we go this idea that Chazal will make it by the Torah. Just so you understand the tremendousness of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of Hakadosh Baruch Hu, a very skewed view of Halacha. That Hakadosh Baruch Hu is waiting for us to mess up, so we can sin us. He's not waiting for us to mess up, so we can levy some type of punishment that we do these things. That's a pretty fair from the truth. The devotion wants our success more than we want our success. So I want our success more than we want our success. We'll look at our works, we'll look at the rules, all the scriptures, and all the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Hashbach understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's also going to know there are no greater complicated in this world than that's in this world than in the next world. And this world is down constantly in the success. Okay, another question. How do you guys talk about it? Dear Tosha, not say about this. It's very interesting. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember, an Akum has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So, a Ger Tosha, you also know what is it? We're going to see this in the accordance about the definition of the Ger Tosha. Rashi points out to the top of the graph, Ger Tosha, Eino Ovid Vodas. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple with everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? So the reason that we're starting, the reason God doesn't worship idolatry, but in other respect, he's imagined. So just such a person had the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry. Where it says, on one hand, to call up the doctrine, we'll call up on another. We say, only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Let me say like this. Anyone who's what we call a pioneer. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission idolatry. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, so he has the Torah to go ahead and negate it. You must only rule that truth, so again, that's why nothing is this. Instead of the Palak and not the Palak. And nothing says, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Tosha doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. Unless it makes it, that's listen. The social, that's not a mutual. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace, what's that? Actual Basilion. So, what's it saying? Remember again. So, let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the market. If I lift it up, that's probably not right because they haven't acquired it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially you can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actually, Basilion. So if I pick it up, I can call over an apple, and then also call over an apple, and take the apple and you just negate this idolatry, decommission it. Right? If you want to decommission it, so go ahead and engage if you like to decommission it. It's permitted. However, again, you should pass on the other. Ain't no already open from the last. But again, that's the possession of it. At that point, it cannot be decommissioned. You should know only for common Monaco and others for common Shalom. You shall have it. In order for common happen, the decommission is an Abodizara or the Abodizara of his friend. Pain of God, pain shaking God. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. And then find it in the front. Might of God, might of God. What is it mean? What does it mean that if he worships it or doesn't worship it? If you want to say the Holy then Hayu Shalom Shachari, we already said it. We just said before that Akum has the ability to actually decommission his Avodizara and the Avodizara of his friend. And a lot of God or the Kohanim, in my shaking our life, all God of the Kohanim, right? Ultimately, again, all God means an actual Akum. my shit, what is a non-worshiper? Dear Tosha. Oh. So he was able to go ahead and decommission both an actual and Dear Tosha. Shmani no, Dear Tosha, no, let me see from here. But a Dear Tosha has the ability to be ultimately to watch the decommission of all desire. Incredible. Which says, no. The only in the part you can do not true. Rather, Kukai will be the only person who can decommission the desires of actual idol worship. I was honored and we shall love the Shafan. He said already said that, and then the Bryce has become it. He already said that he could go out and decommission his idol and his friend idol. The Gemara says, Reisha is to this. Two different cases. Reisha, Zed, the Zed of art, the Zed, the Zed of Marcus. Reisha is teaching like this. You have two options, right? And both worship Baal. They both worship Marcus. Obviously, again, Akim 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akim 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zed of art, the Zed of Marcus. Oh, the Seifa teaches something different. Let's say one who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal. What's the novelty over here? And Akim can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship. So let's say, number one, an Akim can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akim can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akim can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no lie about a Ger Tosha. Right? So when it comes to a Ger Tosha, we split like the Zal Gashad, and a Ger Tosha, which is a Gentile, they repudiated idolatry, can he do that level? That was part of it. Whereas in this Pasha, is a Ger Tosha. What's a Ger Tosha? Tosha Kiba, so it's now getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Tosha? זה כל שכתיב עליו בפנים ובחברים, שלא says, it's any action who has accepted himself in front of three having in the worst sense. It's not better being spoken of before. Having not been used. Someone is careful. With trees and someone is careful about communicating. So in this context, the fact is that it just means that things are based. Anytime an action comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a Ger Tosha. That's a Ger Tosha. That's what I mean. From saying, Tosha Kibra, Allah, Sheva Mitzvot, so Tosha Kibra, Allah, Sheva Mitzvot, some say a Ger Tosha is any Gentile who has accepted it for himself to 7 Noah Kai. Don't seem to apply the base. That's a Ger Tosha. Sheva Mitzvot, the next one. Even only able to go with the Freedom saying neither of these definitions satisfy the mission of Ger Tosha. What is a Ger Tosha? And an easy Ger Tosha. Zen Ger Open Nevelos, the Kidos Shalom, the Tiny Tomitos, and Mulas Patola, Chutz, Mikisser Nevelos. This is very interesting. What is the definition of the Ger Tosha? The Ger Tosha is someone openly again who eats the rat kosher, eats the nevelos, but he has accepted for himself the rest of the mitzvahs. Pretty shocking the definition. This has really much over about the definition of Ger Tosha. Rabbi Meir, he accepted for himself in terms of the ways of worship idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted for himself from his Torah. Haven, he has accepted for himself all of the mitzvahs except for one of the mitzvahs. He's lacking one portion. Incredible. The Rabbi goes on, Yachad in Exler, Yain, keep Exler, Fidu Be'er Shaluri, this is a lot of this, you keep it passing while you're looking at yourself, right? You can leave it within for a very long time, which is a you can leave within your life for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit within your life for a long time. So what's the reason? What are we concerned about here? The concern ultimately again that flashes is when we have to Rashi says over there. Insomma, yes, Cataluso, actually, so this thinking of it, even the power, no, not the one vessel. You know, I got it from us in the Amma base of Rock. Even the Ino, I know that nobody from the Dot. You think it's not a word, definitely. Ultimately, in the present one, you can, for some reason. Not for a longer amount of time because the facility release swap out the juice wine goes only. Okay. And this is true even in the city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. Aber mehr von den Ex-Soldaten, da viele der ersten Liga entwickelt. So ist es auch was in der Welt. You can read it in one for sure. And not for a long time, not to the INS, right up to the INS, because it's a created idolatry. Like, but we are concerned that this claim for a longer amount of time, he may switch his voice to Jesus. So for a short amount of time, it's filtered, for a longer amount of time, less. Shmano, Tiema. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his well. What is that? Shmano, taste of it, Shema, Nika, Havi, Yayin. It's not what to be rained for. Oil to be rained for. It's like, Allah, Yeno, Kishmano. Interesting, more common uses like this. That's a lot of my son. That ultimately again is wine. His wine is like his blood. The chest like his oil is committed. So to ultimately again is wine. I look at that just a minute. That's the Shmano B'Yayas and Yeno look at my house. Shmano couldn't shake it. Hashem not feel it. But I'm still the one thing that his oil is like wine is like his oil. It's the same that you get enough from his oil to get enough of his wine. I can't drink the wine to get myself, and ultimately you can get enough of his wine. The sharp of Gabbar, ultimately, for every other thing, or really for everything, he is like a he's like the apple. He's the most chilling other. Yeno, Va'amilei, Mota, Va'amilei, Mota. Shimon says his wine is like wine. Essa, and obviously, ultimately, again, his Mota, ultimately, again, for consistency. So this actually falls up the road. They pick up on the answer. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this season. What do you see from there? We charged by the public. We see what's in there. The things that we shop is like an outcome regarding that we have in that. They might hit us. Ultimately, again, what do you mean to the what is that? First, to give ourselves love, in the back of us, go funny, to have us go funny. It doesn't matter because when we get heard this whole thing, like a person. So, guys, sorry, we're trying to figure out, does he get a person after the thing? To negate idolatry. If you actually do commission idolatry. So now you just got to listen. You have a misrespect of your touch that is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that whole desire, so too can it get kosher? Can it get kosher? In which the Gemara says, no, we can reshus from without the reshus. No, it actually uses something else. We actually make the shots. As we make the shots, what's the last? It's the same way. The song, the word, the shaman shabbat is the most sentence. It's just irrepressible. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into a courtyard without influence. Right? It essentially means we collect food from all of the evidence of Rothschild. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one whole. Then what it is, if you retire from the home into the Rothschild, that's into the home. What it is, if you have a Jew who did not join into the Rothschild, he could yield his rights. That's what Shabbos started. He got to participate in the meeting for that purpose on the age. He could yield his rights to the other members of the Rothschild. If there is a non-Jewish resident, what there is, you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from you. So watch this. The Lord says, you saw the Shabbos Shabbos of the Shok, the Nevaka, ultimately, again, he had these so many. Unfortunately, again, the Yisrael, who So as long as externally is not right, as long as externally right, probably could keep checks. Privately he doesn't keep checks. But at least in public he keeps checks. The rest can work. Without religious, all he needs to do if he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else and the rest. Okay. Shame Shalom Shabbat Shalom. Think about Rothschild, but again, if he publicly violates checks, then essentially if he's like an actor, then he's not enough for him to yield his rights and the process to the residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Yeshua, Yisrael, no single trust in the Yeshua, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights or give over his rights to the other residents. With the other target actually said, by Akron ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again the Lord is saying that when you say there was just also Ketzad, over law, because the outlaw's Congress for example, yield his rights to give over his rights to the over law, you should see community. I hereby give over my rights. I my rights to the public. Or you should see the colors, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes of the Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jewish organization in Europe. Names up this one. Many forward. So, since we just declare about Europe potatoes, again, you need to participation from Jewish residents. In general, Jewish residents who do not participate, even on Shabbos, who can yield his rights or be responsible, or just simply negate his ownership rights and the personal rights everyone else can be allowed to touch. Even if he's an Israel woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he could yield or he could go ahead and hold the keys. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Israel woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a when we said before that their church ultimately again is treated like an akum, and all other things, means just a their church the Jews in the culture want to make include zeros, they must lend the spirit and strength the rights ultimately again of the great church. Now, whether or not the great person should actually go and agree with the Sarah, and your sister will say, we will see tomorrow's death. Shkaya everyone, what about one sort of experience of a systemic point of view, and she should be able to I like to play that when I go to Christmas Mass because my grandma is still alive, and I actually do play Dr. Dre at the Christmas Mass. So you can take advantage of understand what just happened. Yeah. I mean, it's like great. So it's accomplishment to you, return all the views this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. Thank our annual planetary sponsors. Let's welcome our dedicated all the children's Russians this year. As a Swiss for the slowest levels for Israel. And first passes for the month of Abba, the Polish people are raising the honor of their parents, Israel raising, Dino raising, and New Rosenzweiger in memory of Stanley Rosenzweiger from the Rabbi. Our weekly learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, mentioned at the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch, from the Rabbi, Nathan and Bashar, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Robert Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno Ragnos. Filming sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosalie Applebaum, Rachel Las, the Mordechai family for all the nationals having for families in the family, all the seniors, Jewish shopping for those wonderful ladies for the 12 Russian and Mesa Shana, all of our people, Shalom and Buharos, allow us to be soldiers to be successful for the Nazi. The rest of the day, the rest of the day, that is St. Father 64. Reading the incredible gospel of us today. We are picking up from San Diego in the days 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. This is Rav Nachman Ula Ba'adini Ba'adini. So again, Rav Nachman Ula Ba'adini Ba'adini, just Rabbi Kia Ba'ani Ba'adini. Rabbi Kia Ba'ani, who's sitting with him? Yosef, the Kabbalah, my bride, he asked the following question. This is a fascinating question. Suffer Rishba B'Yayi Nesef Ma. What is the halacha if an Akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayinis? That's okay, right? When this Akum comes over to the bank, so you're like, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayinis. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from this work? What's this? Remember again, in yesterday's Rabbi, there was a concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity or dealing with items that themselves will be asabana. Here, the Akum is asking me to do something with the Ayin Nesach, and he's asking me to destroy the Ayin Nesach. He's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? Me and me and people with us big people also. This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. Why did I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach? Because if I was to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break in and lose what I know. And then, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the Yayin Nesach. Because I want it, therefore, I think maybe that makes the person's purpose. We can actually just remember. Near being a Kiva, he does it in the Roman Russian. The Israel said, lots of the Jews the Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. So when you start with Akshan, I don't know how Ruben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, Sharabay Ruben, he does for us. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, so it's interesting to think about this, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's specifically proceeds from the Yayin Nesach. And therefore, again, it's us. On the other hand, oh dear Lord, this is the instruction of the Yayin Nesach, instruction of the Rizal. This is a good thing. Sure, one has to remain in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe what the result is the natural proceeds, ultimately, again, should be fascinating. So Nachman says, Yishvar the Torah Rabbi. And Nachman says, no, take the job, take the job, get the money, and tell Rabbi you should be good. You have the opportunity to go and read out on Torah. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me see that. Let's bring up this to this. Let's say again. I think plans to learn. My plans for doing wheat that session just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grape. That's what I do next. I'm hoping for a next year. So if the open problem is planting, that means I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist in the plan. Open means like Poland. When the disease was understood, you can't do that. Half a sunflower, 64. About 4 people want to do them when it is. What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot something. Then I am allowed to go to Rashi about open. Rashi from the people that I find out the loads of the kingdoms from the Akane Alena Chapman. Let's say Akane hires and then it's listen, silver. Do me a favor, I plan it for him. Yes, okay, but let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though we get paid for working with Kilai, right? And I want the existence of the Kilai because if the Kilai is not up and down their own, I'm not on the side. So you know what it says. So the people from here, this is the support of nothing. So nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately then results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it, so you get paid for it, so you can destroy it on its own. So as for Shavua, second one from the time 64, Shavua Amar, who's a baby. So the Hebrew is the Amar, and the kind of the line of the very in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the flow of clothing, but you can't do anything that's sustainable. For example, actually goes out over here, but let's say someone's trying to be line, right? Aquaman flag, and it has to put up a fence around the canal. And the keeper says, also. Why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining action of the putting up a fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also from the sound very well. And nefesh means reading. The fact that means covering the seed is correct. So nefesh on top of the look at and get off the spot because there you're actively and directly participating in the blood in the family. The keeper says after the timing. The keeper says even if you
What do you do with this dildo?
do anything to sustain it, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's really coming out as well. You know, it's a knife and ready. Where should we keep it? Well, such public is a Kilayim. Plus, it says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Arizona, I know the tradition of planting. You're carrying them. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like, even if putting up the fence. I'm a Lomar, low Kilayim. So this is it's interesting over here. We are making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of words. So again, Mars actually kind of slicing it as a low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately again is able to the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, which is something that sustains it. That's maybe Mars says when you look at Rothschild, but ultimately it's interesting when you're not even if I can keep up. Any burden to keep up, the prohibition ultimately gives them that sustains the keep. So what about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot and make an update? So the Ashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. And Mars says, not necessarily, no. It doesn't give that being a Rabbi Haman, is it this? Rabbanon, Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be the ultimate thing community knowledge. No, it's not true. It's French Rabbanon. It's Rabbanon. Rabbanon even is not facts. Because Rabbanon, only when you keep up, Rabbanon is only can be planned. So I think that actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting a feeling, or putting up plants that is moving. So if putting up a fence is not there, you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting. So it's not so good. Which the Gemara says, Hafam and Askin and these are each and both severe, and every person. Interesting. Where ultimately again I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Now, Rabbi Yudi Yida Amar, Liting Lahem Matna Stunam Asim. Ultimately, Rabbi Yudi is of the opinion that Allah Almighty you are not allowed to do a favor for him. Like he actually has the meaning of it. So I love something. You all know what this was something means. Focus on the compliment and keeping still on the Yudi said something like this in Job 2. You can't just finish that up with the state. Even if the free favor is destruction of the whole world, you still can't do it. So you should imagine that you do that. Nishma Rabbi Akiva, not, you know, the fact that you're saying it's not going to do that, saying that they're going to be Akiva, so not be permitted. No, you got also looking around the Sina. About the Uke Tifla Shakir. You must have known that. Can't do that. And Yuda says it's true. You can't do a favor. It says to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for that. But to do something to Akira Bodhizara, that's absolutely clear. That's an objective benefit. I am, you know, Rabbi Akiva Nami. I thought that's Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm trying to line you, okay? And you take Tifla Shakir. And say something like Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expensive, you know, approach to the prohibition of the line, they're not going to have planted. Not going to have some of the actual planting itself, which basically put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot the line, to get rid of Israel, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the which the Gemara says, the Su Lo Levi. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. That's good. This phrase, the Su Lo Levi. This is like the Talmud gets a little bit like a mic. You know, the Su Lo Levi. You know, that's it. We're done. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So this is very interesting. But therefore, what this means is, you know, let's go full circle. How did you start this? This all started by the peace. And Akram wants to break his virus of Gainesville. He asks me, he wants that item you to go to Ricky's willing to pay me $50 an hour. Hey, so I'm not asking more than that. So remember, on one hand, he gets it wrong, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the universe. And I'm benefiting from the result. On the other hand, I'm just trying to result. But nothing said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of the Zara, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want to break myself. I want to break it. I don't want to try to be up with the INS. I want to do it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities to keep the proceeds because the destruction of evil, the destruction of the Zara, the destruction of prohibition, ultimately is a good thing. The message says you get paid and cover Allah. Incredible. I will say there is a really such an interesting idea. Kind of like our Western society, the mindset is, lose or not live. And that is important. As members of society, just the general approach to living in a greater society, we should take in account of living. Yes, you know what? That's not the obligation to be used for that. Nor is it to get close to standing in judgment. And everyone has his lifestyle choices that live and yet live. That's consumers don't have to be out there for the society. Okay, on the other hand, so what is teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be evil. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be singed, it has to be destroyed. Because if we let evil take root, then it spreads and unfortunately becomes the norm. And sometimes then there's love between good and evil. Ultimately, again, become incredibly thrilling. That's why the Matthew uses this question of, yes, destroy the INS and cover Allah. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. It is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what you think about. It's such an incredible thing. As you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing. It's really not easy. It's going to be a thing that like the world will just one course. And just fun. Because we're doing the world's dirty. And yet, again, it's hard. Because often the world can't see what's evil and what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But when Matthew tells us sometimes it is a little that good, and sometimes when Matthew says Yishbar, it's halal good. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and you have to do it, halal good. Ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is good, the process is good. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's what it's going to be. The Gemara goes out. We're covering the sleep, so again, the same cover is sleeping. And the Ashba discussion was covering the sleep, becoming part of the main Abbas from the other. So this is very good. What happens if an Akum sells his item? So Akum sells his item and he has sells it for $1,000. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the identity seller? Money. Mitofes has done it the identity. Does it take on the identity? Right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry? Or not? So I'm going to run so it's very interesting. So so nothing says I think it's nothing. I think it's nothing. That if an Akum source is higher and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity. But rather that money is just money being used. Listen to this. So here's a nothing's proof. מתחנות מתייחסות מגרבה, ומתחילים בקרבה, אבל זיווינו כמה באסתכלות, the scouts is fascinating. So that comes like this. When these people came bקרבה, and he wants to see drugs. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then you convert. Now that's the watch this. What's over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, if you have the seal guy, all these guys will actually scatter us to look at all this, how much of that offense. Because remember, If they convert and still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry and idolatry. Idolatry and idolatry, number one, can never be gated, right? Never have its identity, and it can't get another from it. So it tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, son of a, you have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, see from the halacha based on sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my camel, you shouldn't have said it, and let's go home and have it coming time. This is the cases of sale of idolatry. And the heirs of the ultimately is permitted. I have a good shame, and the even though I can convey, God, I want it. Maybe that case is present. Since the process of conversion, obviously, they're negating the theological significance of the idol converted. So it happened to be no back of his results. That's how the process is. Anyhow, the Gemara says, here's the thing. The social and emotional money, the matter of voters for having their right? I lent $1,000. So what happened? So the uncle went and sold his item. Right? He brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or, yes, and sitting place, and I went ahead and I lent $1,000. He sold his Yai, and then he brought me the proceeds of this. What's that? Well, ultimately, again, it's mutter. It's interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, unless they are considered so $1,000, I still already pay you. Give me the radio, I'm just going to sell my area. I am not the proceeds. I'm going to sell my Yai Nessa and be back the proceeds. In that case, it's possible. See, here's interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Apple $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his Yai Nessa. I have no idea what he's doing. He gives me the proceeds, pays back the debt, lifted. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Yai Nessa. When he comes up with the proceeds are prohibited to me. I preferably know my explanation measures. So what's the distinction? I understand what's the distinction. See from the Shumka, how do you like to work with the So this is very important. So now this seems to sort of character was dead in the previous survey. But here's the difference. In the second case, where the actor says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of it. I don't want the continued existence of the wine, right? Because I want it to pay. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes passes the proceeds to us. And there's no sense. If you don't see the community I got in this, we'll just say, if that's not, there was also when you want the continued existence of something, and I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue the existence of that idol until the apple sells because I want the money. I want to continue the existence of the IMS because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these other items. Why should it be us? But none. Dear visible Sultan, dear Abika Khan, Shiyoshu Abiyat Abika. So this is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted. And what they're both they're Apple brothers. One converted and one's not. So brother Ger, brother Apple. So what happens? Your father's out. Your father, your Apple father's out. I'm not going to carry the father. So you want to speak to the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say permitted items. So Ger, Yaka, Roma, Lothal, Akka, Vegas, Lothal, and Nice. So Ati Yaines, so brother Ger can say to brother Apple, so brother Apple, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yaines stuff, let's get money and if you do that, then we should go, and that's good. However, then we should go, it's just like your also, obviously, all of this presupposes that Ger has not yet indicated possession of the Yaines items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But well, they're technically very seamless. You can get an acting to be the seller. It's much less complicated. Once it becomes it, they're really very little. So as long as Brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these things, there's no point in dividing up this thing. However, if Brother Ger took possession of this possible, so let's say, so ultimately, again, what do you see from there? Now, in this case, Brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry of the Yahweh. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is somewhat an idol that's what's meaning of what you say, which means that even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, whoever's there doesn't actually care if it remains in its best state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Usually knows like that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain it to then value it? The Ferris had value. So that's a very hygienic, so apparently, sleep actually comes out of the heel. Hygienic person was something from the start absorbing. If when you put water in them, because they absorb towards the knee, but you can take a shot of that originator, put it in the water, and retest to water. In that case, also, whoever here does it to carry it, and it tests away from that. Because either way, this value is still the same. Which the commercial the one second lots of the human shall even over shall one second. Even if that's even if like
Here it goes.
It does care whether or not it's still lost, so it still wants to continue existence. But on top of the use as a get hammer, don't bring a riot in this case. We're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance of the year. No, Shani uses the year, but few Barabba. Rabbis were making by the Yusha. Whereas morally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But I love the Raisa, Chazal were making by the Yusha. And as long as the Geb has not yet actively taken possession of the Yessa or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. And so you take this, you take the stuff off of the yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would he make it like that? I think Zera shouldn't get to it. We are afraid that if the Geb has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his religion. And that's not really not going to get. That's the reality of the Yerusha. We choose before as well. For example, right? It's something like the health and shame. As I said, that in certain cases, theft. The thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept that which is stolen from the one in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's cheat. Okay, if the thief has to return everything, it's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to money is necessary. Money is important. And it's, as much as we say, as long as you have your health, true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, it's just easy like you can and many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There's a choice between religion and money. They're afraid that he has to choose between halacha. And ultimately, again, his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of a gift, because of human nature. So if the Chazal people want to put in that situation, they could have made a by there, and we say that often in this kind of case, even if I stay with the Chazal, items, therefore allowed him to keep the permitted items, he pays brother all of it. That's what I'm doing. I am not the right to support this. Imagine when it was so, Shirshi, in the case of Yerusha. Aber nicht stark zu essen. Und ich denke, dass der Business Partnership ist. Und sie von hier, that Chazal was not seriously to happen in the context of the Yusha, if they were not normally allowed to occur in the context as well, as we don't think that the person in this world there in this precarious situation. Incredible. How many lessons learned about this? Remember that all this is the same people who are sitting together. Another question of Yer social now she vaka avodas katan. So listen, this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead? You know, say just before we go on, he said, "Keep it Chazal when you're good by the girl." Just see who's the rejoice with such as Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. And sometimes we have a very skewed view of a very skewed view of Halacha. And that perspective is very interesting inside. So for the smart person, as I request mess up, so to let me some type of punishment that can do these things. That's a pretty cool thing. The emotional wants for success more than we want for success. As I want us to take us more than we want for success. And all the halachas, all the beliefs, all the scriptures, and all the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, this Baruch understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. Incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's what we do. Know that you have no greater opportunity than to accomplishment. That's in this world and in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly opening for success. Okay, another question. How do you guys look on those? Dear Kosha, Marsh gave out what's the very interesting question? Can a Ger Kosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember again, an Akron has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby commissioning it from its status of theological significance. So Ger Kosha, what is it? What are we going to see? We're going to talk about the definition of Ger Kosha. Rashi points out that in the top of the daf, Ger Kosha, Eino Ovid Avodas Kosha. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in the Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Gemara says, on one hand, the Chalach Mevat and the Chalach Mevat. We say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Or we say like this: anyone who's what we call a Barmineh. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission idolatry. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the Torah to go ahead and negate it. You must only rule that so that was your last versions. Instead of the Chalach and Battle of and that means that only someone who worships it can negate it. If someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Kosha doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. Unless it makes so, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found much in the marketplace. What's up? Actual boss leader. So what's it saying? Remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold highway sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's what I'm saying, because they have a problem. And once it's been acquired by NG, essentially can't be done. So what do? Actual boss leader. So before I pick it up, over the obvious problem in the back, I can call over an apple. Remember what's the attack here? Call over an apple and see the apple. And you need to negate this idolatry, decommission it. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this. It's permitted. However, again, in the Shabbat of the logo, ain't no only of it from the back. But again, if I pick it up, right? I take possession of it. At that point, it cannot be decommissioned. You should know, every problem in the back of all this from Shalom is Shafadeh. And every problem in that one, the decommission is on the Avodah or the Avodah of his friend. They are done, they check in there. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Whether he finds it in the things. Might adopt, might involve. What does it mean? What does it mean that the decommission of the trouble? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say that wasn't talking about an apple, then only Shalom Shachar, we already said, we just said before that an apple has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah, and the Avodah of his friends. And a lot of the Ovid in my shitting, a lot of the Ovid, right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual act. In my shitting of them, what does it mean? Non-worshiper, Ger Kosha. Oh, so he was able to go ahead and decommission it. That's both an actual act and Ger Kosha. Let me know. Gear Tosha Nagabak. I want to see the year that a Gear Tosha has the ability to be Mutako, ultimately to theologically decondition Avodah. Incredible. Which the Gemara says, no.
Zoot, Zoot, I have one fucking question for you, and one question only. Are you ready for it, son?
I'm ready to win.
That's what I like to hear. Did you get a new phone?
Well, then we can't play mini golf, right?
Says relations to this.
Yeah.
Two different cases.
All right.
What's close? What's close?
Relations teaching you like this.
You've never played slots?
And both worship powerful.
No, that's been there for years. No, I'm going to send it to you, and you're going to see that you've played it before. You're actually pretty good at it. Okay.
Let's say one who worships Marvelous and one who worships Baal Ha'ar. What's the novelty over here? And after he worships idolatry, even if he doesn't worship. So let's say, number one,
Have we played this before?
can negate his own idolatry.
Yeah, you have.
And Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship.
Well, we've played this game before.
And halacha number 3 is that Akum can negate his friend's
So-
idolatry even if he worships.
Have you ever played Tetris?
Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again,
Okay, well,
no
then,
lie about it.
Can you try me probably?
When it comes to a Ger Tosha,
no.
still can a Ger Tosha, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be without love? Now I'm still in this. Whereas this, there is a Tosha, is what's a Ger Tosha? Tosha Kiva.
Incorrect.
What is the definition of a Ger Tosha?
I just got fucked.
What do you want me to do about it?
You see how I got fucked?
No, I'm not watching your screen, dog.
I just got I'm fucked.
Dude, you just fucked me.
In this context, the question is just
Because when you get 3 in a row or whatever, your tiles go onto my screen.
and he repudiates.
That's why you keep getting shit. Because I keep making
That's what I mean.
like connections or whatever.
Some say, and Ger Tosha is any
Rabbi.
Gentile.
What up, Zoo?
Himself is 7 Noah.
You are very good at this game.
I'm not.
That's a Ger Tosha. 7 is a Noah. Release it.
You're doing better than me.
Oh, well, I mean, that's like, not a surprise.
Freedom say natural. Neither of these definitions.
I just got a lot of words from Bibles.
Yeah, because I just sent them to you.
I need blue here. I need blue. I need any fucking blue.
So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the Ger Tosha?
Rabbi,
The Ger Tosha is someone
Fuck no.
again who eats not.
I just made a huge mistake.
He has
Okay.
accepted it for himself. The rest of the
Oh, I think I just fucking.
Dude, you fucked me. What is that bullshit?
You just fucked me here.
You're gonna get a bunch of blue.
I need blue.
He has accepted upon himself.
Blue is
I need yellow.
Blue is very popular in the United States. Zoo.
Blue. Oh, blue. Yeah, not blue. Hopefully, yeah. She's hopefully, yeah. Like, blue is a girl, you know that?
No one knows that.
Do you know blue is a girl?
No one knows that.
Now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about over here? What are we concerned about over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says,
Oh my god.
We saw when
Zoo, what the fuck? You're gonna win. What the fuck was that? What did you just do?
Something inside. There we go. I think I did one.
For short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because we're
I think I don't know. Right.
juice wine
Oh, wait. I just won.
And this is true even in the city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews.
I just
Dude, fuck that.
So it's this halacha ma'aser here.
Oh,
You can leave
Told you.
Not for a long time. You're not to Yainus, far enough to Yainus, because he's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time,
Yeah, that's quite cool.
switched his wife to the Jews. So for a short amount of time, his mother, for a long amount of
I kind of hate that guy.
Shmano, Kiena. So he says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that? Shmano, Kiena, and I thought, Shemen.
Dude, are you gonna go?
Hello, Yeno, Kishmano. Interesting enough, I know uses like this.
You know what's annoying? You don't get any points on break. Why is that a thing?
All right, this is trick shot, dog.
His wine is like his
Yeah, but why don't you get any points on break?
No, that's not my deal. I didn't make the rule.
So to ultimately again is
What happened? Hey, Rabbi,
Yeah, big
did
dog.
you know if you get the 1 and the 9 balling on break on this game to type?
I could see that. Did you see my miss?
But ultimately, you can get
Are you proud of that shot? Dude, are you proud of that shot?
Did you see how close that was?
Dude, are you proud of that shot? Dude, did you see that blind shot, son?
Mark Ryan said,
Yo, shout out to Mark Ryan. Oh, fuck. Combo shot. Winner.
Guess what?
I did not win.
I thought that was
It was not.
What was it?
No one knows. Could have been. Are you proud of that shot? Dude, are you proud of that shot?
If that went in, I was
started was trying to figure out does he get essentially have the ability to negate idolatry? If he allows you to decommission idolatry. So now we just got finished.
Rabbi.
In this respect,
Dude, look at this shot.
He's like an actor. Doesn't that mean that just as an actor can theologically decommission and negate that whole desire? So too.
Rabbi, do you think there's going to be more people at open mic on Monday?
Oh, it's going to be jammed.
I think so too.
Dude, did you know that your shot was one of the worst shots I've ever seen?
Do you know why it's going to be jammed?
Because it hasn't happened in a long time, and people know that if somebody thinks you're funny, they have to think that the rest of the fucking state is funny.
Do you think stand-up's hard?
Yeah, I think it's really difficult, and I'm really proud of you for doing it.
Rabbi.
Yeah, Zeus, look at this shot.
He can yield his rights.
Did you know?
Yeah.
He can yield his rights to the other members of the house. If there is a non-Jewish resident,
Let's hear it.
you have to rent his rights.
So I was walking past Parliament House and there were people protesting. They were protesting to save trees. They had cardboard signs and were handing out flyers. And I'm just like, that's just contradictory. I couldn't believe that there are people out there who are standing outside the Parliament House and the people stupider than the people in the Parliament House.
At least the public can keep shut.
Is that really a clean joke?
Only if he didn't participate,
That wasn't a claim.
just needs to essentially
Makes fun of people's intelligence.
How is that?
But again,
Man, how is paying to make fun of people's intelligence?
I mean, come on, you're answering your own question.
If you saw someone handing out paper flyers saying save the trees, would you think that was intelligent?
Yeah, because they might say that they're. I mean, I wouldn't say that they're necessarily by default unintelligent. I would say that I think you need more points. Did you know that? Oh no way! And he just won. What a fucking win! What a fucking win, dude! That was phenomenal. I'm gonna turn it to the best shot. That was. Dog, you won by 10. That was excellent, dude.
And all of them trying. Do you think I was trying?
Dude, I don't think you were trying.
Again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents.
Do you think that is all randomly up and go?
Even in Shabbos,
Dude, how about you just go?
just simply negate his ownership rights in the
Alright.
I'm waiting on you, dog.
Even if he's a strong woman, as long as
That was
the public comes across as Jewish,
Do you think it was one of the worst shots in the history of the game?
you can go ahead and
No, because
you have to go ahead and acquire his rights.
you know it
And
was
a
a
strong
terrible
woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a dog. Also, the Lord says, therefore, when we said before,
But Rabbi, do you hear the point I'm making?
ultimately again, is
Yeah, I see the point you're making.
all other things.
I'll give you this. It's cleaner than most of your jokes.
You are choosing the Chatzar want to make it through the zeros. They must rent the space. They must rent.
Dude, you had one of the best shots we've ever had in this game. In the previous game, that was amazing.
I think a lot of people are just not happy with the government in South Australia that we had to vote for.
Dog, you guys have one of the best governments ever. Psych.
Why?
No, you don't. I don't know anything about it.
They're enforcing digital identity, social media ban.
How are they doing that?
I thank all of our sponsors for this morning shoot. Thank you. Our annual 2012 sponsors.
Yep. Sign up for your ID to watch Australia.
Why don't you use a VPN?
I'm the sponsors for the month of Av. Abba, Toba, Stephen, Rabbi, Drazen, in honor of their parents.
No way.
They'll make that
Dina Drazen.
They'll make that illegal.
In memory of Stanley Rothschild.
So why don't you just go to a porn site that doesn't enforce that? I know you're getting your hit somehow. Somehow you're still cyber stalking Bonnie Blue.
Sponsors for today. Jerry Applebaum,
Dude, are you gonna go?
That's why I don't want to go.
The families in the farm, almost need to flush out and colorful ladies.
I gave you a pretty even shot, to be honest. How did you? You hit the one ball and the iron ball. That's still a combo shot.
Today we are picking up point 7 on the base.
I thought that would be a combo shot.
We are picking up 2, 4.
Dude, watch this shot.
How did you not get a combo shot?
I got a kiss shot.
Yeah, it should have been a combo shot.
Sitting with them.
Dude,
Listen to the fascinating.
do you miss Bonnie Blue?
Okay.
What is
Yeah, you do. That's your girl, dog.
To smash barrels of yayiness. Okay, whenever this Akum comes over to you, I'm going to pay $50 an hour.
Look at that shot, dude. Did you see that blind shot, son? Dude, did you see that blind shot, son?
I found a picture of the girl I thought the other week.
Okay. You're making shit up. Oh, did you see that?
Why would I make that up?
Because you make up shit all the time. Like that girl you said you met or whatever when you were 12, and then she said she might come to your fucking stand-up comedy, and then you later on, because you wanted to win the lottery, said that you just made it all up.
on one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Now, why do I want the existence of the INS?
Dude, are you ready for one of the best shots in the history of the game?
Interestingly
Hey,
enough,
Rabbi,
I
What up,
want
man?
the existence of the INS because I want it. Therefore, again, maybe that makes the person's purpose.
Are you proud of that shot? Dude, are you proud?
does amnesia, traumatic brain injury, Alzheimer's, and dementia, do they contradict religious beliefs about consciousness in the afterlife?
That's a good question. No, they don't contradict. We know that it's part of human experience.
I don't want it to work on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be close.
Dude, are you ready for this shot?
Yeah.
Did you see that? Did you see that combo shot, son? Now that's a combo shot, big dog.
Those disorders would be suggested consciousness human brain and functioning brain is an influence on consciousness.
Okay, are you gonna hit? Are you gonna win?
Says, says, no, take the job. Two, take the job. Get the money.
Are you ready for one of the greatest shots you've ever seen?
That is a good thing. Take the money.
You think you are born to hell?
No, I think that's one of the perfect times.
But like, I feel like there's a lot of things that you're afraid of that might not be preventable because of current technologies that you may or may not get to see.
I'm not afraid of anything with that. Now watch this shot. Oh, Zoo, is it possible for me to come back? I don't think so. Oh, Zoo. I would have to make like both these shots at the same time.
Well, let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kilai, right? And I want the existence of it. Because
Zoo, look at this shot.
So you know it says. So
Zoo, what are your thoughts on Yazoo Clay?
You are allowed to go ahead benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results.
No way you make this. No way you make this.
Go, you by definition.
Oh my word, Zoo. Just disgusting gameplay. All right, Zoo, play me an 8-ball. No trick shots. Just normal rules. Because you keep getting absolutely fortuitous, and or you keep getting fortunate. Zoo, I've sent you an invitation. Are you ready? This is no trick shot. This is just badass ball. Look at that. Look at me put that ball in. Sick.
Rabbi, I might go to Perth in a couple weeks, probably 8 months to save money. Because I want to fuck that girl again.
She moved to Perth?
She lives in Perth.
Okay.
Nevertheless, it is going to be also decided. Here we go.
Scale of 0 to 10 here.
I already called you like a
Oh yeah, send me your picture.
You're actively directly participating in the planning of planning.
I'll send you on Telegram.
Fuck Telegram, send it on Discord.
Put up the fence around the lion.
You know you're the only person who's fucking like the user experience of Discord. It fucking sucks.
It's so much better than Telegram. Telegram is just scamming. It sucks. I agree with you though. Discord is too complicated.
Discord finally has one of the worst user experiences I've ever encountered in my life.
All right, did you send the picture?
I'm playing the game.
So again,
Okay.
won't kill us. You can't
If I
do anything.
sent the picture, you'd be like, "What? You playing the game?" Like, I'll send it off.
Ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kalaria, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's really
Probably best for it.
That's fine.
And ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to Kiva, very according to Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains the Kalaria. What about if somebody's claiming to uproot the Kalaria?
No way.
Like that is going to be totally interesting. Versus not necessarily low. It doesn't be that.
No way, Zoo.
What's the best website about Panther?
A what?
Reversing the search.
10i? 10i? 10i.
Optimize?
Tineye. T-I-T-I-N. T is in Tom. T-I-N. No, not eyes. Tin eye.
Yeah, I use that.
Okay.
And I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem?
How do you feel that?
You didn't. You just gave me. You just put mine in.
I did a trick shot in the wrong boat.
So all my focus what most of them need. That doesn't mean they compliment them, they give them a
Had a big non-boat.
That was good.
You can't do something for an apple for free. You
But
the free favor.
That was good.
You still can't do it.
That was.
Oh my God!
Dude, that was amazing. That was amazing.
You can't do a favor. So
Yo,
but to do something to upgrade our desire, that's absolutely correct. That's a good. That's an objective benefit. Alpha, that's Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm a kind client, okay? And if you take this law, shop it up. And you say something kind of Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva is a more expensive,
Yeah.
you know, prohibition of Kilai, they're not only Kinaf planted, not only Kinaf planted itself, but you can't even put it.
What's my idea?
Even when green,
Rabbi, did I win?
No.
Alright, ready to shut you down.
You're done, Zoo. I'm gonna hit all my balls in. Just hit the shot.
There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. It's good. This phrase is so amazing. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a micro.
Dude, that was fucking amazing.
You know, that's it. We're done. We're done. There's nothing.
No way you make this though. This is a hard shot.
Let's go for circle.
Fuck, dude. That was phenomenal. All right, dude, send me the picture.
Okay, just give me a second.
He wants to hire me on trade to run and break his will to pay me $50 a barrel. Right? Something I have to do or not. So remember, on one hand, you can say no, because therefore that means
I'm not running for the
Zoo, just send it to me.
But nothing said, do it and cover
Yeah,
up.
looking for
It's not tin eyes. Do you call it Facebooks or Instagrams or TikToks? No, you don't.
I want to break it. I don't want the client to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it.
Zoot, I'm waiting.
The minute to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them.
Zoot, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. All right, go back to Discord. Press the plus button. Select the photo. Send it to me. And then I'll tell you if this girl is a 9.
And that is important. As members of society, just as a general society,
Dude,
we should take in account.
I'll send you a message just so it's easier. Because I know you'll send it to me. Zoo, they're all real.
That has to be our approach to living in society. On the other hand, it's also always you only check one. Evil.
That's true.
Be allowed to take the root.
I got it.
I just sent you a video, a picture.
It has to be. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken.
All right, here we go, folks.
Because if you let evil take the root, then it spreads.
The girl has potential. Is that really her? So that could be just some fake ass bitch.
No, I'm not because I'm pretty sure it's
Doc, Zook just sent me some random chick on the internet. He's never met this chick. This girl in Perth is unrelated to this poor woman who he just took a screenshot of. And it's not even a picture of her face. It's a picture of her looking at herself peeing on the ground. This bitch, you sent me a picture of this woman pissing on the ground. She's watching urine run down her fucking leg, dog. I can see it.
even if you chip it, we'll be able to see the video of my sentence.
Yeah, dog. It's on my fucking camera. I think they'll be able to see it right fucking now. I mean, it would be really, really small, but they'll be able to zoom in the future and do a reverse image search and know without a doubt whether this girl who you sent me peeing on herself is the same girl as the Perth girl. And then there'd be a ranking of how hot this chick is, 0 to 10. And this girl is, for Zoot, I can see how Zoot thinks that this is. No, I can see how Zoot thinks this girl is a B.
Take on the same identity. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of
Zoot.
I'm going to use a different person to search.
All right, that sounds like a plan, dog. Zoot's going to womenpeeing.com.
She's not paying.
Dog, she's looking down at something.
That money is just one thing. Listen to this. Here's what nothing to do. لتحنون الأصل من الدراسة كيما كلابا what happened another one زيدوا القمار بإسلفوا بسوء scandals.
Zoot, when's your podcast come out?
When these people came up for what happened also and they wanted to
Next week.
Are you excited?
Before you convert, here's what you need to do.
No.
Sell off all of your
I want to be on that podcast.
And then you have the cash. After
You want to be on my podcast?
Yeah, tell the guy I want to do a podcast with him. And I want to tell him everything that I know about the South Australian comedy scene. I'm going to tell him about Chelsea and J. Michael, and I'm going to talk about how your auntie gets fucked by Amos's uncle or dad.
So he tells them instead of a while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert to the money is permitted. What do you see from there?
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
Sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So you know what it says. Nighttime, no? We shouldn't be concerned with them. Let's go have them gather the common time. So that the proceeds are sale.
Have you ever had AMK relationship?
Perhaps. Next question.
How do you know?
It's an excellent question. How would you know? I mean, perhaps. And allegedly, before you died, there's a lot of DMT released.
You did DMT when you were born?
Perhaps. I mean, it's formed in your brain, so perhaps there's DMT all the time. It's just different levels of it. I have a question for you.
I lent Akram $1,000. So
Are you ready to lose this game? Last part.
No. Okay, dude, that's the last game that we're playing. My question for you is, when are you going to get a phone so that we can play mini golf again?
And then he brought me the proceeds of this. What's that? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's more.
When I cure depression.
The Gemara says, now, however, watch this.
Keep your cure. And I'm going to cure.
Whatever the fuck you have. Dude, what the fuck? This game did like some kind of update, and now it's got sound all the time. Or maybe because I updated my phone.
Oh, this is not good.
Dude, it's amazing. It's a small street. Why didn't you go again though?
Give me a couple of hours.
I didn't realize that I should have gone for
Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are
wow.
Effectively, my generation. So what's the distinction?
One.
I'll try it again.
Incorrect, dog. Incorrect.
So this is very serious.
Go for the large straight. Oh, that was devastatingly bad.
Second place.
1, 2, 3, 4.
No, it's not. You need something great here. You need one of the greatest rolls in the history of the game, and you failed to get it.
So because I want it, therefore Sheshes posits the proceeds for us.
1, 2. That's not good, Zoo. Give me some sixes, baby.
But I'm not doing anything.
Give me some sixes, baby. Oh! It's like it hurt me.
I want to continue existence of the INSF because I want my money. But
Put it in the 5 times.
To facilitate the continued existence of these prohibited items, why should it be us? But now,
Kind of sucks,
here,
yeah.
this is very
Kind of sucks.
So your shoe and me and other comes. This is very interesting. You have two brothers.
Oh, yeah.
Converted, and what they're both
Put it in the 4.
brothers. One converted and one's split up. So brother Ger, brother Akbar. So what happens? Their father died.
Kind of sucks, like, when you get a 6 time of the 5, you just it doesn't mean anything.
And let's say permitted items. So
And then you get on the 7, bro. And you want to get 7, 6, 6,
so brother Ger could say to brother Akbar,
Five.
brother Akbar, you take all the idolatrous stuff, you take all the items, and I'll take the money and potatoes. You can do that. Then you should go, and that's permitted. However, in the Shabbat, you should send us.
Zoo.
All of this piece of business that the Ger is not yet actively taking possession of the INSF.
Look at how these fives. 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. How'd you like that, Zoo? How'd you like that, Zoo?
So as long as brother Ger,
I didn't like that.
I wouldn't either. Zoo, this is the last game we're playing until you come back in an hour, and then I might play another one with you. All right. What are we doing here, son?
We are going.
but he's not doing
And you get another full house.
it
It doesn't matter.
It does not matter.
It's mutter. So what's the problem?
And now we tie. That's what.
What's the case over here?
Yeah.
No?
Do I go for full house?
This mission is talking about an idol that's it's made on gold or silver.
What do I do?
What do you do? Go for the full house, right?
So therefore, again, brother,
No doubt. Told you.
Yes.
Told you.
Even if it breaks, who cares?
Fuck.
It's still done.
3, 3, 3. Give me another 3, baby. Fudge. Give me another 3. Oh, cool.
The Ferris and
Full house is a 280.
I agree.
So apparently, he actually points out over here.
Oh, look at all these 5s, son. Look at all these 5s, son.
I need one more 5.
That you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in the water, and
We're tied.
In that case, also, brother here doesn't. Who cares if tasks.
Rabbi, do you know it's never been this close between us?
The value is still the same. Which we must have once and even if that's so, even if
This is not good, Zoo.
right, but he does care whether or not it's still lost, so he still wants to continue existence. And when I talk about Yerushas Hager Kamat, don't bring a riot from this. You're bringing a riot, you're bringing a different case of the inheritance.
Why did you play that?
No. Shani Yerushas Hager, that Kilo Barabba. Rabbis will
Why would you play where I played at the same school?
No, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha myself.
Yeah, I think I could do better.
And as long as the ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yainesa or the idols, he is absolutely permitted to work.
You better make a move.
Right, so you take this, you take the whatever this stuff, I'll take the yes, he was taken to existence. Why? Why would they make a lie? Because they're afraid.
I'll take it.
Yeah, he has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion. He will choose his money and choose his inheritance. And they're saying that's not really not going to
Okay, that works.
a reality for you. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? This is something called the person child. As I'll say, that in certain cases, theft. The thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole.
Okay, Rabbi.
The victim should not accept that.
Give me another 5, dog.
Facilitate.
You know what I need?
What do you need?
It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, sure. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, just things are like and many people do not stand up to religious challenges. And there's a choice between religion and they're afraid that if he has to choose between Allah.
I want to win, Rabbi.
Okay, dude.
He tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not
I need a large drag.
So if for some people want to put in that situation, they're going to make a by air. And we're saying that often in this kind of case, you're going to have to
That's annoying.
Therefore, allow him to keep the committed items, give his brother all of the committed items.
Okay, that's
right. What's this? When is this so? Shirshu, the case of Yerusha.
You know what would be good?
In a business partnership with the Asher. Since
You
here,
ladies and
Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in the context of
all I need, Rabbi, is 35.
In this precarious type of situation.
2, 3, 4.
So remember that. How do you get something like that? So remember again, all this is the same people that want to sitting today. Another question like
3.
Get Tosha now.
No 3.
So let's say this is
Devastating.
Can a get Tosha?
You could have gotten the
Let's say just before you go on.
1, 2, 3. I need a 4. Give me a 4.
This is not good.
Dude, it's devastating.
I need.
You had the 5, dog, and you got him again, and you just made a huge comeback. Giant comeback by Zoo.
What do you need?
A bunch of 6s. Come on, 6s. 6. That game sucks.
All right, Zoo. We'll see you in an hour.
No straight. No straight. No large straight.
I'm so bad at getting that bonus.
When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's not the goal.
Did you know that?
That's in this world and in the next world. In this world, Chazal.
All right. Well, I'm glad that you know that. What up, big dog? Hold on a second.
Can I get Tosha? go ahead and abolish
How
or
often do
negate
most people check their message requests on Instagram if they have a life on?
Hold on.
thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance.
Uh,
So Gertosh, listen, what is a Gertosh? Now we're going to see these
okay, what'd you say, Zoo? This guy from Australia just got back to me. What'd you say?
How often do people check their, on average, check their message requests if they have a life on?
Message requests, like the ones that are like probably if they have a high amount of people following them, it's probably something like they have a manager who does it.
Decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry. Where it says, on one hand, the Palach Mevat and Lo Palach
And if they drank it, and order and person,
can decommission idolatry.
If they're an ordinary person,
Yeah. Maybe not. Maybe we say like this.
am I an
Anyone
ordinary
is going to
person?
call a
Yeah.
If you're in the parsha of an apple,
Are you an ordinary person?
no, I'm extraordinary.
and this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the
What are you
parsha of an
thinking?
apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem,
Okay.
Harry Potter
he
costume.
himself doesn't worship
All right,
idolatry.
Zoo, I've got
He
to
has
call
the
this
power
guy.
to
So
go ahead and negate it.
go do your own thing, and I'll tell you how my podcast goes.
And that means that only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Gertosha doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Coming back to the marketplace, what's that? Actual boss leader. So what's it? So now remember again. So let's say, right, listen to this case. I'm working in the shop, I'm working in the marketplace. I see a gold item sitting there on the ground. And if I lift it up, that's problematic, right? Because they never acquired it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what I do, actual boss leader. So if I pick it up, I can call over an apple. Remember, also you have keywords. Call over an apple and see if the apple. I need you to negate this idolatry, decommission it, right? Theological decommissioning. So go ahead and engage in theological decommissioning of this idolatry. And then it becomes permitted. However, again, in Shavasa Liyodo, Eino Omer Oven Kahum Levachla. But again, if I take it out, if I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. In Sha'omru, Ovid Kochavim Medako Avodes Kochavim Shalom, the Shalkadeh. And Ovid Kochavim Medako to decommission his own Avodizara or the Avodizara of his friend, Bein of God, Bein She'in Lov. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Whether we find it as new thing. My of God, my of what does it mean? What does it mean that after you could decommission Avodizara, whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? Ilema Edi Ovid Kochavim. If you want to say that both are talking about an akum, then Hayu Shalom Shafadi. We already said that. We just said before that an akum has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodizara and the Avodizara of his friend. And a lot of the Ovid ultimately to theologically decommission Avodizara. Incredible. Yeshua says, no. The Olam Ebelacha Edi Ovid Kochavim. Not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission Avodizara is an actual idol worshiper himself. An apple. I did the Kamrit. I knew Shalom Shacham. We already said that. Then the price is redundant. Because you already said that a Hakum could go ahead and decommission his Avodizara and his friend's Avodizara. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. It's two different cases. Reisha, Zeh Lepa'ar, Zeh Lemarkos. Reisha is teaching me like this. If you have two Akums, right, and both worship Baal Pa'ar, or both worship Markos. So obviously, again, Akum 1 could negate his idol and his friend's idol, and Akum 2 could negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh Lepa'ar, Zeh Lemarkos. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's say you have one Akum who worships Markos and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here?
That's my podcast website. Come and join me. I'd love to have you on my show as a guest. G'day, Australia. We keep getting told petrol is expensive.
makes sense to me. That's what I'm checking. Yes, I don't even know how to get back into that funny niggas hit my moves and all that type of shit. The reason why I'm not a real motherfucker, because I'm here tonight for a real motherfucker. He tried to, I know he want to do, oh yeah, if I fucking roast Donnell, come on, man. It's too late. It's too late. I'm about to leave right now. No, you're not. No, I'm going to leave. You made fun of his jeans. I did. Who wouldn't make fun of him? I didn't tell him. I didn't tell him that he was like, guys, so I'm just, what I said is like, I guess you're a little bit of a back. We're going to go back. We're going to critique. We're going to go back. We're going to critique the show. Then you don't do this shit. But I'm here tonight for a real motherfucker. I'll just keep it like that. And I'll go back to that for a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, Diana Rollins. I love it. I love it. I love it when it goes off the ring. Me too. That's what makes this show fun. Who cares what people in the YouTube comments say? They don't get to make decisions. Hey, Alan, if you're in town Thursday, I'd like to invite you to Vulcan to open up the show.
I appreciate that. Yes, sir.
Guys, you saw it. That's a real golden ticket winner. One of only 7 in the world. How about a big hand for Halloween, huh? Guys, he flew all the way from Iowa for this. Make some noise for this guy. People are afraid to make noise tonight. You're going to get the coronavirus. You already got it. No point being quiet now. Sweet Caroline. Time's never so good. Hey. Your next comedian goes by the name of Noe Lopez. So Noe Lopez. So good. Alright, is Noe coming? We got movement back there by Noe Lopez. Yeah, here we go. Guys, how about a big hand for Donnell Rawlings is here tonight, everybody. We're doing it. He's still sewing those candles? He's still sewing the candles? Yeah, I have the candles. They're unbelievable.
Holy shit. All right, let's get ready to it. Show of hands, guys. All of you got your ass. This is either really dishonest or honest. I've never had it happen. All my friends have. And to be honest, man, I've never felt real without. But they always say it's the shit, and I've never desired to have it done, but I'm not into that, man. I'm not falling under pressure. So, my kid got caught punching hard. Yeah. And, that's kind of uncomfortable. How you approach it.
I'm asking for worship and idolatry, even if he doesn't worship. So what's the so maybe three elements we follow. Number one, an athlete can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an athlete can negate his friends' idol if they worship his own idolatry. And halacha number three is an athlete can negate his friends' idolatry even if he worships a different. Incredible. So you know what I said. But again, no lie about a gear touch. Right? So when it comes to a gear touch, you still actually got to find a gear touch, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be without love? That was was listed when is a gear touch of what's a gear touch of? So what's it? So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a gear touch? זה כל שכיבה בפנים observing של Allah Mayor says it's any apple who is accepted for himself in front of three cover cover being discovered before cover normally means someone was killed with chasing this means kids are about to so in this context the question is it just means it's on the base anytime an apple comes in front of the base is idolatry, that's a gift. That's a gift. Good. That's what I know. Some say, Oshikiba emotions, Oshikiba, Shell of the Oshikiba, some say, and the year Tosha is any Gentile, don't see it by the days. That's a year Tosha. Shell of the God, when they see it. Even only, even will all the club, even say, neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of year Tosha. What is a year Tosha? And the instant year Tosha, year from the Velos, Shekiba, Allah, the only home mitzvahs, and Muros, the Torah, what's the Israel Velos? What is the definition of Ger Kosher? The Ger Kosher is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, who eats the Velos, but he has accepted it for himself the rest of the mitzvahs. It's a pretty shocking definition. It's like really not kosher out there. Definition of Rabbi Meir, he accepted it for himself in front of the Rabbi idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted it for himself Shemitah from Noah. Acharon, he has accepted it for himself all of the mitzvot except for one. He's not doing that person. Incredible. But the Bible goes on. Yaakov in Exodus, Yain, getting enough as well. That he did the air show will be Israel. Which is our place. You can constantly run with the air show, right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. This is your time. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a long time. What's the reason? What are we concerned about here? What are we concerned about here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says, well, Rashi says over here, you saw my left, but you saw actually left so much thinking about the Akiva the Lokala, will not get one message. The Michael will come to us in the Amar Desa Rokash. Even the Ima, another guy, anybody for me got a lot. You think it's not a watch like a watch. So ultimately, again, you could deposit wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because we're pursuing him and we swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in the city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. אבל מישהו דין אצל יהודים, ואפילו באר שילוב על דיבור. So as I look at the Ger Kosher, you can leave it behind for a short amount of time. Not for a long time, but not to the Yainess, or not to the Yainess, because it's a purely idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his ground to the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's Mudr, for a longer amount of time, it's Shmano, Tiyema. So the Gemara says, and his oil is like his wall. What is that? Shmano is on that flesh. Shana, meat that having Yain, just like what he wants to oil to be in the Hello, Yeno, Tishmano. He just not that what it means is like this. Allah from Alaysa, that ultimately again is wine, his wine is like his oil, just like this is that just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. I look at that for just a minute. That's the Shmano B'Hayas and Yeno Mutabano, Shmano Kodu Shukra Hashem Akiva about the Shkias. But what does it mean that his oil is like his season, that his wine is like his oil? But the same way that you get enough from his oil, you can get enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine of his yourself, and ultimately you can get enough from it. The sharp called brother, ultimately, and for every other thing, however you call it, he is like a, he's like an athlete. He's like a shilling over, Yeno, the underlay, mortar, Shimon says, his wine is like the Nessa, but others say ultimately again, other than his mortar, ultimately again, for consumption. So this will actually cause everywhere. We'll pick up the next section. Actually, let's finish it. Let's finish this again. What do you see from there? We shout about we see it from here. When Akum is like an Akum to Ger Kosher is like an Akum regarding every other matter.
It's Aquarius, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. So I'm waiting.
Yes, ma'am.
It doesn't get me because what's really again, how did this whole thing that Ger Kosher get started? You guys started was you trying to figure out doesn't Ger Kosher have the ability to negate idolatry. Because the Avash we do commission. So now we just got this. We got a misrespect. But in every other matter, he's like,
Well, so far so good. Thankfully, this guy from Australia about, I don't know, 20 minutes ago said he was busy during the day, but he'd be able to do a call. So we'll see. And just awaiting that. And Zoot came in, Zoot's back, and I was like, where were you? And he's like, I've been here, but you're just asleep when I come in. I was like, okay. I told him I was worried about him. Other people were worried about him.
That joint food makes it into the domain.
Yes, ma'am.
Now the halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join into the chaser, he can yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started.
Look at that, Miss Aquarius. This girl is on fire.
If there is a non-Jewish person, the halacha is
I tried.
you have to rent
Easy.
his rights.
Got it.
He can't simply yield his rights. You have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says.
Miss Aquarius is about to start running away with this one, folks.
Ultimately, again, if you have a Yisrael woman,
that is a tough split. That is a tough split.
He's not apostate, right? As long as externally, like, right, and privately keep Shabbos.
That's okay.
Privately keep Shabbos. And at least in public, keep Shabbos.
Give me this.
Give me this.
Garbage.
All he needs to do, if he didn't participate, he just needs to essentially yield.
No doubt.
No doubt.
Hey.
But again, he publicly violated Shabbos. And essentially, he's like an apple. If he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights and transfer to the other residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Neisha Amru, Yisrael, no single shos. Again, have the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or over his rights.
That was big time.
Ultimately, you have to rent. It's done. Over the law, of course, laws helpless to yield his right to give over his rights and transfer. Or if you hereby give over or you should see me to tell us, or my rights are dated to you. Ultimately, as one particular purposes, the other Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who did
Give it to me.
garbage. So just in general about
Take it.
in general.
Reload. It's your turn now.
Even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights or be levato, or just simply negate his ownership rights and the Chatzor now allows everyone else to utilize the Chatzor. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as he comes across as Jewish, ultimately he can yield or he could go ahead and or bequeath. By an akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael woman, who is publicly a woman, is treated like an akum. Full circle, therefore, when we said before that a Ger Tosha ultimately again is treated like an akum.
Get it.
All other things.
Nice bear.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That is big time. This is big time. That's what I'm talking about. That's one.
Now, whether or not you Ger Tosha actually run the Viva Hotzara, and there's the Shalom say, you will see it tomorrow's daf.
Get it.
What a daf.
Get it. How about one?
Yeah.
No. Ugly.
Okay.
We will say a great So, spot for some today will tell with all of you this morning, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our annual commentator sponsor. Todos os Rothschild dedicating all the German Rothschilds this year is a Swiss for the sales levels for Am Yisrael. Commentator sponsors for the month of Av, Abba,
about
parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen.
that's what I'm talking about.
Are we the learning sponsors? Dr. Yard site, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Bershis. Father Ben Adler, Father Baruch, the families in the family, almost neither full shepherd, wonderful ladies,
Give me it. How did it go through?
Today's dot is Samach Dalet 64. A really incredible dot ahead of us today. We are picking up from
What a strike.
on the days 63B. We are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. So again, Rav Nachman, Ula, Avinu Bar Papi, Yosef, Yechia Bar Ami Gabayim. Yechia Bar Ami is sitting with them. And he mercy Yosef, the Kabbalah, my bride, listen to the fascinating aspect of this question.
Oh, this is a tough one. It's a player.
Hires a Jew to smash barrels by
You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Excellent job. That's right.
Yesterday's document with the concept
All right.
of funds.
Sweet dreams to you. God willing.
May or may not be permitted activity. Here, the outcome is asking to do something with the INSF, but he's asking to destroy the INSF.
Love you too, Mr. Aquarius. Sweet
Am
dreams to
I
you.
allowed to keep those?
To you as well, God willing.
This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Now, why do I want the existence of the INS? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them and I'd lose the prognosis. So on one hand, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS. So because I want it, therefore, again, maybe that makes the process purple. Look at Rashi just a moment. Three lines up from the bottom in Rashi. The Yisrael Zer lo tzedek yubon shel Chavi Yosei. Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. I don't know. Ruben doesn't want them to remove the Tosca muscle. So do we say that since the Yayin Nesach to remain in existence? I don't know. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from Yayin Nesach, and therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, oh, Diamal, call me Ute Tifla Shepherd. On the other hand, what are you talking about? This is the instruction of Yayin Nesach, instruction of Rabbi Zara. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the house to remain in existence. But again, ultimately, to describe what the Zara is a good thing, and therefore the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be permitted. Fascinating child. Amar Nachman. So Nachman says, Yishbar b'Kol Yochar. And Nachman says, no, take the job, get the money, and tell Al Brachi you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and root out Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me see evidence. Let's bring a proof to this idea. So this is Nachman. So let's say again, an aqua kind of plants Kilayim, right? Kilayim is forbidden mixture. So we had a session just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grape farms. That's the kind of Americans. And put any forbidden mixture. So if an Ovid Kocham is planting Kilayim, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Ojulu means like home. You know, removing weeds with seed covering with dirt. You can't do that. How about Son of Dalit 64? About openly motivated what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot Kilayim. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi about Open. להשליכו לעיבוד ואף אגב דלא צדיקים ושלא יעקם מעליהם at checking. Let's say Akum hires me and he says, listen, Silver, do me a favor, I planted Kalayim. Now, again, Akum, we could plant every Kalayim you're on. So but let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Kalayim, right? And I want the existence of the Kalayim because if the Kalayim is not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my Parnasa. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here, this is to support Rav Nachman. Rav Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. Similar to Savua, second line from the top 64a. Savua Amani, who's it being? This Rabbi Akiva, it's Rabbi Akiva, the Amar, and the Kaim, the Kilayim Moket. This is very interesting. Rabbi Akiva holds in also in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kilayim, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kilayim, but you can't even do anything that's sustainable. So for example, Rashi points out over here, Abraham Klein, and the apple asks me around the Kilayim. Now that is also why, by definition, is part of the steaming of Kilayim. Even though putting up the fence itself, nevertheless, is going to be also for the Kilayim. The same very good. Haminachesh means really. Mechata means covering the seeds with dirt. So Haminachesh, Mechata the Kilayim. Look at you get malchus, right? Because again, that's the Kama. Because there you're actively and directly participating in the planting of Quran. The Kiva says, that the Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain the Kilayim, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. So the says, my time Rabbi Akiva. Where does Rabbi Akiva get that from? What's his logic? From the Crow, Satcha Tizra Kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in your field. In the Elazareya, I don't know the prohibition of planting. Mekayim in mind. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence? Hamalomar, lo Kilayim. Alright, so let's say, so it's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of slicing the concept, lo Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it, that's going to be Asir as well. Ilu, the Gemara says, V'ilu, the Mi'ute Tifla Shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Kiva, this should ultimately concern what sustains the Kilayim. What about if somebody was willing to pay me to uproot the Kilayim? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that doesn't be that rather Haman. Who's it? Is this Rabbanon? It's the Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be open. I feel like you may not be shot. No, that's not true. According to the Rabbanon, Rabbanon has to put up offense. Rabbanon only can be a keep up. Rabbanon only can be planted to the planted. So after we do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself, like supporting that plant, and the plants they hold is water. So if the fence is water, and for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting, for which the Gemara says, interesting, what's the case over here? Avid Bechina. Interesting. Where ultimately again I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the plan? Ultimately, that means that Allah is might be actually have this in the beginning of Allah. So our most is what most of them needs. Right? Doesn't mean don't give them a skin on. But Rabbi says, don't think you can't work for free. You can for an outcome for free. Even if the favor is destruction of Allah, you still can't do it. Which the Gemara says, Nishma Rabbi Akiva. Now, the fact that you're saying it's up according to Yehuda sounds like that according to Rabbi Akiva will not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda also liking on Maklasina. Aval Ute Tifla Shakir. The Gemara says, no. According to Rabbi Yehuda, But Buddha says it's true. You can't do a favor, so you give a free gift. You can't do a favor, but to do something to put Allah, that's absolutely committed. That's a good. That's an objective benefit. I am Rabbi Akiva Nami. I love Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva in Kilayim look, yeah? It's not shepherd. Rabbi Akiva was a more expensive, to the prohibition of kill. Not only can you not plant it, not only the actual planting itself. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree, uproot Kilayim to get rid of Isser, to get rid of something prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the Akim. To which the Gemara says, is so low movie. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss about. It's supposed to it's great. This phrase, Sulamidi. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. The Sulamidi. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss about. So it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is ultimately, now let's go full circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an Akum wants to break his barrels of Yayin Nesef. He asks me. He wants to hire me a Jew to go ahead and break. He's willing to pay me $50 a barrel. Great. So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, we could say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yayin Nesef, and I'm benefiting from all this art. And I'm destroying all this art. But Nachman said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of a Zara, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get people and keep those things, because the destruction of people, the destruction of Zara, the destruction of prohibition, ultimately is a good thing. As the message says, you get paid and cover Allah. Incredible. I must say, it is a really such an interesting idea. Kind of a part of Western society and mindset is, living that way. And that is important. As members of society, just the general approach to living in a greater society, we should take an approach to living. Yes, you're right. It's not that religion that makes the world that we're using it. Nor is it a place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices. Everything else. Live and love to live. To a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in a greater society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be evil. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. Something that is evil, it has to be seen, it has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately becomes the norm. And sometimes then those norms become even evil, ultimately again become incredibly terrible. That's why the nothing uses the question of yes, destroy the INS and cover and love. Because ridding the world of evil is a rough. That is a rough. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's far from incredible challenges. We see this so much. I think about such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing, it's really everything. And so you would think that like the world would just line up, pause, like just clap, because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard. There's often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, what's right, what's wrong. But when Malcolm tells us sometimes there is a lid, and sometimes when Malcolm says Yishbar, the Talar. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it. And once you do it, the process is difficult. The process is overwhelming. But ultimately, you get to the side of the process, that's what it's like. The Gemara goes like, we're probably lost Susa again in the same February sitting, and they asked about the question, was probably lost sleep, they come by like, may have us from the other, so what's like, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has now $74,000. That's $1,000. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah? Now, Mitofes has done that the Avodah Zarah. Does it take on the identity? Right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry? Or not? So I'm going to So it's very interesting. So ultimately, in the Matthew says, this guy would nail this on the other top. So Matthew says, I think it's more true. I think it's more true. That was what Akim sells his item, and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane reality. Listen to this. So here's a Matthew too. I know that the Asher can make it out about there were these people who came up with Rabbi. Some of them, Zidino Kamad Israel, the suicide is fascinating. So that means like this. There were these people who came up with Rabbi, and they wanted to convert. David told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then you convert. Now listen, I watch this. What's the year? And Rashi says that we have to look at Rashi. If you have the suicide, all of these guys, the African sky, also look at the whole rest of this is what I found. Because remember, if they convert and still only idolatry, then that's idolatry and idolatry. Idolatry and idolatry, number one, can never be big, right? Can never have this identity. They think it enough. So it tells them instead of a foot, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from here? Obviously, you see from here, like a lot of money selling sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time, you shouldn't get that over the mail, but let's go come and get out of the coming time. Let's get the proceeds of the sale of idolatry. And on his hands, ultimately is permitted. I have no shame, so even that I keep away, God, I bought maybe that case is because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're not conflict. They're negating the theological significance of the idol converted. So often to be Mavaka is a desire. So maybe that's why the person's Rabbi Gemara says, here's the truth. The social notion of equal tomorrow, although those folk are in danger, listen to this. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his idol, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or, Yainess in the same case, I went ahead and I lent $1,000. He sold his Yainess, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Mutter, ultimately again is mutter. Interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Unless you have the same case, right? I'm going to tell you, community, the way you're going to sell my own. I'm going to sell my own. In that case, it's awesome. See, here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent $100,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his young. That's I knew what he was doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Nessa. He comes back to the proceeds. The proceeds are forgiven to me. I effectively know a nice relation, So what's the distinction? I understand what's the reason these two cases. Mauritius, see from the Shumba, how you make kilos with the Shumba. So this is everything. So now this seems to sort of path that will break previous silver. Mauritius, here's a difference. In the second case, where the Akim says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the idol and the continued existence of the wine, because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Shesha deposits the proceeds for us. And there's no second. If you go through the community I got in, as we just said before, if that's what the lawyers will say, when you want the continued existence of something, then I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol for the Akim sells it. I want the money. I want to continue existence of the INSF because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these particular items. Why should it be awesome? Rothschild, der using their suspect, their body performing, Shiyarshu Avian Obikan. So this is very interesting. You have two brothers. One is converted, and one they are both Apple brothers. One converted and one is converted. So brother Gare, brother Apple. And what happens? Their father died. Their Apple father died. And they inherit their father. So they want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say permanent inheritance. So Gare is left for more than low from Akab on the spot. I mean, back in Mars. So Akab Yain, so brother Gare could say to brother Akab, so brother Akab, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the idols stuff, and I'll take the money and potatoes. You can do that, then you should go, and that's committed. However, then you should go, it's just like us, obviously. All of these pieces that Gare is not yet actively taking possession of the ISF or items. Obviously, once that happens, right? But for a lot of there is people see this. You can get active to the Sarah, and it's much more fun. Once you owns it, that's we can carry it. So as long as brother Gare has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem providing up to the state. However, if brother Gare took possession of this, so let's say ultimate children, what do you see? I'm looking at myself now. In this case, brother Gare wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the ISF, but he's not doing anything active to promote his community. And that's where it's look at it. The problem is in Rabbi Baruch Mafisha Nabot was what's the Mishnah? This Mishnah found out, and I don't know if anyone told you so. It's music, right? It doesn't actually care if it means it cares. It's still from. That's fine. That works fine for an idol. But how would you explain it to his friend? That is hegemony. So it's hegemony. So apparently, each person comes up with the deal. Hygienic person that absorbing. If when you put one in there, the person that absorbs one through the use, if you could take a shard of that person there, put it in water and retouch the water. In that case, also, brother Gare doesn't care if the past is great or not. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still the same. One second, even if that's even if brother Gare doesn't care about the fact that he's great, right? He does care about not because still lost, so still wants to continue existence. Papa, Yerusha Sager Kama, don't bring a riot in this case. If you're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance there, no. Shem Yerusha Sager, got Kilo Barak. Rabbis will make it by the Yerusha. In other words, normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal will make it by the Yerusha. And as long as the Gare has not yet actually taken possession of the INSF or the idols, he's absolutely committed to work this out with his brother. Right? So you take this, you take the portfolio stuff, occupating stuff. Yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make a lie? They're like, people are honored, Zera Shemi Yatsu. We are afraid that if the Gare has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his life. So that's not only not going to get. That's the reality of the issue. It's used before as well, for example, right? Somebody has a shot. Chazal said that in certain cases, theft. Thief doesn't always have to return that which is stolen. And the victim should not accept back the stolen money. Why? In order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's trade. The thief has to return everything it's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to money is necessary. And, as much as we say that for the greatest As long as you have your health, truly, as long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, which is easy like you can pay. And many people do not stand up to religious challenges. Religious between religion and they're afraid that they're less choose between Allah. And ultimately, again, as you saw, he may be tempted to choose his solution. Again, not because of it, because it's human nature. So for example, you want to put in that situation, you're going to make a buy there, and you're saying that often these countries in the heaven state is the price of new items. New items, therefore allow him to keep the committed items with his upward level of it. What's that on the base? Okay, vice versa. What's this? Imagine, when is this so? Sheer shoot, in the case of Yusha. I don't understand for us. But in the case of a business partnership with you, see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in this context as well. So you don't set the person in this in these precarious type of situation. Incredible. Remember that other Yosef timelines. Remember that all this is the same people who are running sitting together. Another question I think. Yes, Kosher now should not for others. So let's say this is very interesting. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead? And let's say, okay, bro, this idea that Chazal will make your body just so you understand the tremendousness of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. That if almost show hold on, wants us to succeed. Sometimes people are very sweet view of a very sweet view of halacha. That the struggle is waiting for us to mess up, see how to smack us down. It's all waiting for us to mess up. Let me say that punishment that's that's the key for this nation. The emotional wants for success more than we want for success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, all of the rules, all of the scriptures, all of the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Yishmael understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, we do it. They do it. When success is accomplished in relaxing of standards, Chazal do it. No greater that's in this world and the next world. In this world, Chazal, that's the fifth. Okay, another question. Other Yosef talking about Ger Tosha, Moshe Michael's what's the greatest teacher? Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember that an athlete has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status as theological. So a Ger Tosha, you must know what is a Ger Tosha. Now we're going to see this in the definition of a Ger Tosha. Rashi points out here in the top of the graph, Ger Tosha, Eino Ovid Avodas. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an athlete, everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. He believes in the Scorpion. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. In every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Gemara says, on one hand, the Palach Nagak and Lord Palach on the other. We say, only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or do a Palach and Lord Palach on the other. When we say like this, anyone who's what we call a binding it. If you're in the parsha of an uncle, then you can go ahead and decommission all the time. And this guy is in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an uncle. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the class to go ahead and negate it. And that means that only someone who worships it can negate it. And someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate it. Therefore, the Ger Tosha doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So this is a catch. This was so went ahead and found idolatry in us.
What type of
Kind of
phones
like in the
were you singing
marketplace,
like you were
what's that?
a karaoke bar or something?
Actual boss leader. So what's it saying? I remember
I
it.
would
So
probably
let's say,
sing
what, listen to this
something
case.
like
I'm walking in the
either,
street, I'm
well,
walking in
if
the
I'm
street. I
really
see a
feeling, if I'm
very
really
sitting
feeling it
around.
like Ariana Grande, but
If I
usually like
lift it
Adele
up,
or
that's
like
probably
Amy
not right
Winehouse.
because
Or,
they're not covered.
What kind
And
of
what
Adele
is
song
required
would
by
you
you
sing?
essentially can't be decommissioned. So what
someone
do I
like
do?
you
Well,
is like
actual
what I
bus
think.
service. So before I think about it, over the open for having in the back, I can pull over an apple, and I'm going to see patches. Pull over an apple, and see if you have an apple. I need you to negate this decommission. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this point. I don't think it's created. However, again, in the Shabbat of the Yardo, ain't no only open from the Rambam. And again, that's what I take it out. Take possession of it. At that point, you cannot be decommissioned. They should know. Only to come in the avodas to come shalom, the shalom. Another kocham in Akum, the decommission his own avodah zarah or the avodah zarah of his friend. Day of dawn, day she'in of. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Rather than finding his new friends. Might of da or might of. What does it mean to work? What does it mean that Akum could decommission avodah zarah? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say that both are talking about an akum, then Hainu Shalom Shafarim. We already said that. We just said before that an akum has the ability to theologically decommission his avodah zarah and the avodah zarah of his friend. And the love of the Ovid Kohanim, Umay She'in El love of the Ovid Kohanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means an actual akum. Umay She'in of the, what does it mean? A non-worshipper? Ger Toshav. Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual akum and a ger toshav? Shmami no, ger toshav nami nevatel. What do you see from here? That a ger toshav has the ability to be nevatel, ultimately to theologically decommission avodah zarah. Incredible. Which the Gemara says, no. The olam able to call not true. Rather, it could very well be the only person who could decommission avodah zarah is the actual idol worshiper himself. I did the comrade. I knew Shalom B'Shafar. We already said that. And then the price is redundant. Because you already said that Akum could go out and decommission his avodah zarah and his friend's avodah zarah. The Gemara says relations to this. Two different cases. Reisha, Zeh, Zeh, Rakar, Zeh, Marcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two Akums, right? And both worship Baal, or both worship Marcus. Obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh, Rakar, Zeh, oh, the safe is teaching something different. Let's say one who worships Marcellus and one who worships Baal Pa'ar. What's the matter over here? Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship. So what's this? So we'll just have this new color. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different thing. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no lie about a Ger Toshav. Right? So it comes to a Ger Toshav, who still has his idolatry, and a Ger Toshav, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be without love? That is telling us. Most basically, Toshav is a Ger Toshav. What's a Ger Toshav? Toshav Tzibah, so it's now getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Toshav? זה כל שכתיב עליו בפניקים ותבילים שלא לעבוד עבודת חמור. When Meir says, it's any akum who has accepted himself in front of three Chavim. You know, also, Chaver being spoken about before. I don't know what it means. Some so in this context, the Chaver just means it's in front of a base. Any time akum comes in front of a base, after we come in Chavim, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a Ger Toshav. That's a Ger Toshav. Good, that's what I know. Come say, Moshe Kiva Allah Sheva Mitzvot. Moshe Kiva Allah Sheva Mitzvot Shekibaren. Some say, a Ger Toshav is any Gentile who has accepted for himself the 7 Noah 5. Don't seem to apply a date. That's a Ger Toshav. Shem is supposed to be a God, it makes it exactly okay. Even only in the world, all the crowd, the crowd, the natural, even say natural, neither of these definite satisfy the definition of good emotion. What is a good emotion? I'm easy to social. Get open the veils. Shekidot along with hanging mitzvahs, hamuros, pateros. What's necessary of what is the definition of the social? The social is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the veils, but he has accepted himself the rest of the mitzvahs. Pretty shocking definition. It looks like really much old about that. And it's something very much. Rabbi Meir, he accepted it for himself in such a way as such idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted it for himself, Shem is Noah. Aaron, he has accepted it for himself all of the mitzvahs except all the issues. He's not in that kosher. Incredible. So the basic goes on. Yachad in Etzl, Yain, and Etzl, Yain. The air should really so. That's what I love at least. So you can constantly water with the shop. Right? You can leave it for over times. You can leave these things water for a short amount of time. But you can't constantly become mindful of the now, what's the reason? What are we concerned about here? What are we concerned about here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says what Rashi says we saw my efforts and we saw actually even the Rothschild and not the Romanessa. The Bible will come to us in the other days of Rothschild. Even the another craft, even the Allah. Listen, she's not a war, that kind of ultimately, it's a person going with him, the short man. That's for a longer amount of time because we're consuming these swap out the juice wine for his own okay. So this is true even in the city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. However, you could leave it from one for sure, not for a long time, but not to get diagnosis. Why not to diagnosis? Because it's created idolatry. Right? But they are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, we may switch his blood to Jesus. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter, or longer amount of time, Shmael, Kiena. And his oil is like his water. What is that? Shmael, Gisalekha, Shemen, Nisa, Ali, Yari. It's like what you want with his oil. Oil can't mean Ella, Yengo, Kishmael. Interesting, you have found a reason like this, but Allah saw that ultimately again is his wine. His wine is like his blood, just like this is very interesting. But just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. Now look at that for just a moment. That's the Shmano Bun Hamzayas and Meno Mutabanga, Shmano Kodu Shekla Shemba Hilata, about the Shira. But what does it mean that his oil is like, excuse me, that his wine is like his oil? It's the same that you get enough from his oil. You can get enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. The sharp called dollar ultimately meant for the other thing, he is like he's like an apple. So this is the message. Shimon Omer, Yeno, Va'amilei, Motor, Va'amilei, what Shimon says, this wine is like the Esa, but obviously ultimately again, because it's Motor, ultimately again, for history. So this will actually cause everything. We'll pick up in this session. Actually, let's finish. Let me ask, let's finish. Katanias, what do you see from here? Katanias, we shout part by the public comment. We see from the other lessons that is like an apple regarding every other man. The life of the self, ultimately, again, what does it mean when you say that you're pushing like an apple as well as which you know, love from the battle of a gospel funding to have a gospel funding. It doesn't have to be able to bring it out of this whole thing like you're pushing for stuff. That's why when you try to figure out it doesn't get pushing out of the ability to negate idolatry. Because the last definition is idolatry. So now you just got finished saying you got a misrespect and your push is unique. But every other matter is like an apple. doesn't that mean it just doesn't happen to theologically free commission and the great Israel, so too can it get kosher? So he can get kosher? In which the Imam says, no, no, we came to Shus from the Rabbi Shus. No, actually, he uses something else. He actually put the Shabbos. And he put the Shabbos was about Samuel. The Psalm, the Shabbos Shabbos was just Erev Hatzos. If you had multiple
I didn't even know I asked him what's going to win. Now all of a sudden I feel it. Tony squirted all over my shoes.
you cannot carry from a whole resurrection. Like Erev essentially means we collect free from all of the inhabitants of
Do you get all the
they join together, and that joint food mixes into the domain of one whole. So if you start from the home to the chutzner, that's into the home. What it is you have a Jew who did not join into the chutzner. He can use his Shabbos starts. He can yield his rights to the other members of the house. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights. It says, you saw them, the Shara Shabbos of the Shos, and the Vata Lushit. Ultimately, right? You have some of it. The person who again is strong so as long as not as long as it's still right, it's probably keep Shabbos. Why does it? Or at least publicly keep Shabbos. Without the Roshos. All these the participate in the just means to essentially yield his rights and also in Shari Shabbos is short, in the Roshos, but again, he publicly violates Shabbos. And essentially, he's like an upbringing that is not enough for him to yield his rights. Rather, you have to rent his rights. They show you slow, no signature. Right? It's so open that we again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other actions. Right? Ultimately, so therefore, again, the word saying that when we say just cause his gates us, or their law, or say how he does, some does yield his rights, or their law, we should see clearly. And hereby before them my rights, my rights to the presence, or you should see me tell us, or my rights are negated. You ultimately, of course, the purposes of the presence require the rights of this non-participatory nature is just in general, that again, the legal manifestation of all Jews. That's in general, if a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights, and he will not participate, his ownership rights in the country or anywhere else to utilize the funds. Even if he's a strong woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he can yield, or he could go ahead and by an apple, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the strong woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a child. Also, the was example when we said before that their culture ultimately again is treated like an apple for all other things, although to use that we would consider is a their culture. You are choosing a culture. Once we pull zeros, they must be right, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the Jewish. Now, whether or not the Jewish is actually going to be on Sarah, and as Cheryl said, we see tomorrow class, that anyone of that, let me try to explain such a system to all of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your final comedian of the night is a regular on Kill Tony Heat. That means he has to write and perform a brand new minute every single week. Not easy to do for anyone. But this guy makes it look easy. It's Second City for over 2 decades. Switched to stand-up comedy just a couple years ago. Almost immediately became a regular here on Kill Tony. Make some fucking noise for the one, the only.
Thank Our annual planetary consultation is dedicating all the human shows this year as a Rothschild shows to this family as well. And first sponsors for the month of Rabbi Told Stephen Randy Jason, Anna of the parents, Israel Jason, Dino Jason, and Lee Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig and Rabbi. All the learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Wolf, Commissioner of the Arts Aid Fund, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Sue Hirsch, and Rabbi, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Robert Baruch Mordecai Ben Melander Ramos. Joey sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosie Applebaum, Rochel, Nas, and Aaron. The hands of our commentator, over the show, Satan Maria, the families in the family, all those who were full shepherd, the holy ladies, right? The 12 fish, the nurse, the home, all of our hostages, Shalom and the cutoff, and now for the soldiers to be successful in the fall of Mass. And as we got with us today's death is 7,064. Really incredible God ahead of us today. We are picking up on the base 63 beats. We are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 runs off from the bottom. That's what Nachman Kula Ba'adini Ba'Papi. So again, Nachman Kula Ba'adini Ba'Papi. Yasra B'Chia Ba'Ani Dabai. B'Chia Ba'ani is sitting with them. Yosef, we have on my drive. He asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating expression. Safra Lishma B'Yayin Nesa Hama. What is the halacha if an Akim hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin nesa? Right, so if whenever an Akim comes over to Ruben, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin nesa. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from his mother? What's this? Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity, or dealing with items that themselves may be asr. Here, the Akum is asking you to do something with the Ayanesa, but he's asking you to destroy the Ayanesa. The day before, so am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's halacha? We are going to keep the rest of the also. She's very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Why do I want the existence of the INS? The barrels with the break on their own, I would use the opportunity to break them, and I lose the titles. Interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS. So because I want it, therefore, maybe that makes the closest word, but look at Rashi, which is the moment. We are being on Cuba, we don't have the Rashi and Rashi. The Israel said, no, to be given to a you actually want the existence of these barrels. So you start with Shaman. I don't know, Ruben doesn't want them to break on their own. Actually, Shaman rule, the Tosma. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and it's interesting to think about this, right? The Jew actually wants the Yain Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered the proceeds from the Yain Nesach. And therefore, again, it's possible. On the other hand, oh dear, well, this is the instruction of the Yain Nesach, instruction of the result. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want the gospel to exist. Again, ultimately, to describe what is already is ultimately, again, should be fascinating. Oh, no. So Rothschild says, Yishpa b'kol. And Rothschild says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell our brother you should be blessed. You know, you have the opportunity to go and read out here, do that on Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me see what it says. We will prove to this, I guess. You should or not. Ain't Ochi or a so let's say again, an octave can't kill her, right? Line is forbidden mixture. So we had session just 2 days ago. Wheat and, let's say, for example, wheat and grapevines. That's what I began with. So it's completely forbidden mixture. So if an obit kafan is planted, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist in anything. Overruling like home. You don't know, you can really to assist in third. They can't do that. Not of Seinfeld, 64. About 4 people won't be in the what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot kill. That I am allowed to do. Look at Rashi. About open. Lashlicha le'ibud va'afal b'gilot tzedikim shlo ya'afim ya'aleh ha'shachim. Let's say Akum hires and he says, listen, silver. To me, they've already planted the line. Okay, to me, they're trying to let the line in. So, and let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I'm going to get paid for working with Shilai, right? And I want the existence of Shilai. Because if the flag's in the upper ground, oh, at least I can have no son. So the Gemara says. So it appears from here this supports not. If nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item, when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it instead of being destroyed on its own. So when it says Savua, second one from the top 64, Savua, Amar, who's the king? This is the king, this is the king of the Amar, and the carrying the lion. Not only is there a prohibition to plant it, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of clothing, but you can't even do anything that sustains them. For example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone has a lion, right? Up to the lion, and asks you to put up a fence around the animal. Now the Yeshiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of the lion. Even putting up a fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also something that you can I'm not a the fact that means covering the seeds with dirt. So, okay, so I'm covering the line. Look at you get all this right before you let's take a look. If you're actively directly participating in the flagging of the Rabbi Kiva says, after the time. Rabbi Kiva says, even if you do anything to sustain it, for example, put up the fence around the lion, that's going to be problematic as well. So, you might come to Rabbi Kiva. Where's Rabbi Kiva get that from? The crowd, such problem is not the lion. Plus, it says, do not plant the lion in the field. I don't know the prohibition of planting. The Kayin, how do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, and even like putting up the fence? I'm a lamar, low killer. I actually look at this, it's interesting over here. You are making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of a play on words. So again, the word is actually kind of slicing the concept. Low killer. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of the value, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, which is something that sustains it. That's going to be possible as well. Ilu, Gemara says, the Ilu, when you look at the Shai, but ultimately, interestingly enough, even from the Kiva, any bird of the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is doing something that sustains it. What about if somebody's going to pay me to uproot the so it's such a sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. Not necessarily. No, it doesn't be that either. Rather, this Rabbanon, Rabbanon might hear you open a few community nanny shepherd. No, that's not true. According to Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon you have to put up a fence, right? Rabbanon only can be a kiva. Rabbanon have nothing you can do plants that are planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting mechanism, like putting the plants that hold these movement. So putting up a fence is not right. You can get paid for that. And certainly again you can get paid for uprooting especially it's not something to do. The issue the Gemara says, how come that student is getting into what's the piece of the earth? To ta'ahid the student. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Korean to free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So that's the problem. That's just how we do it. The Amar, reaching Lahem Makna awesome. Ultimately, the leaders of the opinion that Allah so you are not allowed to do a favor for them. Like she actually has the meaning of it. It's Al-Losef so I'm going to focus what Losef means. That doesn't mean compliment them and keep them in mind. The leader says, don't you love this thing? You can't for free. You can't do something for an apple for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of a Torah, you still can't do it. Which means that Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, La. Now, the fact that you're saying the second from Yehuda, so it's the point of Yehuda. So not even committed. Now, Yehuda also became a Nasina. Yehuda Kifla Shakir. Gemara says, no, according to Yehuda, and Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for that. But to do something to upgrade our desire, that's absolutely correct. That's an objective benefit. I have Rabbi Akiva Nami. I thought that's Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva, the kind of line book, yeah? And you take this law, shopping. And you say, same for Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expansive, approach to the provision of the land, they're not going to be planted. Not going to be the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot the line, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of liquidity, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from you. Which the Gemara says, the suit low easy. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. This phrase, the suit. This is like the equivalent of like a microchip. The pseudo meeting. That's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss on this. So it's very interesting. Because therefore what this means is let's go forward. So how do you start this whole started by the case of an apple wants to break his barrels of Yainess. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break his road, pay me $50 a barrel. Right? So am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, you could say, no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yainess. I'm benefiting from all these others. I'm just trying to all these others. But nothing said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of a Zara of mathematically prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, but I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the flag to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, keep the proceeds. Because the destruction of people, the destruction of the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. As the Rabbi says, you get paid and cover Allah. Incredible. And also, it really is such an interesting idea because kind of like part of Western society, the mindset is, live and let live. And that is important, as members of society, just the general approach to living in the greater society, we should take an approach to living. Yes, it's not our religion to be against the world nor is it the place to stand in judgment on everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything else. Live and let live. To a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in the greater society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be evil. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. And the same as evil, it has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads and unfortunately it becomes the norm, and sometimes between good and evil ultimately again come because of murder. That's why the Matthew uses this question of yes, destroy the INS and cover Allah love. Ridding the world of evil is a bracha. It is a bracha. It's not easy. And it's hard for things that are challenges. We see this for us. You think about it's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing, it's moving out of Israel. And sometimes you would think that like the rules were just wind up, false, like just flat, because we're doing the world's dirty. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's good, what's good, can't see what's right, what's wrong. But Ramesh tells us sometimes there is a real live, and sometimes Ramesh says Yishbar to cover up. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and you have to do it. The process is difficult. The process is overwhelming. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's where it's really good.
It's like you see me means you see nothing.
The Gemara goes like this. But Havi Yasvi, so again, the same federal city. And they ask the question, must Havi Yasvi, this Havi by like, you may have let's come the other because I don't know. So what's the this is very what happens if Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has now something for $1,000. Does that money behind the Akum take on the same identity as the already sold itself? Now, me confess as done as the already does it take on the identity? Right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to so it's very interesting. So ultimately, you're not going to stop with the Gemara that's come down to the public tongue. So Malcolm says, I think it's much. I think it's much. That if a person sells his item and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just money being listen to this. So here's what Malcolm's doing. I know what the also made it out about. When these people became a Rabbi, another way, zero command is fascinating. So that things were like this. There were these people that came up for Rabbi, and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then you can and listen to watch this. What's over here? And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, look at Messiah's guy. All of these guys, the Antishin guy, also we call it all this, but obviously that's good. Because remember, if they convert, it's still only idolatry. Then there's idolatry and idolatry. I got to feel like number one can never be big, right? Never have its identity. They can't get enough. So it tells them instead of why you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert to the money is committed. What do you see this, right? Obviously, something that I love what I say, sells his idol, that cash is committed. So the Gemara says, my camel, from the concept the never let's go coming down to the mission that the first is to sell idolatry. Hands of the committed. I had the villain shiny plus even though that you relay, about that one. In that case, why is that different? Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously if they're not, they're negating, the theological significance of the idol converted. So it's not going to be Navaka who's on the result. Means that side person's on it. Hello, Rabbi Gemara says, here's the thing. The social emotional equals money. So what happened? So went and sold his idol. Right? He brought me the proceeds from this. Went ahead and went first. He said he's young. And then he brought me the proceeds of this. What's the motive? The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Unless they got some case, right? I can $1,000. So I tell you, you never wait there. I'm going to sell my oil. I already got the proceeds. I'm going to sell my Yainesa and we got the proceeds. In that case, it's possible. See, here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his diamond, goes off, sells his Yainesa. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, mutter. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Nessa. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are contributed to me. I effectively know a nice relation. So what's the distinction? I don't know what's the distinction. Safe from the shum the holiday pilots of the So this is very important. So now we see the certain point of the Sylvia. Let's just visit with it. In the second case, where the Akum says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want to continue the existence of the wine, right? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes deposits the proceeds for us. And this is what's happening. he loves it, if you look here, I got him. So he just said before, I think that's what
In the
that's
future,
what
I
the
think
Lord
that
is
we'll
saying.
be able to
When
explore the
when
areas
you want to continue existence, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes,
be
of
able to
course,
perhaps
I want
map
to
a
continue
person's
existence of
brain
that
to
idol
live
with the
in different
because
areas
of
of the
money.
program.
I want to continue
And
existence of the
with
INS
some kind of
because I want
supervision,
money.
be able
But
to
I'm
read
not
math all
doing
over
it.
the molecules.
So
So it
that
could
the existence of these other items, why should it be us? But tonight, there is a discussion, and there are other people talking. She or she are being overcome. So that's a very interesting case. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're acting brothers. One converted, and one is called. So brother there, brother Ashton. What happens? Their father died. Their father, their Ashton father died. And they're part of their father. They want to split the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say primitive idols. So there, look, no, contact brothers, so Atom Yain, that's my chaos. So brother there, he said to brother Atom, I said, brother, you take all the idolatry stuff. You take all the Yain stuff. And I'll take the money and the chaos. If you do that, then you should go, and that's permitted. However, then you should go, the Shisagos, obviously, all of this presupposes that the bear has not yet actually taken possession of the or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But the love, technically, is no way to see this. You could get after in the back of the seller, but it's much more complicated. Once that you already owns it, there are really very little options. So as long as brother Bear has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Bear already took possession, there is possible. So let's say, open up your own, what do you see? But when I saw now in this case, brother Bear wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the Yinesa. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? Because Rabbi Baruch Mastisa Navodos Mistalef Mishnah. What's the case over here? This Mishnah. This Mishnah is talking about I don't know if mean on breaks, which means that even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother there doesn't actually care if it remains in its full state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which we know, so that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain the case then? The fellas has ready. So this is very Adrianic, so apparently, each Rashi points out over here, Adrianic person there ultimately is very absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the earthenware absorbs 1 to a degree, that you could take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, brother here doesn't, who cares if the casts break or not, it doesn't make a difference, because either way, the value is still retained. To which the Gemara said, well, one second, even if that's so, even if brother here doesn't care about the fact that it's going to break, right? But he does care about the fact that it's still being lost, so he still wants their continued existence. Which Yushas Hager comments, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance there. No, Shani Yushas Hager, that Kilo Baraba. Rabbis were enabled by the Yerusha. In other words, morally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were enabled by the Yerusha. And as long as the ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yainesa or the idols, he's absolutely committed to work this out with his brother. And so you take this, you take the whatever the stuff, I'll take the stuff. Even though, yes, he was taking from the existence. Why? Why would they make up by a ger? They are afraid that if the ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money, he will choose his religion. And we'll say that's not a knock on the ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's something like a person shown. Chazal said that in certain cases, theft. The thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept that the stolen thing. Why? In order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's trip. So, right, if the thief has to return everything, you have to return It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial things. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay the bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, just things are like becomes and many people did not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and honor. They're afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of it, because it's human nature. So if a Chazal would want to put in that situation where they may go by there, and you're saying that often this time because you're going to have this thing that's comprised of committed items and prohibited items, therefore allow him to keep the committed items with his Akum brother already. Okay, what's that one of those? I Rabbi writes that's the purpose. Imagine when it was so, Shir, the case of Yerusha. I don't understand too awesome. And in case that's a business partnership will be awesome. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in the context of well, we don't put the person in this in order to get in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. Remember that. I think that's some kind of all this is the same people that are singing together. Another question after that. Derek Oshama, she got from Afghanistan. So what's the this is very interesting. Can you get Tosha? Can you get Tosha? Go ahead. Let me say just before you go on. He said, give it Chazal when they go back to death. Just see understand the tremendous circumstances. However, is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. Sometimes because of very sweet theology, or very sweet halacha. The struggle is very for us to mess up. There's already mess ups. Letting something punishment that's a good thing from the truth. The Ribono Shel wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. All of the halachas, all of the rules, all the scriptures, all the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Charles understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished in relaxing of standards, Chazal begins. No greater application in this world. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly another question. How do you listen to Allah? Dear Tosha, Moshe Rabbi's text. What's the next question? Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember, an apple has the ability to negate his identity, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So, Ger Tosha, Muslim, what is a Ger Tosha? We're going to see this in my focus about the definition of Ger Tosha. Rashi points out here in the top of the dot, Ger Tosha, Eino Ovid Avodas Hashem. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in a Pishbar. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. I really respect his imagination. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, the Padach Mevakim Lo Padach, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Although or maybe not. When we say like this, anyone who's going to call it Barney, if you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission idolatry. And this guy is in the parsha, not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the Torah to go ahead and negate it. Yes, I want to do that. So the rest of the And that means that only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that about? Actual possibly what's it saying? Remember again. So let's say, but listen to this case. I'm working in the shop, I'm working in the marketplace. I see an old item sitting there on the bench. If I lift it up, that's probably not right because of that quality. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be reconditioned. So what do I do? Actually, bust over. So if I pick it up, over the obvious go plug and move it back. I can pull over an apple, and I know what's impacted. Pull over an apple, and if the apple, I need you to negate this decommission. Right? You lost the decommission. So go ahead and engage with the local decommission of it's permitted. However, again, in the Shabbos of the Yodo, ain't no only open to some of that. But again, that's okay, possession of it, at that point, you cannot be decommission. They shall know, only for problem, Medanto, Avodos, for problem, Shalom, the Shachavir. Another problem, Nakum, is decommission, is on the Avodizara, or the Avodizara of the same. They of dog, same Shekinah. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Whether he finds the same thing. Might of dog and might be what does it mean? What does it mean? Actually, the definition of it. Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. He must every question. If you want to say that we're not talking about it properly, then Hayim Shalom Shachadin, we already said that. We just said before that an Akum has the ability to hear. That's the decommission. He's that one desire, and the other desire of his friend. And a lot of the original thing, in my shit, a lot of the original thing, right? Ultimately, again, of the means natural act. In my shit, what does it mean? A non-worshipper? Ger Toshav. Oh. So he was able to go ahead and decommission both natural and Ger Toshav. Shema Minol, Ger Toshav, Nanu Like. What do you see here? That Ger Toshav has the ability to be without ultimately, if you want to be decommissioned, have all desire. Incredible. This word says no. The only in the part you can do rather, Kubai will be the only person who can decommission the desire as an actual idol worship himself. I have determined I Shalom B'Shafat. We said already said that. And then the prices were done. We already said that. I think we got a decommission. His idol desire and his friend does. You might have said as Reisha, listen to this, two different cases. Reisha, Zeb, the Zeb of Bar, the Zeb, the Zeb of Marcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two options, right? And both worship Al-Qa'ar, or both worship Marcus. Obviously, again, Apple 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Apple 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeb of Bar, the Zeb. Oh, the Seifa teaches something different. Let's say one who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal. What's the novelty over here? An Akim can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship. So let's say, we have a possibility. Number one, an Akim can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akim can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no raya about a Ger Toshav. Right? So when it comes to a Ger Toshav, it's still like the Alda Shran. Kind of Ger Toshav, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he do that level? That was thought of it. Whereas Mason in the Pasha, is a Ger Toshav. What's a Ger Toshav? Toshav Kiva, so it's now giving more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Toshav? Is that Toshav Kiva love the people from David? Shalom la'avod avodos from David. And there it says, it's any action who is accepted on self in front of three habits. I'm going to go say it. It's not very good. It's not very good. So in this context, the practice of just using a phase. Anytime an Akum comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a good. That's a good kosher. Good. That's what I mean. I'm saying, Moshe Kiva Allah Sheva Mitzvos, Moshe Kiva Allah Sheva Mitzvos Sheva Mitzvos. Some say, and your kosher is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah don't seem to apply the base. That's a gear kosher. Sheva Mitzvos Sheva the next one. Only able to evolve with the Rothschild gear kosher. Not true. Achirim say neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of gear kosher. What is a gear kosher? The reason gear kosher said gear open the heroes. Shekidot Allah Mekayim Kol Mitzvos Hamiros B'Torah Chutz Mi'Isser Neveis. What is the definition of the gear kosher? The gear kosher is someone ultimately again who eats natural foods, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs. It's a pretty shocking definition. Because that really not goes about the definition of the gear kosher. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the ladies of Rothschild idolatry. So he accepted upon himself Shem's Noah. Achirim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except for all of the kosher. He's not a team head kosher. Incredible. So the Rabbi goes on. Yachad in Etzlo, Yain, Ve'im Achimas, Kibbutz Etzlo. Because he would be Esher Rubi Yisrael. Also, the halacha is you can deposit wine with the gear kosher, right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. You can leave with him wine for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with him wine for a long time. What are we concerned about here? What are we concerned about here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over here, since someone left the Hanisa actually left the oil, so actually eating oil. I see what it looks for. No, 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 Manasseh. The Bible is from us in the Amar Base of Rothschild. Even the Eva and other cats, nobody will be all that. You say it's not a war like a little. So ultimately, I mean, you can deposit wine with him for short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because we're concerned that he may swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. About Yachad in Esra Yari, Bahu Be'er Sheriga Obigo. So as the Salach wants to get from stuff, you can leave it for a short amount, but not for a long time. Again, not to a Yaines, or not to a Yaines, because it's a repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that for this time, for a long amount of time, he may switch his wine for the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's good, for a long amount of time, it's Shmano, Kiena. The Gemara says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that? Shmano, Kiena, Shemen, Yika, Honey, Yain. It's like what we write oil. Oil can't be into it. Hello, Yeno, Kishmak. No, interesting enough, that it uses like this, but a lot of myself that ultimately again is wine. His wine is like his oil, just like his oil is permitted. So to ultimately again is water. Look at that. But Shmano is really nice, guys. And you know, look at that. Shmano couldn't show the Hashem back to the child. About the Shias. So what does it mean that his oil is like this? So his wine is like his oil. With the same that you get enough from his oil, you can get enough from his water. You can't drink the wine to get Hashem. And ultimately, you can get enough. The sharp called Davar, ultimately, so every other thing. He is like he is like a shouldn't over Yeno Yair yes. But Amile Mutter Shimon says his wine is like the Esaf, and obviously ultimately again Mutter ultimately again for Shimon. So actually calls up the day. Let's pick up the main session. Actually, let's finish. If anything else, let's finish this segment. If anything else, what do you see from there? If anything else, we shout for the public comment. We see from here, there's an apple, like there's an apple to hear for shots. It's like an apple regarding every matter. No matter. So ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that interpretation is like an apple? What is that mean? Which the Gemara says, "Love in the battle of a restful flooding." Can't have a restful flooding. So it doesn't get because this is really part of this culture like a social stuff. That's why we're trying to figure out does it get attention at the next to dig idolatry. If we eventually do permissions idolatry. So now you just got finished things. And in this respect, and your touch is unique. But in every other matter, it's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that all this so too can it your touch up. So you can it your touch up. To which the Gemara says, no, I'm not going to say no. We came to shows in the law for shows. No, actually, it's something else. We actually come from Shabbos. What does it go for Shabbos? What's it about? It's King Samuel. We saw him over. The Shabbos was Erev Efforts. If you have multiple homes that are going to a program, you cannot carry from a home into that place. Somebody runs a program without influence. Right? Erev essentially means we collect truth and all of the evidence of that's it. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one whole. He was only to the cluster, Halacha is if you have a Jew who did not join him to the cluster, he could yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started. He could yield his rights to the other. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, we saw him, the Shabbos Shabbos and the Shok, and the Data Rishus. Ultimately, again, he had these so many. Unfortunately, again, as we saw, to apostate. So as long as externally, he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like, right, what we can keep Shabbos. Privately, we can keep Shabbos. And at least in public, we can keep Shabbos. And what's the Data Rishus. All the people who participate in the agreement, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else and make him but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially he's like an apple, then it's not enough for him to yield his rights when the process to the rights. Rather, you have to rent his rights. No single trust in the Rishus, right? We saw ultimately again have the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. So the other provided actually is by ultimately, and you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying that when we say, so let's say just pause the case on, or law, say how does the yield, for example, yield his rights to the other Over law, you should see I hereby give over my rights. Right? I keep my rights in the closet to you. Or you should see me will tell us or my rights I gave it to you. Ultimately, what the purposes of the Jewish residents require the rights of this non-participatory Jew to participate in the Eruv, they start with supposed to be moving forward. So just in general, about Eruv Katzilos, again, you need to participate in Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who do not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights or be the doctor, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the function that allows everyone else to utilize the process. Even if he's a strong woman, as long as he publicly comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he could yield, or he could go ahead and by an act, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And a strong woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a full circle. That's therefore when we
another great minute.
He said
You've been
before
doing this
that
longer than
their Rothschild
anybody.
ultimately again was treated like a people for all other things, political means, the concept is a Gerd Rothschild. You are choosing the concept want to make it for the casinos, they must make mistakes, they must make the rights ultimately again of the Gerd Rothschild. Now, whether or not the Gerd Rothschild actually run the group of Zara, and your sister will say, we've seen tomorrow's stuff. Back everyone, all of that, let me experience such a system with all of you. You should be ready.
We did.
One day we're gonna get to a point where we're not so scared to use the same microphone.
There goes
One day.
Seven bogus.
One day.
Yeah, I know, right? So people are safe here in Austin. Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian goes by the name of Lucas McCrary. Here we go. Your first market full of the night. Anything can happen. We've had legitimate homeless people. We've had everything on this show. We pulled everything up to
We'll say a great stress officer to you return to all of you this morning to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip. Thank you. Our annual fund towards sponsors. This is reference to dedicating all the training Russians this year. This is blissful service to this Friday. So, I'm the sponsors for the month of Abu the Torah Stephen Randy Drazen, Anna of the parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Rosensweiger, and many of the Stanley Rosensweiger and the Rothschild. Our weekly learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard Site, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Sweet Urshel, and the Rothschild, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, our father, Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreno, Must. Many sponsors for today. Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosie Applebaum, Rachel Das, the families in the family, all those who the full shepherd for the phone call ladies, for the Sparkle, Sugar, Mesa, Sugar, all of our messages, Sean, and the Carlos, allow our results to be successful in fight and massing. And as with that, let us begin today's that is the SoundCloud 64. Really incredible and us today. We are to be at Fun Summit Demo on the base 63B, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. That's what I'm not going to do. So again, we're not going to do our copy. Just what we hear about Ani the Bible. We hear about Ali, the city with him, the university. We also have on the right. Yes, the following question. Listen to the fascinating question. Safra Lishbar Yayi Nessa Amma. What is the halacha if an Achim hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin? Right, so if you're an Achim comes over to you and says, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour, do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive and to accept, to keep the wages from his master? So remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that are generated from what may or may not be permitted activity or dealing with items that themselves may be also valuable. So here, the Akum is asking me to do something with the INSF, but he's asking me to destroy the INSF. And he's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? Me and me and David would also be more awesome. This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Now, why did I want the existence of the INS? Because the barrels with the break on their own, I didn't lose the opportunity to break them, and I lose the finance. So, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS. So because I want it, therefore, then maybe that makes the process like we could actually just know it. We are being on Kiva, 3 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. The says that notes of the Kiva Shakami say, Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. I don't know, Ruben doesn't want him to break on his own. Actually, Shadabay rule, he does for us. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is interesting when you think about this, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin message to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from the Yayin message. And therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, oh, This is the instruction, and now yes, instruction of Allah is up. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want God to existence. Again, ultimately, to describe what is Allah is and ultimately, again, should be fascinating choice. Oh, no. So Rothschild says, Yishbar. I'm not going to say, no, take the job, take the job, get the money, and tell Allah, Rocky, you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and root out of Torah. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me say this. Let's bring it 15 seconds. You see it or not? Ain't ultra in the big family class. Let's say again. An awkward kind of transfer. So we had sessions just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say for example wheat and grape farms. That's the kind of event. And it's like the next year. So if an open performance planting Colombian, I the Jew can't go ahead and assist him in the planting. Those are means like home. You know, like the leaves, the seed covering the dirt. You can't do that. Half of sunflower, 64. About open what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot kills. That I am allowed to do. About open. להשליך על איבוד באף על בבדלות ובקימוש ולחק ומעלה עכשיו. Let's say I'm tired and you say, listen, sober. Do me a favor, I planted to line up. Okay, I'm planted up to line up. So let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though you get paid for working with Kilai, right? And I want the existence of Kilai because if the client's not uprooted on their own, I lose out my Hamasa. So the Gemara says. So if you're from here, this support is not. If nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit from people getting paid on when that benefit ultimately results in destruction. Even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to destroying its own. So there's the Savua, second one from the top 64. Savua Amar, who's a baby. So if you were to be Amar, and the kind of lion movement face, they keep a hold of it in general. Not only is there a position to plant, not only is there a position to go ahead and facilitate the growth of children, but you can't even do anything that's sustainable. For example, actually points out over here, that let's say someone's planting a lion, right? After the lion, and the apple asks you to put up a fence around the kingdom. And the Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of the land. Putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be us going to be decided very well. And nafish means reading. The fakta means covering the seeds with dirt. So, brackets on the covenant. I look at you get all perspective against the because you're actively and directly participating in the planting of plants. Keep this is active kind. That he keeps this even if you do anything to sustain it. For example, put up the fence around the lion, that's going to be problematic as well. So much as my hands are originally Mikro, such from the Tizra Kulai. Pasik says, do not plant the lion in the field. In the also there, I know the position of planting. The kind how do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? I'm even like putting up the fence. I'm a low kill as I will say, so it's interesting over here. You are making a little bit of a play on words. A little play on words. So again, what is that? You can slice it as a low kill. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, is the existence of the lion, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, it's just something that sustains it. That's going to be us as well. Ilo, Gemara says, Ilo, when you look at Tesla Shari, but ultimately, interestingly, not being able to give up. Very important to keep up the prohibition ultimately to say that sustains it. What about if somebody's going to pay you to upgrade the thing? So the Ashko sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. Says, not necessarily, no, it doesn't be definitely rather unlike this is Rabbi. Rabbanon might be your opening to really know something. When it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon didn't have to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only going to be a few bucks. Rabbanon will use any appliances. Granted, or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some kind of like supporting activity, like putting up a fence, they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting it. So it's not going to be to which the Gemara says, Alchamat, Stina is very interesting. What's the case over here? The Ta'avid Bechino. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Marcus Rabbi Huda, the Amar, meeting Lahem Matna Stina, Asr. Ultimately, Rabbi Huda is of the opinion that Allah says you are not allowed to do a favor for a Hashem. Like he actually had this in the beginning of Allah. It's all about what is Allah Sechanim. That doesn't mean don't compliment them, don't give them a But Huda says, don't do everything you can for free. You can't do something for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of Avodah Zarah, you still can't do it. Which the message of Rabbi Huda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, well, the fact that you're saying it's not from Rabbi Huda, says if they're from Rabbi Akiva, it's not be permitted. Rabbi Huda also meeting on Matasua, about when you take Tifla, shocking. Gemara says, no, according to Rabbi Huda, but Huda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so as to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for him. But to do something to upload about Zarah, that's absolutely permitted. That's of objective benefit. I am Rabbi Akiva Nami. Alpha Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm kind to line with, yeah? And if you take Tifla, shocking them. You say for Rabbi Akiva. Even going to Rabbi Akiva was a more expensive, approach. The prohibition of Kilayim. They're not only cleaning out planting, not only cleaning out some of the actual planting itself, but you can put up fence to sustain it. You have the people would agree to uproot Kilayim, to get rid of Israel, to get rid of liberty. This act absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the which the Gemara says is so low moving. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. This phrase, this is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic. Pseudo-meter. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss with this. So it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is, now let's go for a circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an apple wants to break his back panels of Yain Nesser. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break his will, pay me $50 a barrel. Great, so am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, you can say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yain Nesser, and I'm benefiting from the Avodah Zarah. On the other hand, I'm just trying to Avodah Zarah. But Nachman said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of Avodah Zarah, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the IS, I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do the activities to keep the proceeds, because the destruction of people, the destruction of Zorah, the destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. As Rabbi says, you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I will say there is it really is such an interesting idea of kind of a part of Western society and mindset is live or let live. And that is important as members of society, just the general approach to living in a society. We should take an approach to living. Yes, it's not about religion against the world. More is a good place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everything. Live and let live. That's assuming that has to be our approach to society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the root just in our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be evil. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those norms become evil, ultimately again becomes part of the world. That's why the Matthew uses the question of, yes, destroy the INS and cover and love. Ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is rough. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. You see this for what you think about such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel is a state, Israel is a community of people. And so when you think that like the world would just run false, like just laugh. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil and what's good, can't see who's right.
What's the funniest thing you've ever done in your
But
life?
the tells us sometimes it is a little like good, and sometimes you're not. It says, Yishkar, the Talarabah. Sometimes you have to identify the evil. If the great things you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and if you do it, Talarabah. Ultimately, the process is difficult. The process is good. The process is long. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's what it's really about. You mind goes like, good. Hadi Yossi, so again, the same cover as singing. And after the question, was Hadi Yossi, becoming quite like, may I have this from the other now? So what's it? This is very what happens is Akron sells his idol. So Akron sells his idol, and he has so the $1,000. Does that money in the end of the day take on the same identity as the Avodah Zarah? Now, Mito Fesa Dana Bialogi, does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to run that. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, nothing says, he's starting to nail this from the other. So nothing says, I think it's more good. I think it's much more that if an Akron sells his idol and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane money. Listen to this, right? Here's what I'm not going to do. I know you've got us to make it out about when these people came up around another way, Zidane Hamadi. The Suez guy, this is fascinating. So that means like this. When these people came up around what happened, I see Rabbi, and they wanted to convert. But I haven't told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Well, listen, we're watching this over here. And Rashi says over here, if we look at Rashi, look at the Suez guy, hold this guy, the African guy, also look at all this, but I'm sure that's done. Because remember, if they convert and they still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry by a Jew. Idolatry by a Jew, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity. And it can't get another. So it tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off, you have the money, then you can convert and the money is committed. What do you see here? Obviously, he has a halacha when someone sells his idol, that cash is committed. So the Gemara says, my time, it shows the concern that they have all this come the other commission, let's see what the proceeds of the sale of idolatry are in the hands of the owner of the committed. I don't shine because even that I say, God, I don't maybe that case is different. Since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're in the process, so they're negating the theological significance of the idol that's converted. So an Akron could be Mazaka is a result. So maybe that's how the person is. I don't know. Rabbi Gemara says, here's the thing. You saw Shai Noshel Aviva from Mona. The Maka of Vodos Kokav in the end. Right? I lent Akron $1,000. So what happened? So Akron went and sold his land. Right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yain Nessa, in the same case, I went out and I lent $1,000. He sold his Yain Nessa, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Mutter, ultimately, again, it's mutter. Interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Understanding Hashem for a bonus to come to Yainesa Mavila, and let's say the Akim same case, one Akim $1,000. This is all they pay you, give me the radio, and still to somewhere. I only got the proceeds. I'm going to some. But Yainesa and got the proceeds. In that case, it's possible. So you're going to be interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Apple $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his item. I said, I knew what he was doing. He brings me the proceeds, brings back the debt. Case number two, same thing, I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I gotta sell my idol. I gotta sell my Nessa. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited to me. I kept the mirror. My generation, my so what's the distinction? I don't say what's this in these cases. Sheshas safe from the shum, but I mean like he knows it. So this is very interesting. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous signal. But here's the second case where the apple says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine. I want the continued existence of you. I don't want the continued existence of the wine, right? Because I want to pay. So because I want it, therefore Sheshas posits the proceeds for us. What's that? He wrote the Bikiyuki Agavim. That's what we just saw before. That's what the others will say. When you want the continued existence, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the apple sells because I want the money. I want the continued existence of the INS Act because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these particular items. Why should it be us? But now, here is this is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're Akron brothers. One converted and one is twice. So brother Ger, brother Akron. So what happens? Their father died. Their father died. So he wants to be the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say primitive items. So Ger, Loma, Loma, Akron, animals. So brother Ger is saying to brother Akron, you take all these items, you take all the items. I take the money and everything else. If you do that, then you should go, and that's clear. However, in Yeshiva, the Shushan obviously, all of this presupposes that Ger has not yet actually taken possession of the items or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse, right? But there's technically there's seamless. You can get offense in the back of the shut off, and it's much more complicated. Once it owns it, you can carry with you. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So ultimately, what is it? When I said now in this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the INS, but he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? Which is what's the case over here? This Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that's made on the produce. It's still valid. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in this whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which is that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain it to a friend of the Pharaohs has value. So this is very Adrianic so apparently, he actually points out over here. Adrianic spoken with absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the first thing that absorbs to 1 to 2 degrees, but you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in the water, and reconstitute it. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't who cares if that casts great amount doesn't make a difference because either way, the value of the story which the rest is the one thing about no lots of the human show even what show you one second, even if that's even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that you're great, right? But he does care whether or not the story is lost, so the story wants to continue existence. Papa, the Yushas Hager Kamas, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a right in the case of the inheritance of Ger. No, Shani Yushas like Ger, that fear brought up. Rabbis will make those guys a Yusha. In other words, normally the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal will make those guys a Yusha. As long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the idols, he's absolutely committed to work the salary of his brother for. Right? And so you take this, you take the stuff, even though yes, he was taking from his existence. Why? Why did he make up our bear? We are afraid because if the dad has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money, he will choose his hands. So that's not only not going to get. That's the reality of the English. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's some of China. It's all said that certain cases of theft. The thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Ultimately, victim should not accept that to stay in the why? In order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's treatment. If the thief has to return everything, we have to it's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay the bills. Because if you don't have money, you just things are and many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There is a choice between religion and we're afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of a gift, because it's human nature. So if Chazal didn't want to put in that situation, therefore they may go by it there, understand that often in these kind of cases, you're going to have an estate that is comprised of committed items and committed items, therefore allow him to keep the committed items, give his brother all of the money. That's the end of this. How you know, Rabbi says to support this, and that's on when is this so? Shirshi, in the case of Yerusha. That's on the Shtag for us. But in the case, let's say, the business partnership would be awesome. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they were not normally allowed to occur in the context as well. Because you don't want to put the person in this wonderful there in this precarious situation. Incredible. Other lesson kind of remember again, all this is the same people who are sitting together. Look, quick question there for you. Ger kosher knowledge should back up our respect. So that's the reason very interesting. Can a ger kosher go ahead and let's say just before you go on, just I think that Chazal will make it about the ger. Just so you understand the tremendousness of this business. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. And as soon as people are going to speak, you have a control for the right speed, you have a lot. It's probably very fast to mess up. Because always mess up. Let me say that punishment that can do this. That's pretty cool from the truth. Ribono Shel wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. Look at how much, look at all the scriptures, all the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Rothschild understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal did that. No, if you have no greater effort you can in this world. That's in this world and in this world. In this world, Chazal constantly can be success. Incredible question. How do you guys talk about it? Dear Kosher, Ma'am Sheba Kosher. What's the very interesting? Can a ger kosher go ahead and abolish what we did? Remember again. And Aku has the ability to negate his physical, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So a ger kosher, and also know what is a ger kosher. Now we're going to see this is not the definition of a ger kosher. Now she points out to the top of the daf, ger kosher, eino ovid avodas. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple with everything else. else except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in the Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? So the says, on one hand, the Palach Madat and Lord Palach Madat. We say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or give a quote of a name, or maybe not. Maybe we say like this: anyone who's what we call a barmineh. If you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission the Lord. And this guy is in the parsha. It's not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the korach to go ahead and negate it. You guys, I'm going to do that. Nothing says that about nothing is this. Establish the halach of Rabbi Gro halach. And nothing says only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Kosher doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. Unless it's Nation or Isaac Hashem, it's not social. That's what it's called. So, went ahead and found idolatry in found idolatry in the marketplace. What's up? Actual bossy. So what's it? So remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop. I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a good idol sitting there on the place. And if I lift it up, that's probably not right because I'm not a reason. And once it's required by a Jew, essentially you can't be decommissioned. So what do I do? Actual bossy. So before I pick it up, I can call over and nobody knows we've had it. Call over and it says we have an apple. And you can negate this decommission. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this. It's permitted. However, again, you should run some yodo. But again, that's like a vow. Right? Possession of it, that point to cannot decommission. Make sure you know. Ovid Kochanim Medanto Avodos Kochanim Shalom, Shachavim. Ovid Kochanim Yaakov, the decommission is on Avodah Zarah or the Avodah Zarah of the same. They are God, they She'im. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. And we find it as mean for my of God, my of what does it mean? What does it mean that we decommission Avodah Zarah? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say that we're talking about then Hayim Shalom Shachavim. We already said it. We said before that it happened has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah Zarah and the Avodah Zarah of his friend. And a lot of the Ovid Kochanim, we might shit a lot of the Ovid Kochanim, right? Ultimately, again, Ovid means natural act. We might shit what does it mean? Non-worshiper? Ger Kosher. Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual and a Ger Kosher? Shmami no, Ger Kosher not able to. What do you see from here? That a Ger Kosher has the ability to be without ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the Gemara says, no. The only thing of part is actual. Rather, it could very well be the only person who decommission Avodah Zarah is an actual idol worship. I have to comment. I knew Shalom Shachar. We said that. And then the prices were done. We already said it happened to God decommission. He's Avodah Zarah and his friend Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. Two different cases. Reisha, Zeh Rabbi, Zeh Lamarcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two atoms, right? And both worship powerful art, or both worship Marcus. Obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeh Rabbi, his idol. Oh, the Seifa teaches me this. Let's see if one who worships Marcus and one who worships Pa'ar. What's the now let's see over here. And after you worship an idolatry, even if he doesn't worship it. So let's say really feel is being told. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Look, number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different. incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no raya that a gear touch. Right? So when it comes to a gear kosher, we still have can a gear kosher, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be the background of business? That is still against most basically was not sure is a gear kosher, what's a gear kosher, kosher kiba. So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a gear kosher? Is that kosher kiba love the original so the Mayor says it's any Muslim who is accepted until the 23 so in this context, the question is just